Chapter 1. Hong Long Long. The dull sound of thunderbolt, the light and dark sky, mixed with bloody to nauseating odors, burst into Dun's ears, eyes and nose. The suffocation, fear and adrenaline-rushing tension made Dun tremble all over. This is the battlefield. The artillery fire dyed the ground black and red with the stumps and flesh. The blood was muddy and the soil turned into a new land. Pirates' grinning and roar sound mixed into a wild beast's bloodthirsty roar. Everything in front of him, in Dun's sight, has become distorted, blurred and narrow. Haiwan Calendar April 3, 1496. They at the Grand Line Cetro branch received a request for help from the island of Pros, not far from them. The request for help was only a short sentence, and it came to an abrupt end, and Major Darrens of the Cetro branch decisively led the base personnel to brave the rainstorm and rushed to Pulos Island to carry out support activities. Then the screen turned, and it became Dun's current scene. For justice. In the narrow line of sight, an angry, deadly roar sounded, followed by the sound of pu-chi that quickly entered the body. Dun trembled all over, and there was a touch of blood red in his sight. The blood dyed spilled from his companion made his face red. Fear, depression, and suffocation made him go crazy. Marine, they are all insects that can be trampled to death with one foot. Hee. Dun's whole body trembles with the cold and hideous voice. He saw not far ahead, that the knife was pulled out of his companion, and Pirate, covered in blood, was striding towards him. No. Don't. He shouted in his heart. Dun wanted to move, wanted to escape, but in this case, the heavy atmosphere of war made him fear can't even move the link. 2 or 3 steps later, Pirate raised the long knife and swung it fiercely at him. Dun's eyes flicked, accompanied by a sharp pain, a blood stain was pulled from his chest to abdomen, and the severe pain made him groan and took a few steps back. Go to hell and defend your justice, Marine, haha. Pirate laughed, holding a long knife, and slashing again. This blade aligns directly at his neck, making Dun's pupil shrink. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared, and the white cloak of justice fluttered in the wind, blocking Dun's front. In the battlefield, don't be distracted. The deep voice sounded, and Dun's eyes trembled. Major Darrens. He trembled all over, looking towards the front. I saw Major Darrens, holding Pirate's long knife in one hand, and the cold blade cut his palm open, revealing the white bones, and the bright red blood was running down the opponent's long knife. The tick falls. Dun trembled all over, staring at the bloody right hand. The white cloak of justice is stained with blood red, like plum blossoms in full bloom in winter. New recruit egg, don't persuade. The voice sounded again. Darrens grabbed the long knife with his right hand, ignoring the bloodstain of his wounds, and yelled loudly. A strong break. Ka-bang. The long knife made of steel essence was broken into 2 halves. Pirate was frightened, but was kicked by Darrens in his abdomen in an instant, and was kicked out by fiercely in an instant. Then Darrens drew the long knife around his waist and pointed it forward. It seems to be facing Pirate, who is already encircling in front, and it seems to be yelling at Dun suddenly. Marine. There is no such thing. At this moment, the voice of Major Darrens echoed in the battlefield, intertwined with the rumbling sound of lightning, which was shocking. Dun's eyes contracted, and the blood in his body at this moment accelerated the flow. A mood that has never been felt before, in his heart, the body began to awakening, rushing. Ah! The screams came out. Dun suddenly turned around. In his regaining sight, a familiar figure slowly fell to the ground, and Pirate bent over and drew a long knife from his body. Youngest. That's his upper bunk brother, who often quarrels, but the relationship is very good. No, don't. Pang. It was a familiar voice again. Dun turned around again, his face changed. Skinny Monkey. Brother, who is also in the same dormitory, with white smoke coming from the center of his eyebrows, pirate removed the revolver and smiled at him. Dun felt suffocated. He looked all around and his pupils suddenly shrank. Unconsciously, there was not much left of the Cetero branch marine, which came as reinforcements. His familiar partner, brother, even lay down in a pool of blood. Dead. It's all dead. Hong long long. The thunderbolt flickered, and the dull thunder was deafening. Don't look for it, new recruits are all dead. Darren's voice came, making Dun tremble and turn around. Tell me, are you afraid of death? As he asked, Darren swung his knife to kill the pirates who rushed forward. Fear. Dun trembled and answered honestly and nodded. It's right to be afraid, then, tell me, what is the purpose of being marine? Darren was satisfied with the answer, and asked again, this time there was some gasp in his words. Dun dumbfounded. Because at this brief moment, a folding sound suddenly appeared in his mind along with the sound of thunder. What is marine for? The voice seemed to be passed down from the sky, grandiose, majestic, very thick, but extremely clear. Don't know the answer yet? Don't worry, just find the answer before you die. Darren thought, but soon, when he saw Pirate when the burly figure that jumped out in the middle, its voice suddenly became serious. However, we may not have much time. Dun startled, staring at the burly man who came by. The body is more than 2 meters tall, with a helmet with 2 horns on his head, and his face is cold and condensed. Bounty Great Pirate of 150 million gold, World Destroyer, Burndy Wapole and more. Insufficient intelligence, they encountered the Great Pirate in the Cetero branch. The huge gap in strength between the two sides led to the annihilation of their troops. Then, new recruit, I will let the Major, give you the last lesson. Tell you, what is the purpose of being marine? A deep, decisive word came from Darren's mouth, making Dun startled. Major. Next moment, Dun's pupils suddenly shrank. Because of the white cloak of justice, there was suddenly a swing, like a candlelight wagging in wind and rain, and the figure of Major Darren's rushed forward. Let me come. Wapole waved more to stop Pirate who wanted to go forward. His face was flat and he took a big step. After 3 steps, he roared, and his speed suddenly increased. Only an instant, the two have already faced each other. Darren's face was crazy, his eyes widened, and the veins on his arms burst out, holding the long knife firmly, and shouting loudly. For justice! Wapole's eyes were sharp, and the right hand suddenly ejected a black fingernail-sized cannonball. Bang! The cannonball suddenly grew bigger, fiercely hit Darren's face, flames and smoke burst out, and his fast-forward figure came to a halt. Dun's body trembles sharply, and his eyes are unconsciously moist. Above his head, the torrential rain was heavier, the lightning flashed out, and the heavy rain wetted his whole body. I can't hear anything in my ears, I can only see the word justice that burns with the flame and then dissipates, and the figure slowly falling to the ground. Major. It took 2 or 3 seconds for Dun to hear the surrounding sounds. Before that, the folding sound that sounded, this moment also sounded again, with a strong sternness and urgency. What is marine for? Dun squeezed the long knife around his waist, staring at Wapoldo who was walking towards him. Answer me, what is marine for? The voice was even louder, making Dun's body tremble and making him finally realize the unusualness. The owner of the voice seemed very urgent, very anxious, and soon it sounded again. Quick! Answer me, Dun, what is marine for? This is a call, an urgency to get the correct answer in his heart. Dun trembled all over, and he closed his eyes slightly. One after another the familiar figure that has fallen, seems to reappear in front of him at this moment. The youngest boy, the thin monkey, the fat man, and seeing, the screen flickered quickly. Until the end, a white cloak fluttering in the wind appeared, and then freeze. Dun opened his eyes abruptly, and the expression in his eyes was extremely decisive and sharp at this moment. On the white cloak, the two characters are very clear, swaying with the wind, like a free seagull flying above the sea. Justice. In the next second, Dun held knives in both hands, his expression was calm and determined, and there was no more fear, tension, some just press forward, the braveness to go to death generously. For justice. Opening his mouth, a roar came out, tearing the air and tearing through the thunder. Even if Walpole is advancing a lot, this moment is slightly paused because of the burst of breath on his body. Very well, Dun. You are qualified. You have the soul of the army. That the mighty folding sound sounded, and then a series of complicated information poured into Dun's mind. In view of your current Marine Lieutenant's position and the military merits gained from participating in the war, you can choose to activate one of the following skills. A majestic voice came into Dun's ears, it shocked him. 1. Physical fitness increased by 5 times. 2. Basic sword technique proficiency. 3. Spear technique proficiency. p. 4. Spoon. Dun was taken aback, but he quickly realized that he, who was not in this world, naturally understood what the sudden sound was. Holding knives in both hands, staring at Walpole Dodo who was getting closer and closer to him, they quickly compared them in their hearts, and then made a decision. Activate, spoon. In the blink of an eye, along with the lightning flashes and thunder rolls above his head, Dun's body also made a slight sound of Pi-Li-Pa-La at this moment. An inexplicable mysterious message was passed into my mind, and at the same time, the physical fitness was rapidly improved. Can you survive? Dun muttered. But soon, his eyes stared again. No, it's the best. His shoulders suddenly collapsed in this brief moment, and his figure swayed so strangely, and the silhouette had suddenly disappeared into the rain. Walpole, who is already very close to Dun, was taken aback at this moment. That new recruit egg, disappeared? Chapter 2. The spoon is one of the skills of Captain Boss Kuro in the early stage of Pirate King. When it is activated, the body will move at a high speed. In terms of physical skills, the speed of the spoon is enough to match Marine Rokushiki's shaving mention on equal terms. The only flaw is that when he launches, the trajectory of his movement is irregular, and when he attacks, it will also regardless of the enemy and us, even the initiator can't control where his sword next moment will be. But at the moment, does Dun need to care where his knife goes? The indifferent eyes, the killing intent awe-inspiring breath, the cold blade, swept the rain, and in an instant, they reached the eyes of a pirate. Then, for a moment when pirate was taken aback, the long knife was swung down suddenly. Pu. The long knife pierced the skin and tore a wound of about 1 chi on the front of the pirate. Walpole turned his head abruptly, and was surprised to find that Dun had reached his left side. Before he could react, Dun's figure flickered again, the rain on the ground rippled and people disappeared. At this time, more than a dozen fluctuations came out, and Walpole's pupils condensed. 14 of his crew members had been chopped down. It's a crisp brat. Walpole grinned a lot, and moved again. Dun, who was concentrating on using the spoon, had just switched directions. After a series of phantoms flashed out of his figure, a layer of shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Have you played enough? Dun's body shook, and his eyes suddenly became crazy at this brief moment. With a sharp twist at his waist, the long knife cut through the rain and cut straight towards the figure behind him. Dang! Sparks shot, and the long knife slashed on the opponent's arm, as if it was smashed into a stone, making Dun's wrist hurt. Busos hoku haki. I realized that the film covering the other's arm is and so on Dun, heart shivered with cold. His body is flashed, and he has to go back quickly. Where do you want to go? However, Walpole's insight is much faster, and his right hand moved towards the front grabbing, he has directly pinched Dun's shoulder, let him stop suddenly. I admit that your physical skills are better than the Major. But, it's still too bad. The corners of your mouth are grinning. With a grinning, Walpole's stout arms, clenched fists, fiercely threw out. Dun pupil shrink, the long knife turns, and the blade meets the opponent's fist. But crack! The long knife hit the opponent's fist, and it broke apart from the middle, and its abdomen was hit by this fist fiercely in an instant. Pu! Dun opened his mouth, spits out blood, dragged his figure backwards on the ground, and moved a full 15 meters. His abdomen, in this brief moment, seemed to be smashed through, and the terrifying force made him stiff. Too strong. The strength of the two sides is simply not in contrast. What's wrong? I have to join Marine. Walpole stepped over, grinning at the corner of his mouth. In my opinion, Marine is an existence to be destroyed. For justice. Funny. The ridiculous voice made Dun tremble all over, and an angry expression appeared on his face. Justice. Before experiencing today's war, he never felt that these two words were just slogans, too fake, too big, and too space. However, just now, the sacrifice of his companion, Major Darrens used his life as the last lesson he taught, and it was extremely true for him to interpret what is called Marine justice. Marine's justice is never just nothing serious. In this process of fighting against evil, how many people have paid their own sweat, their own blood, and their own efforts. This is the glory of Marine. It is an honor to defend to the death. It is the Scarlet Army soul poured out with life and blood. Justice is never ridiculous. Dun yelled, holding the long knife in both hands, and pointed it at Walpole. He can still fight. Fight to death. Very good fighting, Will. You are a good Marine, brat. Walpole's eyes condensed more and the killing intent was even worse. He took one step and accelerated sharply. The next second, the two face each other again. Dun started the spoon, and under the irregular movement, he constantly waved the broken knife around Walpole. But the latter, the whole body seems to have eyes, avoiding with no difficulty. Kanbunshoku. Dun understands what this is, pupil shrink, more pressure. But he is no longer afraid. When a person is not afraid of death, what else can he be afraid of? After 3 breaths, he was hit in the chest with a punch by Walpole. With the creaking sound, blood surged, several ribs were broken, and the whole figure flew out like a kite with a broken thread. Falling heavily on the ground mixed with blood and rain, the nostrils are full of hot and bloody. Dun is dizzy and breathes. He hasn't died yet, he can fight without dead. With all his strength, he is about to get up and fight again. You fierce and unafraid of death, fight with Pirate Walpole of Daimyo Ding Ding and get 300 points of military merit. You are so brave, and you have been killed in Pirate Walpole. On your body, you get 500 points for military merit. You are tenacious, but you are not cowardly when you are defeated. You attacked Walpole again and gained 500 points for military merit. A series of voices rang in his mind in this brief moment. Your military merit points meet the conditions. According to the current Marine position, you can activate the skills. Please select. Dun expression congeals. You quickly see the previous skill selection interface in front of you, where 2 items have been brightened. Activate, 5-fold increase in physical fitness. In the blink of an eye, his whole body shook and an unknown change occurred. Responsiveness, strength, and speed in this brief moment are all skyrocketing. Activate, master the basic sword technique. With a hum, the long knife in his hand has another feeling. Although I don't know much about this sudden awakening system, there is no doubt that it helped him a lot between life and death. Dun stood up slowly again, and picked up the long knife left by Darensi after his death. Compared with his easy-to-break Marine long knife, the Major's knife is significantly better. Starting with the long knife, Dun's aura has also become different from before. If he was just a rookie mastering high-speed movement, now he is a swordsman who has grown up. Come, kill me, today. Either I die, or you die. Dun muttered. His figure shook, and the whole person pounced again. But Walpole's strength exceeded his imagination. Even after strengthening, he was punched in the chest 10 seconds later and flew out again. The blood is flowing, and his injuries are getting worse. Fragile like an ant, I was interested in you originally, but that's only it. It's just an ordinary trash fish, Marine. Coldly said. Walpole's hands trembled, and a small black cannonball appeared. Now, I will send you to see your companions. Clamp the cannonball with your thumb, place it on your index finger, and Walpole will pop out. But at this moment, a man with a long-horned hat behind him suddenly hurried forward. Walpole a lot, we should go now, Marine is coming. Marine? Who is taking the lead? Walpole asked more. Zephyr. Walpole is startled more, and at this moment, the sound of killing in the distance is clearly visible, and a large white ocean is surging, and one of them stares with purple hair and a burly figure, his imposing manners powerful figure dazzled his eyes. Give another look at Dunn who fell in a pool of blood, motionless. Humph. Let's go. Turning around suddenly, Walpole chose to evacuate. Chapter 3. Dunn, hide. Don't be afraid, the more afraid you are, the faster you will die. Brat, the first time you go to the battlefield, just touch when it comes to this kind of thing, I really don't know if I should say you are good luck or bad luck. Tell me, what is the purpose of being Marine? Next, let the Major take the last lesson for you. For justice. One after another messy voice, quickly sounded in my mind, familiar faces, dyed the blood appeared in front of him, and finally turned into a roar of blood like a charging horn. Justice. How many people have spent their entire lives for these two words, shed blood and sweat? The real Marine, they have good and evil in their hearts, distinguish right from wrong, help each other, dare to fight evil, dare to resist the powerful, loyal to their duties, safeguard the interests of the people, and protect people from evil. What is justice? Have good and evil in your heart, fearless and dauntless, do what you cling to in your heart. This is justice and the spiritual pillar that Marine sticks to. But at this moment, Dunn suddenly woke up from the bed and sat up, looking down at his bandage on his chest, but he had a new understanding. Strong is also justice. Only when you are strong can you maintain the justice you insist on. If he is strong enough in that battle, the Cetero branch will not be annihilated. The brother who is in the same dormitory, Major Darren's, will not die. Dunn, who was reborn in One Piece world, joined Marine after an accident at the age of 13 and spent 2 years on Cetro Island. He never thinks that Marine is righteous. He who has seen Pirate King has a better impression of pirate. He feels that they are free, bold, fearless, and passionate. The reason for joining Marine is that there is no other place to go and I want to have a bite of food. But after the First World War, Dunn's mind changed. This is not Pirate King anime, pirate is not kind, and Marine is not a villain. The men who have lived with him alive for 2 years, each has a unique character, a deist who can talk and cry, and is alive. In the battlefield, everyone was helping him, the new recruit, in secret, and it was precisely because of this that he was able to survive to the end. Even at the very last moment, Major Sir Darren's, the top of the base, used his life to teach him the last lesson. What is the purpose of being Marine? For justice. In his mind, these 4 words are no longer a slogan, but have a practical meaning. They are able to fight for it and stick to the spiritual pillar of his life. At this moment, Dunn is alone in the room, he is silently leaning on the edge of the bed behind him, lost in thought. As for the cheat of awakening before that, it was not important to him. He now has something more worth thinking about. The war is gone, but Dunn's battle has just begun. Cetero Island, in the Marine Station. Have the soldiers arranged. Standing in the base, wearing a cloak of justice, purple hair, a tall and sturdy man solemnly asked. It's all arranged, Zephyr-sensei. Marine in front of him said softly, as if he was afraid that a louder voice would disturb the sleeping soul. "How about that brat?" Marine Headquarters Zephyr asked again. The island of Gulrose was invaded by pirate, and the Cetro branch quickly supported it, but because of the difference in strength between the two sides, it suffered a big defeat. But this battle shocked the world and made every marine awe. All marines, none of them surrendered, fought heroically with the enemy until the last moment of their lives. They are all resounding men, and they are the heroes of marine who are worthy of respect. In the faint, Zephyr seemed to emerge in front of his eyes, the soldiers who rushed forward bravely shouting for justice in their mouths. He is already awake, but he seems to have been hit. Marine hesitated, lightly sighed. Zephyr startled, and then moved forward. "Go and see." After a while, there was an extra figure in Dun's room. Zephyr pulled a chair by himself and sat opposite him. Dun leaned against the edge of the bed, looked up at him, and then lowered his head. The room seemed very silent, looking at Dun's rude marine through the glass window outside the door, but didn't say anything. All marines on this island are worthy warriors. To the end of the battle, only this person is left alive. And, what is even more horrible to see is the injury on the opponent. 8 ribs were broken, all fatal wounds, from the chest to the abdomen. There was a wound with all flesh and skin turned out. It is impossible to imagine how this youngster survived such an injury. And how amazing is the pain caused by such an injury. But even so, when they arrived, they still saw the other party insisting on fighting the pirate. What kind of will, what kind of spirit is this? Ensign Marine Dun. After a long silence, Zephyr spoke first. N. Dun nodded. "Everyone has arranged everything, you can rest assured," Zephyr said solemnly. When he mentioned this, his tone became very serious. "Even if he is admiral, he is much different from all the marine levels in this base, but the moment he sees the battlefield, he is still in awe. Heroes have never been related to the strength of their strength." Dun was silent and did not answer. The death of the partners and the annihilation of the entire army at Cetro base, as if yesterday, made him still unaccustomed to this moment. "I don't know what to say about you." Speaking of which, Zephyr suddenly stopped and did not continue. The room fell silent again. He originally wanted to tell Dun to be promoted to replace the late Major Darrens, but after talking about it, he didn't want to say any more. After a while, Zephyr suddenly spoke. "Do you regret being a Marine?" Hearing these words, Dun slowly lifted his head. He stared into Zephyr's eyes and answered very seriously. "When Marine may regret it for a while, but not Marine, I will regret it for a lifetime." Zephyr's eyes shined. I was shocked by Dun's answer. "Why did you become a Marine?" After a while, Zephyr asked again. "For justice." Dun's eyes are serious and his voice is heavy. These 4 words used all the lives of all Marines in the entire Cetalo base, and he just understood. "You really understand the justice that needs to be understood to become a Marine?" Zephyr's expression congeals, stood up and said deeply. "Any great Marine will have its own unique understanding of these 4 words, and this understanding will inevitably be accompanied by great pain and sorrow, and will experience blood and sweat. This is the only way for a Marine, and it is also the only way for a man." In a few words, Zephyr has realized that the youngster in front of him has grown. He meets all the qualities of an excellent Marine. "You will become a great Marine." Zephyr stood up and walked out of the room. "Thank you." Dun thanked him seriously. Chapter 4. Zephyr walked out the door, his expression hesitant. He was thinking about where Dun was going, and his short understanding made him admire this ensign named Dun very much. But as the appreciation value in the heart increases, then the arrangement of the other party will naturally produce transformation. Now, what makes Zephyr entangled is how to arrange the other party's place. How is Dun's situation? Is it okay? Following Zephyr sighed Marine and asked softly. Experiencing the death of a companion and leaving only oneself as a major event change, the loneliness and shadows to be endured are terrifying. Many examples have proven that this kind of experience can drive people crazy. Don't worry, a man like him will not be confused. Even if there is, it is temporary. Zephyr affirmed, and then big step away. In a blink of an eye, 3 days have passed since the battle on the island of Prologus. On this day, Dun was finally able to move his body simply. With all his strength, he struggled from the hospital bed, and then walked out the door with his desk and chair. Marine, who was waiting at the door, noticed this scene and strode over to stop it. "Second Lieutenant Dun, your body has not fully recovered, please lie on the bed and don't move." "Second Lieutenant, your wound will open again like this." An anxious voice sounded. Dun's face was calm, but his words were beyond doubt. "Take me out." Among the soldiers present, they are all elites brought by Zephyr. The lowest rank is warrant officer, and the highest even has a major, but you can hear it at this moment. The 4 words "done" actually have a subconsciously obedient oppression. Their faces were dim, and they realized in their hearts that the Marine, who had experienced the worst scene on the battlefield, had already undergone first transformation. "Where are you going?" Hearing the movement, Zephyr strode over here, solemnly asked. He doesn't care if Dun is dragging his wounds out. The determined Marine will not give in because of a little hurt. They are more clear about where their will is going. Memorial. Dun is lifting his head and forehead with sweat, his body is trembling, but his voice is extremely stable. Zephyr moved, and then waved, "Take him there." Half a quarter of an hour later, Dun got rid of the support of the 2 Marines on the mountainside of Setalo Marine Base. "Walk forward staggeringly." In front of him, there is a newly built small hill. In front of each hill is a simple tombstone with a name written on it, and a white marine cap is placed in front of the tombstone. Next to the marine cap, there are tied yellow chrysanthemums. The solemn, condensed aura, this moment permeates this cemetery. The breeze was blowing gently, and Dun couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. He took a deep breath, feeling the squeezing of the breath in his chest, as if he saw the swaying white in front of him. Justice. The 2 words seemed to be engraved in his mind. Anyone in this cemetery composes a scarlet movement with their own blood. They use their lives to tell the world what is dedication and what is fearless justice. Moving forward step by step, the voices and smiles of familiar people once reappears in front of Dun's eyes in this brief moment. "Hey, brat, you have been wandering since you were so young, why don't you just be Marine with me from today?" The youngest boy stretched out his right hand with a smile. "Freeze. When you are Marine, you must be ready to sacrifice at any time, Dun, although you are making rapid progress and smarter than me, you have never been on the battlefield. This is hard injury, if you are on the battlefield in the future, must follow me, I will protect you." A Singh said seriously. "Dun, I don't know why you became a Marine. From a temperament point of view, you are more like an aloof and remote aristocrat. But as long as you wear this dress, you must be worthy of it, and even more worthy of yourself." The thin monkey has a serious expression. "Hey, why is Brad a 2nd lieutenant? He is obviously a new recruit, and he has never seen pirate." "Because he is smart enough to have a big picture." Major Darrens looked solemn and rejected the crowd, announcing that he had become Marine ensign. From that day on, the white justice cloak floated behind him. "New recruit egg, I'm taking the risk to make you a 2nd lieutenant. You have to start with me, right, and even with this white cloak. Go slowly to the tomb at the highest point." Dun's eyes were unconsciously filled with tears. Only those who have experienced the cruelty of war can better understand the preciousness of life. Only Marine who has experienced artillery can better understand what they are doing. A cloak of blood red with a broken, wind-wrinkled cloak appeared in front of Dun. Bending down, Dun took the cloak from Darren's tomb, then turned his hands, and as the breeze blew, the blood-colored cloak was draped on his back while hunting and shaking. When the wind blows by and is stained by blood spots, the two words justice, which is as beautiful as a plum blossom, also appear clearly. After that, Dun stood in front of Darren's grave for a long time before turning away with a trembling body. Zephyr and the rest of Marine just stood in the distance, quietly watching Dun finish it all. They were very patient and were touched by Dun's actions. "Let's go, Zephyr-sensei." Dun came to Zephyr and said softly. As soon as the words fell, his body had already rubbed face to face with him. Zephyr was taken aback, then said with a smile, "I thought you brat didn't recognize me." Dun held up the expert, opened his 5 fingers, and suddenly made a sudden clenched into a fist. The blood-colored justice cloak behind, fluttering with the wind, is as gorgeous as a blooming flower. Fist and cloak, strength and justice. The time is dazzling, and half a month in the blink of an eye. In half a month, Dun's injury has also recovered more than half. He was able to move at will, and he was no longer as weak as before. In this period of time, he also had a general understanding of the military soul system. To put it simply, this is a bug where you can obtain military merit points through marine behavior, and then use the military merit points to exchange all the character skills in pirate. Under different ranks, different skills can be activated. For example, he under the rank of second lieutenant, the spoon activated before, the basic sword technique is proficient, and the physical fitness is increased by 5 times. Looking at the top of the list of military ranks, Dun also saw abilities such as Marine Rokushiki, Haki, Devil Fruit, Intermediate Sword Technique Mastery, Advanced Sword Technique Mastery, Sword Master Mastery, Great Sword Master Mastery, and Physical Skills. Skill. It's just that these skills, because of the limitation of his military rank at the moment, can't be activated yet, and the display is gloomy. If you want to activate your high rank ability, you must at least have a school rank. Moreover, every skill also requires massive points. It's difficult. His eyes flickered, and Dun's mood was calm. However, it seems a bit easier to get points. Chapter 5. Bite the chicken leg in his mouth, chew it, and swallow it into his stomach. Dun's expression appeared a little weird. Because at the next moment, a reminder sounded in his mind. You have a good appetite, eat a nutritious lunch in the marine cafeteria, and your military score will increase by 30. And he clearly remembers that as long as he walks on the ground during this time, this is a reminder the tone will sound. If you walk like the wind, walking on the ground of the Setalo branch, your military merit will increase by 10. This system, eating and walking, can increase military merit? Dun has recently figured out most of the functions of this system. Currently, the only way to obtain military merit points makes him a little puzzled. To be more precise, it was like a dream. In the 15 years since I came to this world, whether it is to survive or become stronger, until now is so difficult. But suddenly, he felt that it was so easy to become stronger. Every time a military rank is reached, the Army Soul system will open new activation skills. From the 3rd class to the 2nd lieutenant, many skills have not yet been activated, Dun can clearly see at this time. A glance at the Military Soul System panel, Dun saw that the military merit score is currently 2018. 3rd class soldiers to 1st class soldiers can activate the entry physical skills, junior high, level. The Army Chief, Cao Chong, can activate 1 to 3 times the human body. The quality is enhanced, and the basic physical skills are controlled. Warrant Officer level, can increase physical fitness by 4 times. A rough sweep of the main skills currently available, Dun's eyes flickered. After all the options are activated and strengthened, the consumption of military merit points is just 2,000. But the strength can be increased again. After eating, Dun walked out of the empty restaurant, thoughts move, under control, lighting up all the skills he found useful before. You have activated the introductory physique, full. You have mastered the basic physique. Your physical fitness is increased by 10 times ordinary physique, currently 15 times the quality of ordinary people. Note, here, ordinary marine is a unit of measurement for ordinary people. With the powerful force in the body, it is transmitted again. Then, Dun knew in his heart that he had become stronger again. Ordinary marine is a quantity, that is to say, my current physical fitness is 15 times that of ordinary marine. According to the calculation method of Dao power in One Piece world, normal marine is 10, and my current Dao power is 150. The Dao power of 150 is not considered strong. Only a person with a Dao power of more than 500 can be called a Superman. It's still too weak. Dun shook his head and sighed. Also, marine of the ensign level, its strength is in One Piece world, that is, soy sauce. The marine with the rank of regular second lieutenant is even more indistinguishable from the usual marine. If you reach the school level military rank, you can activate the ability to increase your physical fitness by up to 100 times. Even, you can activate the devil fruit ability. His eyes flickered. Dun's heart at this moment, there is no doubt that the obsession with becoming stronger can be said to be quite deep. If he can be promoted to major, his strength will change like heaven and earth turning upside down. After walking out of the cafeteria, he headed for the office of the Supreme Commander of the Cetero Division. This place originally belonged to Major Darrens. At this moment, Zephyr is temporarily staying for a period of time. Normally, it naturally belongs to this admiral. Major Dun. When he came to the door of Zephyr's office, Marine who stood outside said hello. Dun also responded politely. He saw that the military rank on the opponent's shoulder was commander, which was much higher than him at the moment. Zephyr-sensei has been waiting for you for a long time, come in. Commander said with a smile, and then opened the door to signal him to enter. When Dun stepped into the guide, what he saw at a glance was a purple hair, currently only about 50 years old Zephyr. The era is on the eve of the outbreak of the Great Maritime Era. Dun was reborn a little earlier. In this period, Roger has not yet become the Pirate King, Yonko is still a younger generation, and the third admiral is still young and positive. Marine in the experience, active in dancing on the platform, are Zephyr, Sengoku, and the hero Vice Admiral Garp who killed the rocks, and pirates such as Burndy Wapoldo, Barloric Letterfield, Golden Lion Shiki, etc. Withdrawing the thoughts of chaos, Dun looked towards Zephyr of Frowns, who was immersed in processing files. Zephyr-sensei. N. Dun, you are here. Zephyr lifted his head and said with a smile. This admiral, who is in his middle age, is the most glorious period in his life. Whether it is mental or physical, he is in pinnacle. Even in the position of admiral, it feels like a spring breeze. Zephyr-sensei, what is your order for calling me here? Dun asked. Dun respects this old man who will end badly in his heart during the time with Zephyr. Zephyr, who has dedicated his life to marine and bears the name of the benevolent, is a good marine who insists on his own justice. It can be said that he can almost represent the most decent and purest aspect of marine. Sengoku has insidious and tactical calculations, and Garp also has impulsive and reckless bad habits. But Zephyr is a serious justice, and it really implements these two words in the bones. I may not stay in Cetro for long. Headquarters summon, I will go back. As for you, the arrangements previously reported to the headquarter have also been down. Zephyr speaks directly without circumstance. Dun was taken aback for a while, and the recent time he got along really made him accustomed to the existence of this old man. He was stunned that Zephyr had pushed a bunch of documents in front of him. Look. Dun bends over to pick up the file, and read it. Here, from today, we will appoint Second Lieutenant Dun, Marine Headquarters on Cetero Island. In the first picture, the short words make Dun startled. This is a letter of commission. On behalf of him, from this moment on, he became a Marine Headquarters Major. He was promoted, and he passed directly from Second Lieutenant to Major. Is this inappropriate? Dunn hesitantly said. There is nothing inappropriate. Headquarters does not plan to distribute troops to Citaro Island anymore. The terrain here is also on the low side, and they are planning to live not far from here, and live in Santos, who is just the way to the passing ship. Low sea territory, build a fortress. This can be considered compensation for you, and. Speaking of which, Zephyr refers to the other documents in front of Dunn. Look at it. Compared with your promotion, the next letter of appointment is the hard work of the old man during this time. Dunn startled, and then opened the second one. Congratulations, Marine Major Dunn. From now on, you have been recruited by the Marine Headquarters Elite Generals Training Camp. You will become a Marine Elite student. I hope you during the camp, study hard and strive to become an excellent Marine as soon as possible. Fight for the glory and justice of Marine. This is. He looked towards Zephyr. He has never heard of such a training camp. In short, it is Marine's internal military academy. The place responsible for cultivating the mainstay of Marine. If you want to enter here, the lowest the rank is the Major. Zephyr looked towards Dunn, said with a smile. Chapter 6. Dunn heart shivered with cold, guessing that the people in this training camp are all the current masters of the younger generation of Marine. He continued to read the information files, and sure enough, he soon saw some general introductions about the training camp. This introduction includes an introduction to Sensei, the praise of outstanding students, achievements, and so on. Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr are all substitutes for training camp Sensei. Excellent Marine includes Kizaru, Precognition, Akainu, and the others. Quickly turning over one by one, Dunn's eyes flickered. There is no doubt that the people trained in this training camp can be called the seeds of the next generation of Marine. When they grow up in the future, they will inevitably be at least the generals. In the near future, they will be famous figures in this world. It is impossible to say that Dunn is not touched at this time. Since coming to in this world, except for the life he started, Dunn has been living a wandering life until he joined Marine 2 years ago. And if you want to make a real achievement and get on the stage of history, without a good background and growth environment, that is impossible. Zephyr helped him get this appointment letter. It was a great help. It was completely equivalent to knocking on the door of the world for him, allowing him to step into the real power-concentrated class of Marine. You will have 3 months to prepare, and then you must go to the training camp to report. Remember, the students in the training camp are all excellent Marines. Don't be arrogant, must train hard, cultivation. Of course, there is no need to undervalue oneself. You are my Zephyr student, I believe you will become an excellent Marine in the future. Zephyr said with a smile. Thank you Zephyr Sensei. Dunn seriously said thank you. He knew that this letter of appointment was a turning point in his life. If there are great achievements in the future, then Zephyr is his bowl. You are welcome, this is what you deserve, and I don't want Marine to lose a good seed. Zephyr waved his hand to say with a smile. Then he stood up and said, the time is up, I will leave in a few days. That guy Shiki has been dishonest recently. Headquarters wants to call me back. Dunn nodded. After that, Dunn left the office. 5 minutes later, in his room, a commander holding a brand new uniform in his hand knocked on his door. Major Dunn, congratulations on your promotion, this is your new uniform. Dunn looked up and looked at the uniform, military cap, and folded on the table gently the cloak, slightly startled. He used to see Major Darren's neatly dressed, standing upright on the platform in the playground of Cetro Base, standing straight, and yelling at them for training. In a blink of an eye, he actually had the qualifications to own this suit. Do you need me to wear it for you? Commander asked with a smile. Dunn came back to his senses and touched the Major's uniform with his hand. The soft and loose feel of the delicate fabric makes his eyes blink. I'll do it myself. Aboard the white Marine uniform, Dunn faced the mirror and buttoned the buttons earnestly, everything in his eyes was solemn and solemn. Different from half a month ago, he is full of respect in his heart when he faces the profession of marine again. This is the slowest time Dun wears clothes. A marine jacket with lining, he wears it for 10 minutes. Until the end, when his hand touched the brand new cloak of justice, he was slightly startled. Afterwards, in Commander's suspicious eyes, he not at all put the cloak on the boat, but went aside, and took out the blood-stained old cloak from the closet. Crash bang! When cloak stretched out, he covered his back in the blink of an eye. Blood-red cloak swings, the word justice in blood is clearly visible. Put on the marine cap, Dun is now a dignified and serious marine in an imposing manner. Major Dun, this is your most handsome time. Commander praised with a smile on his face. Thank you, Commander. I also think I am handsome today. Dun smiled. 5 minutes later, Dun locked the 2 commissions in the cabinet and walked out the door. The marine stationed in Cetro's base, when he saw it, all saluted slightly, and he also politely nodded to respond. You are awe-inspiring, and you are successfully promoted to Major Marine, earning 2,000 points of military merit. You can use your military merit points to activate new skills. At this time, the alert sound of the military soul system also came into my mind. While walking out of the base, Dun checked the military service interface. This time I was promoted to major across ranks, and I experienced 2 ranks, lieutenant and captain in the middle. There are many skills activated among them. 10-fold increase in physical fitness. Intermediate sword technique proficiency. Hypnosis, Zhang Jiao's small skill. Primary level proficiency in physiques. This is the rank of lieutenant, and the skills that can be exchanged. With the upgrade, the amount of military merit points required for the skills has also increased a lot. 2,000 points, only 2 can be activated. Then, it was the captain. 25 times increase in physical fitness. Advanced sword technique proficiency. Fishman R long body technique, full. Intermediate physique proficiency. Here, because the sword technique and physique skills have been activated, Dun knows that the physique, sword technique mentioned here is actually one of his own basic reaction and attack methods, not at all, is a specific style skill, which is issued in accordance with physical fitness, so that one's own reaction speed is faster, and the attack power is stronger. At the major level, the skills that can be activated are Dun expression congeals. Devil Fruit ability activation, randomly obtained, limited but not exceeding the school level ability. Physical fitness increased by 50 times. Proficient in advanced physical skills. Itaryu sword skills, Wyvern Flame. Roku Shiki, Soru. Swordsman primary level sword technique is proficient. Luffy second gear, need rubber fruit or similar ability to activate. Major level, the number of skills is obviously more, and the quality is also improved. Of course, what makes Dun speechless is that the points required for this skill are also improved by leaps and bounds, and the minimum is 10,000 points. After hesitating a little, what he can change now is the lieutenant level ability. Activated, physical fitness increased 10-fold. Activated, intermediate sword technique proficiency. 2 skills, let him just get military merit points. It was empty, but at the same time, there was warmth in his mind and body, and he became stronger. When he felt stronger, Dun smiled. Second Lieutenant Dun. At this time, someone called him, but soon, when he saw his outfit at this time, it was startled again. Major Dun. Dun nodded, with a serious face. Sodro, I will come to your tattoo. Sodro was taken aback. Then quickly responded and asked Dun to enter his tattoo shop. The shop is not big, about 7 or 8 square meters, because the windows are small and the light is rather dim. What does Major Dun want to get tattooed on? Sodro asked while holding the tool. Here Dun took off his military uniform, and removed all the bandages on his chest and abdomen, revealing a hideous scar, letting Sodro's eyes shrank. Tiger tattoo. Right on this scar. Dun said. Chapter 7. Tiger. Sodro was taken aback, then he looked at the hideous scar from Dun's chest to abdomen, lost in thought. It's not difficult if it's just a tiger, but adding Dun's scar is a little troublesome. Take off his upper body clothes, revealing 8 strong abdominal muscles. Dun sits down. Why, is there any trouble? If the skin is not damaged, it is not difficult, but your scar, the lines are a bit complicated, and it hasn't fully grown. Sodro frowned. Then get a scarred tiger. Dun said directly. After speaking, he went directly to the small bed next to him. Hearing Dun's words, Sodro's eyes shined. Yes, if you tattoo a scarred tiger, it will be much simpler. Your scar, you only need to process it a little. Moreover, it can make the tattoo show hideous hacky. Sodro was full of enthusiasm, and after being awakened by Dun, the aura in his brain seemed to continue to emerge. He sat next to Dun, and after thinking about it for a full quarter of an hour, he showed a satisfied expression on his face. In ancient legends, there is a creature called Wenhu. It has 2 wings, its body is bloody white, its texture is red, its teeth are long and sharp, and its nature is fierce. But it is upright and fair. It is the representative of justice. I will tattoo this for you. Pick up the tool, Sodro said aloud. Wenhu. Dun was puzzled. He had never heard of such a creature, but it was very interesting. Wenhu is also called saber-toothed tiger. It can eat dragons and swallow elephants. It is the most powerful creature above heaven under earth. Of course, this was when I was young. I have heard the legend in other places, whether it is specific or not is not clear. It's just a chance. I have seen its portrait. It is shocking, very vivid, and I am deeply impressed since then. P. As he spoke, Sodro picked up the tool and began to portray Dun. He started to move from Dun's back, and the sensation of acupuncture immediately spread to Dun, causing him to grit his teeth slightly. This feeling really hurts, to be honest. But having experienced the battlefield, this pain is hard to bear. Resistance. This time I used a material that has been treasured for a long time. You will know that it is amazing after the tattoo, and it can be regarded as a celebration of your brat promotion. Sodro said. His movements are fluent and skillful. Before the tattoo, he was motionless and carefully pondered every detail. After the tattoo, his hands are like flying, like a tattoo artist, showing the professionalism of a tattoo artist. I would rather not have this promotion. Dun laughed at himself. Brat, everyone in the town has heard about Setalo, and you don't have to be like that. This is the chaotic era. Whoever dies, and whoever dies, can happen. I heard that in the last 2 days, an island in the second half of the Grand Line was floated to the sky by the great pirate called Shiki, and then fell heavily, killing a lot of people. Sodro said, Buzz. 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 S voice rang, and the pain came into Dun's heart. Shiki? In this real world, pirate is really not a good guy. Since Marine has given you the position of major, you brat will work hard. There are many people waiting for you to protect. Sodro said again. Dun silently nodded. It's just small talk, but Dun has a deeper understanding of this world. Buzz. 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 S machine sounds seem to have a hypnotic effect. Dun is a little drowsy. Unconsciously, Sodro had completed the part behind him. After turning his body over, he continued the operation from the chest to the abdomen. Looking at the scar on Dun's chest, Sodro's eyes were a little condensed. This brat is really lucky to be alive. The scar of horrible to see shocked Sodro's heart. In the era of pirate disaster, civilians suffered the most, and Marine was the one who could protect civilians. Perhaps the usual feelings are not deep, but every time he sees those wounds on Marine's body, Sodro is full of emotion. In this small town, although there are not many Marines, many come to him to hide his scars with tattoos. Compared with the back, the front work is obviously more difficult. Sodro has a serious expression and his movements are a lot more subtle. This time, it took 3 full hours before he let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Done, okay, let's look in the mirror. Wake up Dun, who is already asleep, and Sodro turns around to wash his face in the inner room. Hey? Alright. Dun rubbed his eyes and looked down at his chest. In an instant, his eyes condensed. Even though his sights are different, what he sees at this glance still shakes his heart. A pair of cold, domineering, arrogant tiger eyes, seeming to stare at the whole world, 2 white and sharp teeth, hanging down to the waist. On the front, the huge tiger head covers most of the area, and the scar is perfect fused together with the tiger face. From the upper left to the lower right, the tiger's face runs through it, making its face even more fierce among the majesty, which is daunting. Further back, it was the tiger's body, spreading to the back, a pair of wings seemed to be flying high, surrounded by clouds and mist. Walking down slowly, Dun looked towards the opposite mirror. In the mirror, a fierce and majestic tiger is staring at him. Even though this is a fake tattoo on his body, it still makes him feel a little shocked. This tattoo is like alive, reaching people's hearts. Brat, try your drum power, use your best strength. At this time, Sodor's voice came. Dun was puzzled in her heart, but still did so, clenching his fists with a harder arm. Wang! The muscles of the whole body were immediately tightened, and at this brief moment, Wenhu's mouth also opened suddenly, as if moved towards the person opposite. He made a sound. He roared incomparably silently, and the lines on the tattoo became blood red, as if blood was leaking outward. This is... Dun was surprised. This is my unique secret, the last bit is left, and it just happens to be used on you. Sodor said with a smile, his tone changed, and again asked. How is it, are you satisfied? Very satisfied. Dun nodded and said. This Wenhu has a lot of effects, you will know about it later. Sodro said. Many thanks, Sodro. Dun thanks. Go, I should rest, too. Sodro waved his hand. Putting on the clothes again, Dun walked out of the shop. He appeared full of energy after he slept, and without hesitation, he moved towards Setro's branch. On the way, he stared at the skills that the army soul system can activate for a long while. Although they look good, they need more and more military merit points. And military merit points seem to be easy to obtain, but if you walk and eat, you will only 1 point. We have to find another way. Frowning thinking, Dun needs to improve urgently now. The group of people in the training camp looked like young Marines, but they were all monsters. If it is Deo power alone, I am afraid there are thousands of existences. And he is now only 250, still far away. Think about it. Those elites have been trained since childhood, and he, only 2 years of Marine, equivalent to halfway debut, the basics are far worse than that. Since he has the opportunity to sit with them, how can he be willing to live with others? Only the higher the station, the farther you can see, and some things can be realized. What should I do if I overtake halfway? Chapter 8. After checking the major level skills of the military soul system, Dun clearly saw that even though the quality of various skills has increased here, the military merit points exchanged have a large span. This span is almost 10 times that of a lieutenant officer. The physical fitness, physical skills, and sword technique must be selected. The improvement of overall quality is very important. Relatively speaking, devil fruit has a lot of gambling. Random things have always been krypton-fated. Thinking in his heart, Dun unconsciously has returned to Setro's base. Glancing at the red sunset hanging from the horizon, Dun took off his uniform jacket, stacked his neat and tidy, and placed them on the edge of the playground. Then he stepped and started to run. The recovery of half a month has given him vitality again. The existence of system makes his physical fitness 25 times that of an ordinary person at this moment. Putting it in the previous life, Earth, it is a proper Superman. You persevere, run around the marine playground and increase your military merit by 30. After a lap, the reminder in my mind also sounded. As long as he takes action, this military merit will increase. But this kind of acquisition must rely on everything in Marine's position, such as cultivation, promotion, fighting with pirate, etc. And if you leave Marine, there will be no such treatment. Around the playground, Dunn began to run in circles. He is currently eager to improve his physical fitness. If he could activate a major level skill with a 50-fold increase, then he would be a little Superman. In this chaotic era, they have the qualifications and strength to survive. Major Dunn, working hard. On the second floor of Cetro Base, commander next to Zephyr looked down and exclaimed. This brat can serve as a second lieutenant at the age of 15, and his background is not very good. There must be a reason. He must pay no less than others. Zephyr said solemnly. As soon as the body recovered, I did not forget to train, and even ran, shouted Justice in his mouth. Although it was training by one person, he called out an imposing manner of a team. Now, he is a major, Zephyr-sensei, this is granted by you personally. Commander smiled. He has this potential and is qualified. I just give him a chance. To what extent he can grow in the end depends on himself. Zephyr said. The younger generation in the headquarter is now crushed to death by those three guys. No matter how strong Dunn is, he won't surpass them, right? Commander said curiously. Compared with other Marines, the three officers in the headquarter are not as strong as humans at all. It is more accurate to describe them with the word monster. The three innate talents are amazing. They must be the mainstay of Marine's future. As for Dunn, Zephyr stared at Dunn running below, paused, and sighed. His current physical fitness is indeed too poor, even if he trains hard, he may not be able to keep up. What I value more is his will as Marine. This kind of will, in my opinion, is Marine's most important and precious thing. Perhaps, he will not become a powerhouse to deter evil in the future, but he will definitely become a representative of Marine's justice. When Commander heard it, he was thoughtful. After a conversation, the two fell silent, and after watching Dunn quietly for a while, they turned and left. Dunn naturally didn't know what Zephyr said about him, even if he knew it, he wouldn't be depressed. Compared with the elite group of Marine headquarters, he was born in the wild, and he was already very happy to be in the same training camp with them. Even more how, military soul system, will not let him down. As long as he is given time, his growth rate is equally amazing. 3 days were dazzling. Zephyr was about to leave on this day. The headquarters urged him to urge him in a hurry. As Marine's highest battle strength, he is usually very busy. I have to go today. Headquarters will not send soldiers to Cetro, but as your brat sensei, I will not treat you badly. My place soldier, you can choose some to be your pawn. Calling Dunn, Zephyr said directly and simply. Dunn startled, Zephyr-sensei, no need. The past few days, I have seen the fortress not far from the island of Cetro start to build, believe it will come in handy soon. Zephyr nodded, since you don't want it, I won't force it. You are a little bit stronger. 3 months later, the training will begin. Before that, you must master a certain level of strength. Moreover, as a major, you must also have a certain degree of military merit. At this time, Zephyr's expression became serious. Marine rarely raises wineskin and rice bags, especially officers above the school level, who have special strengths, and they have countless military exploits under their hands. Of those Marine officers in high positions, which one is not covered with army medals? Dunn's promotion is already an exception. It is completely dependent on the face of his face, but this is not enough. At this moment, Zephyr pushed the stack of files in front of Dunn. I chose some pirates that are not strong but not bad for you. You must find a way to solve them within these 3 months. This is the tempering of you is also an enhancement to your rank of major. I think you should understand. Done facial expression grave, read the first one. It was found to be a portrait of pirate with a fierce face, and below it was written specific information of the other party, activities see territory. Eyes flashed, Done nodded, I understand, Zephyr-sensei. In the same class as the elite group of training camp, if he has no military skills under his hand, he would be underestimated. In this world, the promotion of an officer depends more not on who has the harder relationship, but who is stronger and has achieved more military merits. This is the main point that really determines the future of a Marine. Relationship is important, but it is only a leverage tool. Okay, I will leave you with 5 soldiers who will help you sail and sail. If you want to collect the rest, decide by yourself. You have the rank of major. Recruitment rights. It's just that you don't want to be too much, and you should pay more attention to quality. Zephyr stood up and prepared to leave. Done nodded, promised that he understands what Zephyr means. After he comes out of the training camp, who knows where the headquarters will assign him. If a large number of recruits are used, it will only be used by the predecessors and planting trees. In contrast, recruiting some close friends Marine is more able to help him, and can also be taken away at any time. Half a quarter of an hour later, Dun watched Zephyr leave with his Marine. He watched the opponent until the Marine battleship completely turned into a black spot, then turned and left and returned to the Cetro branch. After the Battle of GLP, the huge Cetro branch, apart from the cooking class and other logistics Marine, only the 5 soldiers that Zephyr sent him just now, appearing quiet and empty. Of course, Dun didn't care about it either. He was sitting in the Major's office at this time, looking through the information. Executioner, Amilo, Bounty Gold, 6 million. Expression congeals, Dun's expression has a touch of solemnity. He needs military merit. Arresting or killing pirate is the fastest way to obtain military merit. And he also has this strength at this moment. The spoon, 25 times the physical quality, and blade technique, made him unconsciously far beyond before. Chapter 9. At dawn on the second day, Dun was out to sea. It only took 3 months, so he couldn't waste a day. 5 experienced Marines, driving the only light sailing battleship left at the base, quickly sailing on the sea. This battleship still looks brand new from the outside, because there is almost no attack equipment on it, so the Marine of the Cetro branch has rarely been used to go to sea in recent years. The battle on the sea is very dangerous. Once you leave the ship, you will be 9 deaths and still alive. If you give your life to a sailing ship without weapons, you will commit suicide. But also because it is not equipped with heavy equipment, its weight is very light, and its speed is amazing. If it is paired with Shanghai wind, it will be like flying. At this moment, Dun is standing on the deck, holding knives in both hands, waving meticulously. The white blade rubbed against the air, and there were bursts of crisp whistling noises. The long knife in his hand is called Swekyu. Its blade shows a layer of snow white, and the handle is spotted with yellow, like autumn leaves. The bleak and perfect fuse together in autumn and winter makes this knife show a trace of poignancy and cruelty. Swekyu is Darren's saber and the most precious famous knife of the Cetro branch. It ranks Uikiri and is not just in name only, but also in reality. Similarly, he has all the tenacity and sharpness of a treasured sword. Whenever he swings the sword, the blade rubs against the air, which can resolve the air resistance with no difficulty, and make the knife faster and more fierce. A famous knife can increase your own strength a lot. Ding! You persevere, swipe the knife 10 times, and increase your military merit by 10. In the ears, systems prompt sounded, and Dun had no distractions. Rather than earning military merit points, what he needs at the moment is to become familiar with this long knife the fastest and achieve a unified realm with it. Only in this way, in the next battle, can they exert their best strength. Military soul system gave him proficiency in the intermediate sword technique. Under such circumstances, his sword technique has been regarded as a small expert, and he can send out sharp slashes in every gesture, instead of just one. At the beginning, the rookie who only wielded the knife wildly. He doesn't know how strong he is at this time because of his physical fitness beyond ordinary people. Dun needs military merit and also understands his own strength at the moment. So the next battle is even more imperative. A week later, near a small island in the southeast near Alabasta. In Tony's bar. Ha 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 ha, the third mate, how did we gain this time? Although this island is remote and there are few people, I still think we are lucky enough. Pirate, who poured the beer in his hands, said with a big smile, with his upper body naked. It is indeed very good. Who would have thought that this island has a small-scale gold mine? The deep voice sounded with a contented laughter. It is the third pair who speaks. He has long brown hair and is randomly tied into strands of pigtails. He is well proportioned and strong. He sits there calmly and looks very generous. If you tell the captain, we will do a great job this time. Even the second mate, the first mate, I'm afraid this time I have to make way for Ami Big Brother Luo. A 17-18-year-old tan teenager with a face full of excitement and excitement. Mixing in pirate, especially the large-scale pirates, is very important to people. In the past, the third mate was not strong enough, and the captain would not allocate good resources to him, but this time, they walked away and found a gold mine on this remote island where the birds do not shit. Even if the scale of this gold mine is not large, if it were all excavated, 1 or 2 billion belly would be more than enough. I made a fortune, this time I definitely made a fortune. Moreover, with so much wealth, the promotion of the third mate is almost a solid matter, and the captain will be very happy. This dark-skinned boy is very happy. He seems to have seen the 3 rises shortly afterwards, and he has also followed the status of as the tide rises, the boat floats. But at this time, he didn't realize that the others around him were silent, staring at him strangely. The atmosphere suddenly seemed a little quiet. Slowly, the dark-skinned teenager smiled a little awkwardly, and then vaguely realized that something was wrong. This is something to be happy about. Why does everyone seem a little serious? Hee hee. Suddenly, the third Amilo laughed. He was laughing, but the others seemed more silent, and the dark boy became even more nervous. He felt that he had made a mistake, but he did not know what he had made. In front of the majestic and powerful third officer, the young man was a little afraid. So, brat, you are still too young. Why do you want to be pirate if you are such a naive fellow? Amilo right hand put down the wine glass, while talking casually, he picked up the machetes inlaid with gems on the table. The arc of the scimitar is very obvious, and it is like a crescent moon when placed there, and the gems on the scabbard are shining with beautiful rays of light. Choke! The harsh sound of drawing a knife and rubbing sounded, and the dark youth became more nervous. He was trembling all over, staring at the scabbard, as if he saw a touch of blood on the blade. Ah, Ami Big Brother Luo! Amilo turned his head suddenly, staring at the young man with his fierce eyes for an instant, as fierce as a wolf, immediately. The boy trembled. In the next life, don't be pirate. Indifferently speaking, Amilo swung the knife directly. The scimitar is like a revolver, flashing light for an instant, and then turning around, it has already passed around the boy's neck, flashed again, returned to the scabbard, and placed it on the tabletop. The dark-skinned teenager's eyes were frightened, sluggish, fell softly to the ground, and a bright red bloodline appeared on his erect neck. Drag away! Amilo lowly shouted. Immediately, Pirate grabbed the boy and dragged him out like a dead dog. The bar looks very quiet, and the chubby boss who is wiping glasses at the bar, shiver coldly. This group of pirates is too cruel. There are only about 20-30 people in number, but the methods are cruel, and they are inhumane. It was bloody to the villagers, and so cruel to my own people. Ami big brother Luo, there are not many gold mines. The captain may not appreciate it. Why don't you split up with brothers? The other person smiled flatly and spoke. When Amilo turned his eyes to him, he hurriedly said again. The gold mine was discovered by your big brother. You get 90%, or our other brother gets 10%. Amilo's fierce gaze suddenly became gentle. The tone is much softer. I am not bad at all. Blessed, I am still willing to share with everyone. That is, I don't like those stupid guys. You said, it's already so difficult to survive. Find another pig-like teammate. Isn't that courting death? My 7, brothers 3, this gold mine, our 3rd lieutenant team took it by ourselves, that's it. As for the captain, he must look down on it. It's just that, I don't want anyone to talk nonsense, I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 10. At this time, the whole bar became lively again, and the pirates were very excited. 30%, that's a lot, enough for them to spend a long time. On the other side, at the port of this small island named Tony, a sailing-style battleship faintly appeared on the coastline. What is that? Marine. On the 3 pirate ship, the lookout immediately noticed that his face changed. But soon, they discovered that the marine battleship was just moved towards. After walking for a certain distance, they turned around and drove in other directions around the island. Tell Ami big brother Luo that marine is coming. Even so, pirate is still nervous. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. They can't afford to bet on this kind of life-based bet. At the same time, the turning direction changed to marine battleship driving around the island. Shua. From the clear sky-splitting sound of swinging a long knife, Dun meticulously continuously swings the knife. In his hands, he has become more and more skillful in his grasp of Swekyu. Also more and more learned. Even with this swing of the sword, he has a deeper understanding of the intermediate sword technique given by the military soul system. The so-called intermediate sword technique is proficient, and equivalent to passed him a formula, or got him through. However, how to learn, grow, and use afterwards still depends on him. But in the final analysis, to become stronger, after all, he can only rely on himself, system just gave him more opportunities. Sword technique proficiency, even if it is the master of swordsman level later, it just gave me a boost, but after getting this boost, I still have to work hard. After thinking about it, Dun continued to swing his knife. On the journey from Sitaro Island to this small island, for about 3 days, in addition to eating and drinking, he has been waving his knife hard to establish a connection with this knife. Also establish a connection with what I have learned. After the battle that made Dun remember his life, he got a new life, and he got stronger every day. Major Dun, we are out of pirates' sight and can choose to dock. At this moment, the marine warrior next to him said. For Dun, the 5 marines admired them very much. They swung their swords for 3 days in a row. It seemed that this person's body was not exhausted at all. And that kind of mechanical action is even more uncomfortable. The 15-year-old major looked like a robot, without any impatience or fatigue. Stop, you 5 are waiting for me on the shore. Dun waved the knife again, fell extremely fast, and stopped quickly again, showing good control of power. Here, Major Dun, pirate is crowded, so we can take care of it. For Dun, who had just been promoted from ensign to major, Marine did not believe in his power. Said softly. I am enough. Dun indifferently said. Marine is speechless, this young Marine is really confident, but the position is pressured, even more how, this is Zephyr-sensei's apprentice, they can only obey. 5 minutes later, the battleship docked on the coast of Tony Island. Unlike the southwest port of the island, Dun can only lean on the edge of the woods on the east side of the island. The number of pirates is not large and they are gathered in piles, which caused their insufficient strength control over the entire island. Instead of choosing Dun, who was in direct conflict with them, chose a good foothold. Pu Tong. Jumping down from the battleship, Dun swam to the woods. After getting on the shore, Marine threw a backpack to him, which contained his clothes. Thanks. At dusk, wait for me at the southwest port. The 5 soldiers on the move towards battleship waved, and Dun figured out once low, he dived into the woods and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Major Dun is really confident. The bounty 6 million Amilo, although not a powerhouse in the Grand Line, it is not weak anymore. Ah! I only hope that the Major will not die an untimely death. 5 Marines shook their heads and sighed. No wonder they don't trust Dun. At the age of 15, they can go out to capture pirate and fight with the murderous pirate Marine. This kind of elite is only available in the headquarters and is an elite who is undergoing intensive training. Even more how, Dun faced pirate with a bounty. This kind of pirate itself is more keen, cruel, and desperate. It is a lunatic who really walked out of a sea of blood. In Tony Island, Dun strode through the woods, putting on a marine-style robe as he walked. After a while, when he put a marine cap on his head, he already appeared dignified and righteous, full of justice. Finally, taking out the blood-stained cloak of justice from the backpack, Dun unfolded and draped it behind his back. Immediately, cloak hunting and shaking, the word justice is clearly visible. With stern eyes, Dun pressed the marine cap, tightened the back zipper, and walked forward. The wind is a bit tight. I hope that after this battle, I can survive. Different from the first time I went to the battlefield and was scared to pee, Dun's heart at this moment only calm. 10 minutes later, he came to the town of Tony Island. At this time, the people in this town had been gathered by 5 or 6 pirates. Dun was hiding in the corner, seeing black blood on the ground, his eyes condensed slightly. What are you going to do? Didn't you already ask for money in the morning? We really have nothing, we should give it to you, I've given you all of them. The people of Tony Town who were pointed at by swords and guns shouted in anger but fear. 5 or 6 pirates formed a circle and drove them blankly. Ami Big Brother Luo said, he is not a wasteful person. If you have any food, fruits, and the like at home, please give it away. Well, he is also a gentle person and usually doesn't kill anyone. Pirate coldly said. The villagers were even more angry. In the morning, this group of pirate killed 13 people in the village without saying a word. The blood flowed into a small river. Now they can say such shameless words. Also, he is a very tolerant person. As long as you are obedient, Ami Big Brother Luo will pay you money after you dig out the gold mine. This is also pirate's righteousness. Pirate was talking in his mouth, but the cold and severe in his eyes made people tremble. The villagers feel even more frustrated. Pirate also has benevolence and righteousness? It's a smashing world, this group of people is shameless to the extreme. Now, I will give you 3 minutes to go home and take out all the useful things. We will have someone go to your home and collect it again later. If you find I don't have to say who is hiding, I don't have to say more about the end. One of them, Pirate coldly said. Then, 4 or 5 pirates quickly entered the crowd, punching and kicking, separating the adults from the children, but the elderly, driving out the middle-aged, young people, and leaving the children, elderly and women as threats. Go, 3 minutes, 1 minute more, I will kill one. Ami Big Brother Luo is a punctual person, so am I. Pirate blinks, said with a malicious smile. The villagers panicked and turned around to run away. But at this moment, a 7 or 8-year-old girl surrounded by pirates suddenly stood up and shouted angrily. You bad guys! Must be killed by Marine. I just heard you talking, Marine has already here comes. Bad. The little girl is fearless, but this brief passage changed the expressions of everyone present. The villagers were nervous, and Pirate's eyes were cold. Hee hee. Little girl, you are so cute, it's really unbearable for me to start. Pirate opened his mouth and smiled. Lu's eyes flashed with cold light. However, in order to prove one thing to you, I still have to force myself to be merciless. Speaking, the pirate pulled out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at girl. The captain's favorite sentence, I will give it to you now. Innocents must die early. At this moment, Tony Town people's faces changed, and the little girl became frightened. Dun hiding in the dark, seeing this scene, his eyes suddenly became extremely cold. At the next moment, blood-red cloak flashed suddenly, and he disappeared from where he was. The situation has not allowed him to observe any more. Chapter 11. The girl was trembling all over. Her father was killed by pirate when she went to sea 3 years ago, and her mother was also brutally killed by these hateful guys in the morning. The beautiful family, because of pirate, has become fragmented, and she has also become an orphan. The hatred and loathing of pirate, the girl has reached the extreme. Bad guy. Even though she was afraid of death in her heart, she still gritted her teeth at this moment. If all these guys in front of you died, how great it would be. If she has the ability to take revenge. With eyes wide open, the girl stared at pirate who aimed her gun at her, showing a fierce expression. The chill in his eyes made pirate, who was accustomed to killing, tremble, but he followed his index finger on the trigger. Just killed your crazy woman mother in the morning, you also want to die now. It's a family that is impossible to tell good from bad. Pirate's words made the little girl's eyes tremble, and the hatred in her eyes deepened. Her closed lips were full of stubbornness and fearlessness. Death to Lao Zi. Seeing the girl's expression, pirate was furious, and his index finger slammed the trigger. Pang! The dull gunfire sounded, and the people in Tony Town stared at the scene angrily. They clenched their fists, and their anger had reached the highest point. Pirate pulls the trigger, put out a breath, and is about to smile. But a group of civilians who dare to resist them is simply courting death. However, at the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. The bright, blood-red color greeted his eyes, and with the fluttering of the color, a white blade with withered yellow spots appeared abruptly and stood in front of the girl. Dang! The blade swayed, and the bullet shot from the muzzle was swept away, and it shot into the chest of pirate standing on the other side as precisely as a coincidence. Pu! The pirate startled, looked down and fell softly to the ground, with fear and disbelief in his eyes. This is... People in the town stare at the figure squatting in front of the girl with a knife because his back is facing them and his face is covered by a hat. They couldn't see each other's appearance clearly. Soon, the crouching figure stood up suddenly and sprinted forward. Dead. The cold, violent sound filled with killing intent, suddenly came out, followed by the blade light flashed, the pirate with the gun, his wrists were all root cut off. Pirate backed away in horror, his eyes full of fear. You, who are you? He looked at the man in blood-red cloak in front of him with extreme fear. Quick, this guy's speed is too fast, before he can see the other's face, he has already been cut off his wrist. Who am I? The voice came out, and the man suddenly lifted his head. A cold, serious, and majestic face caught Pirate's eyes, with the marine cap engraved with marine on the top of his head, allowing him to determine the identity of the other party in an instant. Ocean, Marine. Screaming in fear, Pirate was about to retreat nervously. However, Marine's knife-holding hand trembled again, blade light flashed, and trembled twice. Pu. Pirate shook his whole body and found that his 2 arms had been removed, deepening the pain of his soul, making him scream. But the sound stopped abruptly soon, because Marine's wrist flicked again, and the blade cut directly to his neck this time. Pu Tong. Pirate fell softly to the ground, his eyes widened and he lost consciousness. Turning around slowly, this sudden appearance of Marine, his face clearly reflected in the eyes of everyone present, turned out to be a teenager who was only about 15 years old. Then, his figure flickered. Spoon! A series of phantoms appeared. Before the other pirate had reacted, he had already slashed in his chest, blood sprayed suddenly, and pirate screamed and fell to the ground. Immediately after that, it flashed twice in succession. One person was torn a bloodline directly on the neck, and the other person was pulled out a long blood stain from the face to the crotch. Dun took a long breath after finishing all this at an extremely fast speed. The irregular movement of the spoon, even if the speed is comparable to that of shaving, is only a flash of time, and if you want to use it, specify the target to attack, you have to use it 2 or 3 times or even more, just have a chance to align. At this point, it is not too troublesome when being besieged by the enemy, but like this time, it takes time. 3 seconds. Beheading 5 pirates, Dun spent 3 seconds using the spoon. If it is a shaved, targeted attack, if it is fast enough, it only takes 1.5 seconds. This is the difference between the two physical techniques. Of course, this is also impossible. With his military merits at the moment, Rokushiki-related skills cannot be activated for the time being. You are abrupt and slaying pirate to kill 5, and your military merit points will increase by 1000. Since your current rank is major, your military merit points will be deducted according to your position, and eventually increase by 500. The system prompt sounded in his ear, and Dun's eyes flashed slightly. It seems that as his military rank increases, the value of his military merit points will also decrease. In this way, if you want to grow up quickly, you have to work harder. Marine. It's Marine. The people in Tony Town just reacted now, shouting in surprise. Too great, he killed 5 pirates in an instant. I know his epaulets, this is the rank of major, he is a major. Exclaimed in excitement, people rushed over and surrounded Dun with excitement on their faces. Dun looked at these excited people, slightly nodded. Finally, he focused his eyes on the little girl who ran over first, but kept silent. You are brave, tell me, what is your name? My name is Luasna. The little girl looked directly at Dun and said softly. Okay, I heard what happened to you. Extend the hand. Dun touched the girl's head with a deep tone. He noticed that the eyes of the villagers toward the girl, although worried, were alienated. Combined with what Pirate said just now, it was natural to judge that this girl was already alone. Don't worry, I will repay your grudges. The little girl body trembled, tears bursting out, and she hugged Dun. But, I want to avenge myself. Dun expression congeals. I understand the girl's mood at the moment. Took a deep breath in his mouth. There will be opportunities in the future, but not now, Rosna. Don't cry, you have to be strong. Patted the other person's head, Dun Waiwei pushing the girl away, she glanced at the villagers around him. Now, please let me go. I will let those benevolent and righteous pirates know what is called. Paused. Dun cold light and killing intent burst into the eyes. Marine's justice. After speaking, he strode out towards the center of the town. The encounter with Lasana is just an example. This pirates group has caused more murders than this. At this moment, Dun's heart was full of anger, and the girl's teary eyes and the trembling of her body when she hugged him made him understand. Military merit and so on are not important. Now, he just wants to get justice for these pitiful persons. Implement absolute justice. Chapter 12. What should I do? He went to the town alone. This child is a major, but he looks too young. Even if he can killing 5 pirates, that leader is not easy to deal with. The villagers stared at Dun's back and started talking in a low voice. Finally, a grey-haired old man in the crowd slammed the crutch in his hand. Pick up weapons for me, we have to help him. The village gate's complexion changed, a little hesitant. Just out of pirates' control, do you want to walk right into a trap again? Marine saved Rosna and also saved us. People, we must know how to be grateful and seeking to repay the kindness. The old man shouted in a deep voice. If you are still human and the blood in your body is still hot, just face pirate with me, the village chief who never speaks, and help the boy who helped us. The voice is old, but powerful. Rosina shook her body, walked to the side without saying a word, picked up the wooden stick on the side of the road, but was replaced by the 16-year-old boy next to her and gave her a pistol. Let's all go. But the village head, children under 10, old people over 50 and women, all have to stay. A 40-year-old robust man picked up a hoe and said solemnly. The rest of the young and middle-aged are all picking up weapons that can attack, with firm expressions. The village chief shook his beard. Okay, all the old people in the village, except me, stay. Robust man is anxious. The village chief, you too stay. It was me, the village chief, who prevented you from resisting when they came. Now they are going to attack. I should take the lead. The village chief shook his head. I want to go too. Rosina stood up, holding the pistol with trembling hands, her tone firm. Stop talking nonsense, catch up with the boy. The village chief glanced at her, slightly nodded. He knew that the pain in the girl's heart, the loss of her parents' hatred, surpassed the fear of death. Immediately, a group of grandiose people rushed towards the center of the town. Dunn has a long knife in one hand and walked into town for a few minutes. There are not many pirates in this group. According to the news he received, Amilo, the third mate, is also the 2030, mainly because of his own strength. And he himself is a member of Baron Pirates, his captain Baronton, bounty gold 30 million belly, and hundreds of people under his command, is a very difficult guy to deal with. In the information Zephyr gave him, not at all let him deal with tens of millions of belly pirates' plans. Dunn is strong-willed and strong, but his physical fitness and foundation are still too poor in Zephyr's view. The limit of its strength is pirate, which is about tens of millions. If it is higher, there may be a mortal danger. 25 times physical fitness, intermediate sword technique proficiency, low-level physique proficiency, spoon. My strength at the moment, what will happen to the limit? In the depths of his eyes, anger burned, and Dunn's heart became calmer. The most important thing for a person is to recognize himself. He knows that his innate talent is not excellent, even if he gets the military soul system, because the time is too short, his strength is still not strong at this moment. Even if you deal with the 6 million bounty Amilo, you must be extremely cautious, otherwise you will fall in the sewer. Burndy Wap holds more than 150 million strength, to him is as majestic as the sea, and any wave will overwhelm him. And what about 6 million Amilo? This will only be known after the battle. In Tony's bar. Oh? Is Marine here? It's really interesting. There will be Marine on this remote island where the bird does not shit. Amilo laughed. He drank the beer in one gulp, put the glass on the table heavily, and asked again. Did you see how many people are there? I took a look at the telescope, the boat is not big, there are about 5 people. Far away after seeing us, he walked around the island and left. The pirate who came to report said. 5 people. Amilo startled and laughed. Pirates in the bar laughed, and some of them burst into tears. Go back and continue to stare. What should I do? Amilo waved his hand and fell to himself again a cup of beer. Battleship of 5 people? It's not that he underestimated, but he really didn't look at it at all. At this time, pirates were all clamoring about this. Remember the last time? We ran into a marine team with a total of 30 people. The leader was a lieutenant or a captain, and confronted us head-on. The result was scared witless. One more time, 100-men squad Wu intercepted us in Pickup Town, but we didn't escape easily. 5 people. It's so funny. Ha 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 ha. Without exception, the bars are full of ridicule and contempt. Experienced, they really have no interest in the 5-person marine team, and they don't care about it at all. In the first half of the Grand Line, and in a remote area, Marines' armaments are not strong, and they can do whatever they want. Suddenly, a voice suddenly came in. "Marine of the Fives, is that funny?" The voice was cold and suspicious. "Of course it's funny. 5 people Marine, for us, simply is nothing. You can ignore it completely, do you understand?" Pirates laughed. "Oh, isn't it?" At the door, a figure walked in a few steps, and his right hand pressed on the handle of the knife at his waist. His strange behavior made a mellow expression congeals, and the other side's figure was a little dazzling because he was standing at the door with his back against the sun, which made people unable to see for a while. "Where is that person?" The indifferent words caused Pirate in the bar to look up and realize that something was wrong. At the next moment, the figure suddenly drew his sword. As the blood-red cloak swayed, the long knife fiercely slashed Pirate's chest in front of him. Pu! The sound of the knife blade entering the body came out, and the bright red blood burst and splattered all around, staining the tables and chairs, and the ground. Shua! The man drew out the long knife, slammed the blade sharply, and blood splashed on Pirate's face on the opposite side. "I'm here to correct you. Step out in a few steps and walk into the bar." The dazzling sunlight receded, revealing his youthful face, and a neat and tidy Marine costume. Marine! It was actually a Marine. The pupils suddenly shrank, and Pirate's expressions changed. They all stood up and squeezed the weapons around them. Amilo has reached the beer glass beside his mouth, and it is even more of a meal. To be precise, come to the Marine of this island. Blood-red cloak swayed behind Dun, and the word justice, stained with plum blossoms, shook behind. Kill. Get rid of Pirate. Revenge. At this moment, the streets shouted and killed. Tony, the villagers of the town rushed over. Pirates changed color again and became nervous. "Only me." The cloak swayed, and Dun's figure suddenly flickered. Spoon. Under the irregular high-speed movement, Dun wielded a long knife in his hand, and every knife almost brought a rain of blood, which quickly frightened Pirate and shocked them. Pang! Amilo was completely angry. With a force from his hand holding the beer glass, the glass burst and the beer flowed down the ground. "You are courting death, Marine." Chapter 13. Under the full activation of the spoon, Dun's body turned into one after another phantom in the bar. Waving a long knife in his hand, leaving one after another horrible to see scars on the pirates. It can be said that what he is least afraid of at the moment is this situation where there are few enemies. "You are insensitive, kill Pirate, and increase your military merit points by 200. Your blade light is like a shadow, kill Pirate 5 people, and increase your military merit points by 1000. There was a continuous sound, and Pirate around Dun fell one by one, and the number of people became less and less. After more than a dozen breaths, the Pirate in the bar has drastically reduced, and the whole body is even more empty. The smell of blood permeated, and the bright red blood flowed out and gathered into a small river on the ground. The fat boss at the bar had already been nestled in his body, shrank into a ball in fear. "You guy!" Amilo was angry, but his eyes were extremely jealous, angrily roared. "There is only one person in Marine of unknown origin, but the strength is terrifying. With that weird physique, even he couldn't catch the shadow quickly. Lombard Pirates, 3 Amilos, bounty 6 million gold." Dun is holding a knife, stepping forward, his eyes cold. "I've been looking for you for a long time." Tone barely fell, Amilo slammed his right hand and pulled the trigger of the pistol. Pang! The dull sound of gunfire sounded, Dun's body was shocked, and the bullet trajectory was split with a knife blade, shot into the side wall, exploding sawdust. The expression in his eyes suddenly became cold at this moment, and his figure immediately disappeared. Amilo grabbed the scimitar on the table and pulled it out abruptly. Accompanied by the light, his loudly roared also rushed over. Pirate, who licked his blood with a knife, has undoubtedly been more sophisticated in the face of crisis situations. After 3 steps, the two collided fiercely. 2 long knives slash and slash each time, bringing out a brilliant fire star. At the same time, their bodies rammed in this small bar. The tables, chairs, wine glasses, and the crash bangs were all broken into pieces. Dun has sharp eyes and is extremely proficient in the intermediate sword technique used by him. He has the words at hand slashed and stabbed, flashing one after another rays of light in the air. But Amilo's experience is obviously not covered. The rhythm of the game, the orderly progress and retreat, sometimes attack and sometimes retreat, which is very difficult. 3 minutes later, Dun made a cut and Amilo moved to the left. Wah! The long knife directly tore a hole in the wooden wall, and with great force, it broke a hole in the wall. Amilo expression congeals, laughed heartily, kicked the wall with one foot, and ran out. Dun followed closely, but after he stepped out of the bar, his body shook, he clenched his long knife, and stood on the spot, his eyes became colder. Marine, you made a mistake. Amilo smiled grinningly and placed the machete on Rosna's neck. When the two ligers were fighting, they brought a group of sheep. Do you think I, as pirate, will tell you the morals of knight? Sneered again and again, Amilo glanced at the angry villagers behind him, but did not dare to step forward. He was also very surprised. After didn't expect came out of the bar, he saw a group of weak villagers, and at the front was a little girl. Although the opponent had a pistol in his hand, it was not a threat to him. Just a simple pull, he has controlled the opponent. And using such a guy to threaten Marine is naturally the best solution. Now, you put down the knife in your hand, Marine. Otherwise, I will kill her. Dun's face is cold, he staring at the opposite side, took a deep breath and shouted to the villagers who followed, you back 20 meters. The villagers were angry and unwilling, but under the instructions of the village chief, they still go back. Seeing that Dun didn't do what he said, Amilo's eyes were cold. Put down your knife, I will only say the last time. With the scimitar, a blood line appeared on Rosna's white neck. Dun's right hand trembled, eyes slightly narrowed. Before killing those pirates' military merit points, there are about 5,000, which is enough for him to activate 2 captain-level skills. And if these 2 skills are activated, maybe it can instantly solve the guy in front of him. But the premise is that he must first paralyze the opponent. Activate, physical fitness increased by 25 times. Activate, advanced sword technique proficiency. In a short time, Dun's body was shaken, about sword technique more detailed information and a sense of mastery surged. His expression became serious, and a touch of confidence flashed deep in his eyes. According to the current physical fitness, 50 times the Marine, 500 Deo power, he can be called a Superman, plus advanced sword technique proficiency. Yes. It must be. Cut off Amilo's head as quickly as possible. Dun stared closely at Amilo's every move, slowly bending over, slowly lowering Swekyu, and letting go of his 5 fingers. You're done, Marine. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Amilo suddenly moved from the waist with his other hand. Pulling out a revolver in time, without the slightest hesitation is about to pull the trigger. The villager's complexion greatly changed, and some people have already exclaimed. Dun's eyes were suddenly sharp, and his squatting feet displaced in an instant, changing to a leaping motion, his whole body was tightened, becoming a bow that was about to shoot an arrow. Pang! With the sound of gunfire, Dun's shoulder trembled slightly, bursting with bleeding. With a sway of his body, the 5 fingers that had just been released suddenly clenched. Shua! His feet slammed on the ground, bursting out with powerful force, and his body suddenly disappeared. Almost instantly, he volleyed to Amilo's eyes. So fast! This brat is so strong! Amilo pupil shrank, for the speed of Dun's explosion at this moment shocked, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. But you still made a mistake. Brat, you are too tender. The scimitar suddenly lifted and blocked Dun's before. When the voice of blade and sword collide came out, Dun's complexion greatly changed. I'm just waiting for you this move, Marine. Go to hell. Amilo laughed, the other one the muzzle in his hand aimed at Dun's chest. The index finger is about to force, pull the trigger. Dun's whole body was tense, his scalp was numb, and a fear of life and death struck him, making him gritted his teeth. Being in the air, and just swinging the knife, the new force has not yet been born. With his physical fitness at the moment, he can't avoid it at all. There is no doubt that he will die. However, in the next second, the villagers' surprised Dun pupil shrink, and Amilo's unbelievable voice sounded. Bang! The sound of dull gunfire made the air tremble. Rosina clenched the pistol in her hand, shaking her hand, staring at Amilo, who was standing in front of her, with smoke from the muzzle. This bullet was opened for the first time, not at all, and hit Amilo's wrist with a gun. But for Dun, it was enough. You saved my life, Rosna. In the eyes, Dun was in mid-air, suddenly using force from his waist, a long knife was drawn out. Pu. The blade flashed and cut across Amilo's neck. Next moment, he squatted firmly on the ground, his long sword retracted, his eyes cold. Drop, the first drop of blood, you kill Pirate Captain Amilo. Military merit points increased by 3,000. Chapter 14. Hearing the sound of system raising, Dun slowly stood up. He bent over and quickly tore a large robe on Amilo, and then tied his head. After that, Dun turned and looked towards Lassana. The latter was dull at this time, holding the pistol in both hands and trembling continuously. Rosina. Dun stretched out his hand, held the opponent's small hand, separated his stiff hands, and took out the pistol. It's over. Slightly comforted, a gentle touch appeared on his face. If it wasn't this little girl just now, it's not certain whether I can still stand here now. It's still too tender. He sighed in his heart, even if he had been on the battlefield, pirate, who had licked his blood and survived in the sea, was more cunning than his novice. Activating advanced sword technique proficiency and a 25-fold increase in his body, he is definitely a lot higher than the opponent in strength, but he still almost died. On the sea, sometimes cunning is more than strength, so you can't guard against it. Dun understood this truth. The pain in the shoulder and the blood caused fine sweat on his forehead, but he didn't say a word. Growth is always accompanied by scars and pain, which will make him smarter and develop stronger survival skills. Wow! It took 5 full seconds for the little girl to react. She threw herself into Dun's arms and burst into tears. It's okay, you are safe, don't worry. Dun startled, sighed in his heart, and lightly patted the girl on the back. He understood each other very well. Because of Pirate, his parents were killed and he was threatened by Pirate. He almost caused a life-saving benefactor to lose his life because of himself. He plucked up the courage and shot the opponent himself. Everything today was too shocking for this little girl, and it also made her a little confused and panicked. Don't be afraid, Rosna. The girl comforted softly, but the girl cried louder. At this time, the villagers exhaled and rushed up. They looked at everything in the bar and then at the fallen Amilo, with shock in their eyes. They faced this pirate personally, and they knew the other parties terrifying, especially the leader called Amilo, who was even more powerful. This pirate team was all planted in the hands of this young marine. Rosina, calm down, this marine little brother is also injured and needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Some villagers persuaded Dun to see Dun's bloody shoulders. Rosna glanced at Dun after hearing it, and looked even more flustered. I'm fine. Dun shook his head, said with a smile. Let take care of the wound for you, little brother. Yes, I really want to thank you this time. Village fans, everyone talking at once, talked and solved Pirate, they were very excited. After that, the one with agile hands and feet immediately took out the lead bullet embedded in the shoulder for Dun, sutured the wound for him, and tied gauze. Thanks everyone. Dun feels a lot more comfortable. It's so polite, little brother, we from Tony Town should thank you. The village chief said in a deep voice. Moving his arms, Dun found that his actions had hardly been affected, so he got up and left. My battleship is still waiting for me, guys, since Pirate has already taken care of it, I should leave too. The villagers were taken aback, and then anxiously said. Aren't you staying a little longer, little brother? Your wounds need time to heal. Dun smiled and shook his head, it's not in the way, I have a lot of things. Pirate on this sea is as complicated as a fish. In one sentence, the villagers were silent. Big brother, I also want to be marine. At this time, Lassana plucked up the courage to say. Dun was taken aback, then extended the hand, smiled and stroked the other's head. Rosina is a brave girl, but your age is too young. If you want to be a marine, after a few years, when you grow up, Big brother will come, I'm looking for you. Now, let's live a good life with the uncles in the village. Hearing this, Lassana felt depressed. She turned her head and ran out of the town. Don't mind the little brother, she's still a child, and she will inevitably be sad when she is rejected. And, alas, it's also a hard-working child. The village chief sighed. Dun was silent. After a while, he said seriously, 3 years later, I will come here to pick up Rosina. The villagers were taken aback. Marine welcomes brave people. Dun said with a smile. Well, I will inform that little girl on your behalf, hee. The village chief said with a smile. After that, Dun turned and left. He pulled the parcel that wrapped Amilo's head and walked towards the southwest port. The villagers followed him to see him off. Along the way, Dun and the villagers in Dongni town talked while walking, and they also learned a lot about the local customs of the town. Half a quarter of an hour later, Dun saw that his battleship had been parked at the port on the southwest bank. There was also a pirate ship leaning against his ship. Major, those pirates, we have solved it. 3 marines stood on the pirate ship, waving their arms happily at him. Dun has a smile on his face. He sees his 5 subordinates, all with scars on their faces, obviously they have gone through a fierce battle. My little brother's partner is also very reliable. Laughed the village chief. There may be scum in marine, but most of us are still reliable. Dun seriously said. Whether in his previous life or in this lifetime, he has heard many rumors of scum in marine. Although he has not seen it, he cannot deny the existence of this fact. In essence, he understands that marine is a violent organization serving the world government, and there will definitely be things that violate justice. But one day, he will change the darkness of this human nature. It may be difficult, but only by working towards this goal can he be ashamed of the word justice in his heart and worthy of the martyrs who sacrificed on this path. Okay, you can send it here. I should leave, too. When he arrived 10 meters away from the port, Dun softly said. Little brother has a good journey. Thank you again, little brother, we will never forget you in Tony Town. Major, stay, would you like to write down your name? The villagers opened their mouths one by one, grateful. Dun looked at these simple people and smiled and left his name. My name is Dun. The villagers wrote down this name and thanked Dun solemnly. Turning around, the blood-colored cloak came into their eyes, which made them impressed. From this day on, until a long time in the future, they will remember the marine with the blood-red cloak on the back. Wait, big brother, wait for me. Dun was about to leave, suddenly an anxious voice came from behind. He stopped, turned around and looked curiously. Rosina. What is this child doing? The villagers also turned around, only to see Rosina holding a swollen package is coming. After a while, Rosina gasped for breath and came to Dun, and handed the round package to Dun. Big brother, this is what Mama dug up in the gold mine on the island. It has been hidden at home. Pirates don't know it. You saved me, I will give this thing to you. Although I don't know what it is, it will definitely be useful to you. After speaking in one breath, Rosna looked forward to it. With Dun, I hope the other party will accept her gift. Dun was stunned, then smiled and thanked him without paying attention, and accepted Rosna's gift. Then, he turned and left and boarded the battleship. Until the battleship is far away in the eyes of the villagers, when the people disperse. Dun smiled and opened the swollen package at the urging of his subordinates on the deck. However, when they saw the contents of the package, several people on the battleship were shocked. This is Chapter 15. The whole body is red, like a pineapple, but it looks like a grapefruit. The surface is carved with strange lines. At first glance, it makes people feel deep, but it has a unique beauty. Devil fruit. The 5 men shouted in surprise, all dumbstruck. Dun blinked even more, shocked. He didn't expect in this world. The first time he encountered such a magical item as devil fruit, it would be in this situation. When he first came to this world in the past, he had also imagined countless times that he would have a powerful fruit and obtain the superpowers that others yearned for. But as he learned more about this vast world and learned more, he realized that it came from elusive treasure of the sea and was extremely difficult to obtain. Either rely on strength or luck, and he seems to have neither of these 2 points. But that little girl, Rosna, who was only 8 years old, gave him such a precious item. Hey! Put out a breath, Dun thought of the rigorous scene of the little girl delivering the outside bread, and quickly understood that Rosna simply knew it was what. Rosna. Sigh gently, Dun faintly understood the girl's thoughts. With such a big secret treasure, anyone will not let this opportunity pass. Losana's mother recognized it, or even if she didn't recognize it, she still had several points of guesswork. So, she hid it in her home. The people of Grand Line receive more information than the world, and they still have the concept of devil fruit. And Rosna gave it to herself, just to thank her for her life-saving grace. This fruit. Dun's complexion became solemn, he wrapped it up again and held it firmly in his hand. There is no doubt that devil fruit is a shortcut to powerful forces in this world. If you encounter a naturally powerful fruit, even if it is a waste, it will have power far beyond ordinary people. But if it is a tasteless fruit, it will limit the development of powerhouse and give them an attribute that fears the sea. For marine, fear of the sea is a fatal flaw. When the strength does not reach a certain level, their lives may even be endangered in the battle. Moreover, devil fruit also possesses great randomness before knowing its abilities. So, Dun not at all plans to eat this fruit. Of course, if the strength is strong enough to fear the sea, this weakness of Karosky will be completely ignored. Like the future Marine 3 Admiral, Precognition, Kizaru, and the others, they have never heard of fear of sea water. He raised his eyes slightly, glanced at the 5 Marines in front of him, and carefully looked at their eyes, and found that although there was awe in their eyes, they were not greedy and relaxed. Human nature is the most difficult to control. In the face of this secret treasure in the ocean, how many people can control the heart of begin to stir? Major, good luck. Yes, didn't expect it is a devil fruit. Even if you don't eat it, if you drop it, you can sell belly at least 100 million. If you hand it over to the headquarters, you can get a lot of military merit. 5 people, you say, I say something. With that, Dun's heart moved. He suddenly stood up and walked into the cabin with devil fruit. Devil fruit has a picture book, but when Zephyr left, not at all left his contact information, and he couldn't ask for help at this time. Otherwise, it would be better to be able to know the power of this fruit. If it is strong enough, Dun will not let it go. Going into the cabin and thinking a little, Dun tore off the cloth bag outside devil fruit and put it in his backpack. After that, he took the torn cloth and walked out of the cabin. In front of the 5 Marines, Dun wiped his mouth and threw the cloth into the sea. Did the Major eat devil fruit? How did it feel? Marine asked with envy and expectation when he saw the torn cloth. Dun made a disgusting expression, it's as unpalatable as shit. What about the ability? Do you feel any ability? The Marines asked curiously. I don't feel anything yet, maybe the time to eat is too short. Dun frowned. Also, I heard that devil fruit ability user, it takes a while to understand their abilities. Marines nodded and said. They are both headquarters Marine, experienced and knowledgeable. Two problems, coupled with Dun's performance at this time, confirmed in their hearts that the other party had indeed eaten devil fruit. Otherwise, a branch of Marine, a 15-year-old boy, has nowhere to know the taste of devil fruit and the reaction time. However, the 5 people were also disappointed. They followed Dun and the other party became stronger. Their status will naturally rise as the tide rises, the boat floats in the future. The next goal, Sabine Pirates' second officer Obaro, bounty gold 8 million belly. Dun did not discuss this issue with 5 people too much, report the next task directly. There is not much time, he can't waste it. The 5 Marines manipulate the battleship neatly. They all know the style of this Major, not talkative, serious, and swift and decisive. Shua shua shua. Dun waved his long knife again. In the military soul system, although the price of physical skills is the same as that of sword technique, the cost of activation is higher than the former. So until now, in order for Dun to increase his strength rapidly, he activated the sword technique first. As for physique, it is put behind. After killing Amilo just now, he gained another 3,000 military points and was able to activate some skills. Activate, primary level physical proficiency. Activate, intermediate physical proficiency. In terms of previous physical skills, he only activated basic, this time military merit points can just push it to the intermediate physical skills. At this moment, Dun has almost all the skills that can be activated before the lieutenant rank. With the exception of Fishman Arlong's physical skills, he has already mastered all that is necessary. After mastering these, I am already one of the top elites in the lieutenant level Marine. Under the power comparison, I should be able to deal with 15 million or so pirate. Dun smiled at the corner of his mouth. The feeling of rapid growth in strength is very good. Before the half a month, he was only a low-level Marine on the sea, but now, it can be said that it is a new powerhouse. And after lighting the body, Dun also understood the difference between body surgery and sword technique. If the physical quality is the primordial power that the body does not apply any skills, then physical exercises and sword techniques can increase the primal power of the body. What makes Dun even more happy is that physique can increase the sword technique. In a sense, these two can be combined to form a means of integration, allowing oneself to burst out of stronger strength. What a great system! Dun was excited. At present, the strength has reached a limit. As for the major level skills, he gave up after scanning one at will. Because of the 50-fold increase in the lowest physical fitness, a full 50,000 points are needed. The revolution has not yet succeeded, he still needs to work hard. Chapter 16. The battleship drove on the sea for 3 days. During these 3 days, Dun combined the military merit points gained from swinging the knife with the rest of the previous ones, and activated Zhang Jiao's hypnotism. This hypnotism is a small technique, but it is not very useful in regular combat. Many skills don't overwhelm you. Dun doesn't mind that this military branch is wasted. He firmly believes that there are no junk skills in the world, such as this hypnotism. If used frequently, it will also enhance his mental concentration. 3 days later, Dun and the others came to Starlow Sea territory near Alabasta according to the information in the data. Sabine Pirates, according to intelligence, is active in this sea territory. They are mainly engaged in the work of looting the merchant ship in this channel. Major Dun, as long as we keep going along this route, there is a high probability that we will meet the people of Sabine Pirates. Marine's subordinate said. Dunn nodded, then go ahead. Some people in pirate may have dreams, but more often they regard it as a profession, burning, killing, looting, committing any imaginable misdeed. Living in this real world, Dunn knows this incomparably. Just like in the first half of the Grand Line, most of the pirates started with 100 people. They set out in teams and finally gathered together. Under the huge scale of pirates, it is a deterrent to the outside world and peers, and it is very difficult to deal with. 3 hours later, Marine battleship slowed down. Major, their fleet is in front, but it seems that their captain Seapon is also there. Marine on the observation tower held the telescope and said solemnly. Bounties 25 million Sabane. Dunn narrowed his eyes. Where is Obaro? Obaro is up ahead, the ship that is closest to the outside. Marine said. You set off in 5 minutes and wait for me at 20 meters southwest of Pirates, Saiben. After thinking about it, Dunn said directly. After that, he pulled out the prepared boat on the battleship, threw it into the sea, and jumped down. The boat is only about 2 or 3 meters long. It slides on the oars. Dunn's arms are amazing, and he has gone away in the blink of an eye. Half a quarter of an hour later, in the fleet of Sabane. Obaro, how is the harvest this time? There was a funny voice coming from a frowned man with braided braids and fat on his abdomen. Chief mate, shut up, I always go out to kill people, not to make money. The first mate heard, laughed heartily and said, you can't get money. Guys, don't you just have to say that to save your face? Fuck, do you have the ability to tell how many people you killed? Obaro is angry up. I will kill one. The chief officer said. I killed 23. First mate, what face do you have arrogantly in front of me? Obalo coldly snorted, said contemptuously. But I killed the captain, Obaro. The first officer's words caused Obaro to stagnate. Sometimes, quantity is not important, but quality is important. That's why I am the first mate and you are only the second mate. The first mate comes over and shoots Pat Obaro on the shoulder, chuckled. Obaro's face was suffocated, and he was very angry with the ridicule. You. But when he was about to yell at him, Obaro suddenly saw on the opposite side of the ship, a dark shadow pounced like a big bird take off. Pa-ta! In the blink of an eye, the black shadow crouched halfway on the boat. Crash bang! The wind blows cloak and shakes, flashed with blood color is reflected in Obaro's eyes. Then, he saw the figure of the lifting head, revealing the neat white marine cap, and his mouth suddenly grew. See. Obaro was so surprised that he actually saw Marine. What's the joke? The first officer turned his head when he heard him stutter, feeling strange in his heart. What is the sea, the sea? Obaro, are you stupid? As he turned his head, the Marine, who was squatting on the boat, suddenly doubled with a flick of his leg. There was a buzzing sound, as if the bowstring was snapping, and the figure disappeared instantly. Following, the strong wind rushed, and Obaro's braid was blown, sucking in a cold breath of air in his mouth. Shua! Blade light flashed, the first mate who had just turned around had a blood stain on his neck, and the blood sprayed out. Ah! Pirate on the Obaro was stunned. Dunn flicked the blade, blood splashed, he was frowned. Is anyone in the way? Paused, his eyes were cold, staring at Obaro in front of him. But, it's nothing, it's just a waste of a second. His footsteps suddenly stepped out again, and the long sword swung out. Shoo! The blade light is like electricity, and Obaro reacted to it and wanted to go back, but the blade was too fast. In just a flash, he had already severed his neck artery blood vessels. Ah! He killed the first and second mates, stop him! Assholes! Pirates got excited at this time, loudly cried out in horror. But Dunn has solved everything swiftly and swiftly. His figure jumped, several of them withdrew, and after slashing 5 pirates with knives, they jumped down from the ship and returned to on his own boat, slide the oars and quickly evacuate. He has activated almost all lieutenant-level skills. He has made a great leap in strength and speed. Pirate with no difficulty hacked and killed 7 million bounties. Within 5 or 6 seconds before and after, his task at this time has been completed. On the battleship, the marine dumbstruck standing on the watchtower is always watching. What is the ability of Major Devil Fruit? Too great. Too fast. In an instant, the 2 pirates were hacked to death. They also quickly arrived at the designated location to meet Dunn. Soon, Dunn moved his hands like flying, paddling the boat. When he approached the battleship for 5 meters, one jumped up and came directly to the deck. Quick, evacuate quickly. He spoke quickly, and immediately turned around and stared at the chaotic pirates not far ahead. Sabarnan pirates. What's the matter? Sabine strode to Chuanyan, looked down at the chaotic second mate below, and asked coldly. There was a marine who killed the first officer and the second officer and escaped. Pirate cried out in panic. Marine. Sabane's eyes were cold, and he glanced ahead immediately. In an instant, he saw Dunn's battleship with an immediate gloomy expression. Shoot them out for me, dare to kill people in my pirates, and want to run. Yes. Next to the pirates acted immediately, aiming, loading guns, and firing. After only 5 or 6 breaths, Sabine pirates boiled and shook the sky with a roar. Bang 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 bang. The thick smoke and sulfur smell filled the sea, one after another pitch-black shells rushed into the sky, drawn a parabola, and fell towards Dunn battleship. They fired. Quick, technical evasion. Looking at Marine on the platform, shouted. Below, Marine at the helm, ugly complexion, looked bitter, avoid a hammer. How do you hide this? Looking up, there are enough shells. More than 20, spread into a net, shrouded them. Even if only one hits, they will be finished. On the deck, Dunn has sharp eyes, staring at the cannonball roaring at them, his legs bend slowly. You guys set sail. Give me this cannonball. Chapter 17. Swekia quickly pulled out the sheath in his hand, and the blade rubbed against the sheath, making a clear sound. Although the 5 Marines didn't know what Dunn was going to do, they all obeyed subconsciously, restrained the fear in their hearts, and did a good job of driving the battleship. Shiu 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 shiu. The sharp whistling sound of cannonballs spread into the ears, making everyone more nervous. In the blink of an eye, they saw that 4 shells had fallen above the battleship. They're done. Sabine looked at the scene with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Being wild in his pirates, so brave. However, it was just an act of courting death. In pirate, someone is already screaming with excitement. Killing Marine makes them feel extremely exciting every time. The shell is getting closer and closer to the battleship, when it comes to 3 meters above the battleship. In Dunn's eyes, a flash of cold and severe rays of light suddenly flashed, his feet stepped on, and the powerful force burst out in an instant, and the whole person disappeared in place with a scream. With 500 powers, he can already be called a little Superman at this time, with a physical quality that is 50 times that of ordinary people, and how terrifying is the burst of power in an instant. The moment Swekia in his hand was flying into the sky, he suddenly turned into a stream of light. Shoo! The blade pierced through the air, and a crisp whistling sound followed. In the eyes of the 5 Marines, only a flash of white light was seen, followed by the 4 cannonballs that fell down for a meal, and then split into 2 halves, falling towards the sides of the battleship away. After a breath, boom boom boom. There was a violent vibration, and large white sprays were raised on the sea on both sides, soaring 10 meters high. A series of shells fell on. They all exploded in the water not far from their battleship. Accelerate! Dunn fell down and stepped steadily on the deck, his eyes cold, shouted loudly. He is holding a long knife, and blood-red cloak is hunting and shaking behind him, and he looks at each other with sebony, his eyes are cold. The 5 Marines didn't react until then, their eyes widened, and their faces were full of shock. Cannon, the cannonball was cut open. Major, the cannonball was cut open. It's amazing. They were inexplicably excited, and Dun's momentary behavior just now shocked their hearts. This kind of behavior is rarely seen by them. As far as they know, only the truly powerful guy who has become the powerhouse of Superman can do such a terrifying behavior. Marine at the helm was extremely excited and could clearly see that small stars had appeared in the eyes of the 5 Marines. This is a sincere admiration for Powerhouse and for his superiors. The battleship canvas quickly opened, and between the wang agitation, Marine looked for the direction of the sea breeze and quickly turned around. In an instant, the sailing battleship accelerated, leaving one after another white wave on the sea, moved towards drive ahead. In Sabine Pirates, there is silence at this moment. Then, that Marine. He cut the shell. Pirates were dumbfounded, unable to believe it for a while. What a joke, that's a lead bomb that is flammable, explosive, and surprisingly heavy. Someone was able to cut it in an instant with a knife, and let him fall into the sea before exploding. What is this operation? Sabane's eyes were cold and severe, pupil shrink to a point, he clenched his fist and stared at Dun. Chasing me? What are you doing in a daze? Chase me up and tear them apart. Looking at Dun with no face, the expression on the face, he felt provocation. A light sailing ship with only 6 people, the battleship, dared to provoke his well-equipped and well-staffed pirates. Sabine felt humiliated, he was angry. Catch up! Let me catch up quickly! In an instant, the entire Sabine pirates was dispatched collectively to chase Dun's battleship. The sea breeze blew his face, Dun's eyes flickered, still holding the knife, facing Sabine pirates. Battleship is not out of the range of the opponent's shells at this time, and the pirates are also quickly loading shells at this time. Bang 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 bang! After a few breaths, the sound of the cannon came out again. He who is at the helm, perform technical evasion. Looking on platform, Marine observed this scene and shouted loudly. Steering Marine quickly turned the rudder, and the small battleship began to swing left and right on the sea. One after another shells fell down, exploded into the water, and splashed all over the sky. Dun held the handle of the knife with surprise in his eyes. Although these 5 Marines are not very powerful, they are indeed very skilled. They are professional sailors. Although the light sailing battleship is not equipped with any weapons, its advantages are also obvious. Once there is wind, the speed is really amazing. At this time, although they were still within the range of pirates of Sabine, they could see naked eye, and the 2 sides were quickly pulling apart. Quick! This ship is too fast. Compared with the Sabine pirates equipped with dozens of cannons, loaded with shells, and hundreds of pirates, they run as fast as rabbits. The sound of the shells only rang 3 more waves, and the sound became smaller and smaller. Asshole! 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 Sep Ben watched the battleship farther and farther, and roared in anger. He kicked it out, strong Chuanyan was all sawdust fluttering by his powerful force. Pirates on the side trembled with fear and trembling. Bounty's 25 million gold Sabine is very terrifying in strength. The outrage made the entire pirates terrified. Find out what the hell are these 6 guys for especially the major. After smashing countless things in 5 minutes, Sabine took a deep breath and the complexion is gloomy shouted. On the other side. Ha 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 ha, this boat is too fast. Yes, they can't even see the boat but. It's so cool. Now, the major is too good. Out of the sight of pirates, the 5 Marines laughed. They thought they were dead this time, they didn't expect surprise. At this time, there is quite a sense of excitement after teasing the tiger, but making the tiger unable to catch up. Dun slowly put Swekyu into the scabbard, also put out a breath, and then sat down on the deck. Where the 5 people did not notice, he hid the slightly trembling right hand under his sleeve robe. Split 4 shells. Although he did it, it was the first time after all. The explosive force at the moment of the collision still injured him. After resting for a while, he flipped the information on his knees and spoke in a low voice. The next target, Coconut Island to the southeast of Alabasta. The 5 people admire Dun's will, and act immediately after responding loudly. Sir's power makes his subordinates feel confident. The success of Dun's 2 actions has established a strong image in the hearts of the 5 people. In the face of pirates, who owns 25 million pirates, they can all get out of it smoothly. So, what can we worry about? Chapter 18. 7 days later, on Coconut Island. Coconut Island, not far from Alabasta, is actually a tourist island. There are often tourists or pirates stopping here. On the edge of the beach, on many beach chairs lined up side by side, lie beautiful long-legged beauties. In the shallow water area, men and women are playing to their heart's content, and happy laughter and cheerful voices keep coming out. Look up, the blue in the sky is cloudless, and it is as bright as a mirror. On the west coast of South Blue of the island, the 6 people are gathering together at this time, and they seem to be discussing something. All of them wore short sleeves, flowered shorts, and sunglasses, and their dark skin showed strong muscle lines. These 6 people are tall or short, but they are all quite strong, attracting women who come and go, and make them look curiously. Alabasta, this can be said to be a dividing line in the first half of the Grand Line. After this line, pirate is strong and bounty gold exceed us. The number of marines is also more. And pirates like us, mostly reside in front of this line, and then back, it is a gamble. Wearing sunglasses, short hair, a man with an angular face said solemnly. Mate Soders, how does the captain decide on the way forward? Beside, someone asked. This group of people is obviously a group of pirate, gathered here at the moment. It seems that they are coming to Coconut Island for vacation. Pirates hung their heads on their waists, more or for a better life, for future enjoyment. Occasionally, they will take a vacation for themselves to relax their tight heartstrings. Captain, I want to stay in this sea territory, and spend another 2 or 3 years. After getting enough funds, he will withdraw. Soder's eyes flashed, said indifferently. Is he going to quit? One of pirates stupefied. He, the ship elder is out, he is naturally impossible to stay on the sea any longer. Soders laughed and said casually. Chief mate, what are you going to do? Let's get it straight. The man with a thick waist asked loudly, biting off the lobster in his mouth. I mean. Speaking of this, Soders's tone was paused and his eyes sharpened. Elder is on the ship, but we crew members are still young. He has worked in pirate for more than 10 years, even 20 years, and saved a lot of possessions, our business. But it's just the beginning. We can still make mistakes and can afford to gamble. In the future, although the risks are greater in Alabasta, the same gains will not be less, even, you can still get the legendary devil fruit. The rest of the people were surprised when they heard, you want to betray. No, even though old guy is old, but it is still the great pirate with a reward of 30 million. Even in the vicinity of these sea territory, they are all difficult guys. Rebellion, that was done by stupid guys. Things. I plan to be independent, rebuild a pirates by myself, do it myself, eat it myself, and all the income will belong to me, no more tribute. And, Soders, I plan to go to the world behind to take a look. Soders' words made the eyes of all the people present wide open. Being pirate is actually a very complicated thing. Choosing the boss is very important. The same kind of looting also has knowledge. How to hide one's share after looting and get some oil and water so that the captain will not discover it is another knowledge. Under the tacit rules, every pirate ship action, the people underneath have to hand in 70% of the harvest to the captain, and that 30% belongs to him. This is the rule between pirate. Compared with marine, although they are loose, unorganized, and undisciplined, they are also an extremely rule-based group. Every industry has its own unwritten rules, and pirate is no exception. Soders wants to get out and become the boss himself so that he can take everything. He has been pirate with the captain for 7 or 8 years, and he has grown up, thinking that he can fly out and stand alone. How about everyone, go out with me Soders to see the world in the future? Of course, everyone can still get more shares in the future. In this way, we don't need to do this kind of activity for many years, we can go home and hold the big-legged girl, give birth to a litter, and live a happy life. Raised his eyebrows, Soders looked up and chuckled. As he said, he glanced back, glanced at the long-legged girl passing by, and blew a whistle. What does a man do in his life? Isn't it just a woman, money, status? For this, what's the risk? His few words made pirates think. Those who can put aside their ordinary lives and come to this dangerous sea territory to make a living will naturally have ambitions in their hearts. Soders is very strong, and the bounty has reached a full 11 million. In this sea territory, he is a well-known figure and has loyalty to his brother. It is indeed worth considering. However, just when they hesitated, a figure had walked behind them unconsciously. You are an ideal, restless, and willing to use your brain, pirate, Soders who is willing to work hard. When you are on vacation, you must think for yourself the way out in the future is really good. A faint chuckle sounded, Soders startled, turned his head abruptly, and looked towards the figure behind him. Marine. This turn around, Soders was immediately stunned. The person standing 3 meters away in front of him is a marine with a marine cap, a neat and tidy marine suit, and a knife on his waist, and his epaulets are still major. Following, when he saw that the cloak behind the young marine was bloody, eyes shrank again, his whole body tightened. Hey! The figure suddenly stood up, and Soders was very solemn. Major Scarlet. You are the guy who messed up One Piece World recently. For about half a month, the activity was among the pirates of Alabasta Sea Territory. A piece of news spread. The content is that there is a major wearing a blood-red cloak, appear and disappear unpredictably for a long time, and kill pirate who bounty several millions. He comes and go without a shadow or trace. The target of his actions is the backbone or cadre members of pirates. He never meets the captain class, and leaves with 1 kill, without any muddling. The starter was also very brutal. In just half a month, 5 people and pirates have been beheaded. Because of the scarlet cloak of justice behind it, pirate was called the Scarlet Major. I've been looking for you for a long time, Soders, didn't expect you to run like this, but you don't expect to be on the leisurely beach holiday, you can still work hard. Major Scarlet presses his right hand on his waist, lightly said with a smile, the killing intent in his eyes is no secret. On the way to find you, I even hacked and killed 3 pirates to warm up, lest the knife were not fast enough. The indifferent words are full of with the blood-reeking chi, Soders, and the whole body were sweating. Why come to me? Soders is very solemn, sweating on his forehead. He didn't expect that he will be targeted by this excessive guy who has been circulating recently. It is rumored that the guy with a bounty of 7 or 8 million yuan, in the hands of this guy, did not persist in a single move, and was directly beheaded. I killed 6 million pirate, and I also killed 8 million pirate. But tens of millions, you are the first. So I'm here. Major Scarlet straightened the marine cap, and blood-red cloak trembled, revealing the cold, young face under the brim. It is done. An ideal pirate like you, I don't plan to let it go. That's too cruel for kind people. Chapter 19. Really? Soders' complexion is gloomy. Got up, the other party made it clear that he was going to kill him, and it was useless to say anything at this time. The right hand is placed on the waist, with a revolver pin there, filled with bullets. His spear is very fast, and his sword is also very fast, but now the opponent is very close to his position, and any action can attract the other's great attention. If you use a gun, be more concealed. The 5 pirates next to him also held their breath and quietly touched his weapon. On the beach, happy laughter and cheerful voices, the sound of beating the sea water one after another, it is very lively, and the sun above your head is also warm. But at this moment, the hearts of the 6 pirates were cold and solemn. Even cold sweat has quietly leaked from his forehead. Hey! Suddenly, a touch of sea breeze blew. At this brief moment, the Scarlet Major's cloak shook abruptly, and the crisp sound of drawing a knife suddenly sounded. The silhouette that was still standing in front of the 6 suddenly disappeared. Kill him! Soders's face was distorted, and he roared loudly, right hand pulled out the revolver and raised it forward. Beijua passes the gap, in a flash. The blade light flickered, and the blood-red cloak swung left and right, cutting through Soder's right-hand wrist. Pu-chi! The blood was bright, and Soders let out a howl of pain. But after that, the howling stopped abruptly, and the blade light flashed again, already cutting his neck. Soders covered his neck, staring at this incredible in his eyes, knelt softly on the beach, his head down. Dead. The other 5 pirates looked shocked. They looked at Dun, who was standing in the middle with a knife, and their eyes were full of horror. Just finished swinging the knife, Dun half crouched on the beach, expression congeals, with his left hand supporting the ground, his feet quickly kicked out. Pang 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 bang. 5 consecutive beeps, pirate was kicked out by him. At this moment, Dun's movements seem a little strange, like fish swimming in the water. Fishmen are Long's physical skills. Although how powerful it can't be considered in One Piece world, it is enough in the first half of the Grand Line. With the increase in physical skills, Dun can exert 700 powers. Standing up slowly, Dun stepped with a knife. His body is like the wind, twisted a few times, and he comes to a person in a blink of an eye, swinging a long knife. Puff! With no difficulty, he wiped the opponent's neck. Immediately afterwards, in the horrified eyes of other pirate, he waved the knife again and again, and cut off the 4 people in the blink of an eye. When the screams stopped, the sun-warm beach was stained with bright blood red. 11 million, Soders. With a long knife and throwing away the blood stains, Dun glanced at the ground, pirate with wide-eyed eyes, indifferently said. After that, he returned Swekiu to her sheath and turned and left here. On the coast of Coconut Island, 5 marine subordinates have already been there waiting for him. Dun shook his hand, threw 5 coconuts on the boat, and the 5 happily took them. Hee, the Major has many thanks. This time, I have gained another 11 million pirate. Major Dun is getting better and better. Yes, but until now, I still don't know what the Major's fruit ability is. Marines peeled off the coconut skin, plugged in the tube, and sucked in deeply. Juice, talking to each other. Dun jumped up and came to the deck with a calm expression. Relax, go to the next place. The 5 Marines are used to workaholic bosses, nodded, and don't mind. Although they rarely have this kind of high-intensity work, Marine was born to protect the safety of civilians and punish the bad guys. This is their job. Similar to some pirates who have the same will for freedom, many Marines are also for the justice and beliefs they insist on. Until now, I did not ask your names. They are all partners fighting side by side. I was actually negligent, what a sorry. Suddenly, Dun, who was swinging a knife on the side, spoke up. Marine, who was sucking the coconut milk, was taken aback, then laughed he cracking a joke, haha, the Major has been thinking about how to become stronger and how to catch pirate, remembering that we are already pretty good. Dun smiled apologetically, indeed, he has been a bit too focused lately, even crazy. My name is Send. Bro. Thompson. Call me Zyja, that's it, Major Dun. I am the oldest of the 5, old Luo Sen. The 5 laughed and reported their names one by one. Dun silently write down. Well, during this time, thank you for your help. Your Majesty, your kindness, we are all your soldiers, this is what we should do. Old Luo Sen laughed and said. This is not polite, I am your boss, that's right, but you are also me tired. When you are hurt, you can rest assured to give your back to your life and death partner. He is a comrade in arms who can be entrusted with his life. Dun stopped swinging his sword and said seriously. The word comrade in arms sounds nothing, but only after having been on the battlefield and fighting side by side can you understand how profound the meaning is. Old Luo Sen's body was shaken, and the other 4 Marines were nodded. Yes, we are comrades in arms. They are subordinates, but they are also comrades in arms on the battlefield. After a brief conversation, the distance between the 6 people's hearts has narrowed a lot. With the familiarity, the 5 Marines also knew that this young boss worked hard enough and desperately. He had a frantic pursuit of capturing pirate, and he had a persistent perseverance to Marine's job. The next half a month, they will continue to be active on the sea near Alabasta. In a blink of an eye, it has been a month since Dun came out of the Cetro branch, and only 2 months have passed since he went to the training camp. According to 5 subordinates, it will take 1 month at the earliest to reach the headquarter, which means that he still has at most 1 month to continue to capture pirate. The pirate on the book Zephyr-sensei gave me has almost all been captured. On this day, Dun returned to the battleship tiredly. Leaning on the boat, scrolling through the information, thought to himself. Executioner, Amilo. Sabane Pirates, 2nd Officer Obaro, 1st Officer Jaso. Yaya Pirates, the 3rd Mate, the 2nd Mate. Soders with a bounty of 11 million. Violent Pirates, Deputy Captain Santa, a bounty of 15 millions. There are others, some miscellaneous pirates. These are all pirates he killed recently, with sweat and blood. Each time a person is killed, he strokes out the other's name with a pen. The assignments Zephyr assigned to him, in addition to the goals below tens of millions of which must be achieved, there are also a few tasks of more than tens of millions, which are optional tasks. The highest among them is Pirate, the 18 million bounty, and the one he just killed was a 15 million guy. Chapter 20. For this, he exhausted his strength, and a cut was made in his chest. The battle is fierce, not casually like that in anime. While the bright red blood bloomed, it was accompanied by severe pain and torture. At this time, Dun felt a little dizzy. This Wenhu of Sodro is really interesting. It can absorb the blood flowing out and add it to the tattoo to make it more vivid. Moreover, it can speed up the wound is healed. The more scars and the fusion of the scar lines and tattoos, the more fierce Wenhu will be. With the battles, Dun also discovered Wenhu's secrets in his chest. There was a burst of dizziness in his head. Dun knew that his injury was a bit serious this time, and he needed a rest. Slowly closing his eyes, leaning on the boat, facing the sea breeze, Dun let out a slight cry. The 5 marine subordinates looked at the sleeping Dun and sighed in their hearts. He is tired. He is also injured. Yes, no matter how powerful a tiger fights with its prey, there are times when it will be injured. Now, he is the weakest time. Until now, the majors are all strikers. Now, it's time for us to guard him. The subordinates looked at Dun and said solemnly. The 5 people cheered up and paid attention to everything on the sea. On an island not far from Dun and his group, 7 or 8 large and small pirate ships have gathered here. On these ships, all the pirate flags were flying, and they were basically pirates active in this sea territory. When the pirate ship docked steadily, the ordinary crew stayed behind. One by one, the captains and cotters jumped off the pirate ship and came to the shore, staring at each other and standing together. Sabarn, are you sure that your line will be useful? Marine and us have always been rivals. Pirate turban tied to his head, with a cross on his face scared fierce pirate shouted. His name is Baron Tan. He is the captain of Baron Pirates. Bounty has 30 million gold and is an outstanding pirate. You must know that innocents will die early. If this is a conspiracy, we people, I am afraid we will all be killed in one pot. Sabine narrowed his eyes, then sneered, Captain Baron Tan, you and I are the pirates whose crew members were killed, and the murderer was one person. We gathered together for this matter, for the Scarlet Major to come here to discuss matters. If you don't believe me, you can leave. Baron Tan's eyes sharpened and he has to talk again. A hair grey-white next to him is tied into the braided old man spoke. Well, I started arguing before discussing it. Did you come here to fight? I glanced around, the old man was sneaked. Sabine said that he can contact the marine leader of this sea territory, and is sure to let the Scarlet Major enter our trap and solve him. If this is true, then it is undoubtedly a good thing. Sabine put his arms in his arms, of course it is true. You think I have been here for so many years? The film Sea Territory, how comfortable it is to survive. I have someone inside Marine, just this, you need to pay for your own pockets. That person, after all, his position in Marine is not low. This matter is also a big risk. The white braided old man eyes flashed, Isho, it's nothing to pay for it, as long as it can be solved. Everything is fine. Speaking, he glanced at the other captains around him. Some of these captains of various colors were indifferent, some with a faint smile, and they were all thoughts. Deep guy, nothing can be seen from the surface. When will the marine arrive? After a while, the captain asked. In the afternoon. Now, let's take a rest on this island. Sabine smiled, and the other captains understood the meaning when they saw it. With a fierce expression. They are all the same kind of people, not for dreams, not for freedom, only for wealth. I advise you to not be too outrageous until the scare major arrives. Otherwise, beat the grass to scare the snake, attract attention, it will be very troublesome. The old man with braid indifferently said. Twist old man said it was right, didn't expect that although you are old, your brain is still very bright. Blonton chuckled. The captains are not stupid people, they naturally understand and suppress the killing intent in their hearts. After that, a group of people led pirates' cotters to the island, and they ordered the others to drive pirate ship away, leaving only one light boat without any markings and fast speed. In the afternoon, a well-equipped, medium-sized battleship full of marines slowly approached the coast. Master Brun's commander, the destination has arrived. But I am curious, what are you doing here? On the battleship deck, a captain asked the front in confusion that square-faced, marine commander with a righteous look. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. After saying a serious tone, Brun smiled again. But, it's nothing. I want to meet here with the Scarlet Major who has been in the limelight recently. 2 days ago, I have sent personnel to meet with his ship, I believe there will be news soon. After hearing this, the captain couldn't help but startled. Major Scarlet? Is that the fierce man who killed many of the elite cotters in pirates recently? For the Marines in the first half of the Grand Line, a single-handed streak the Marine of that many pirate is indeed a fierce man, but the only thing that makes Marines wonder is which branch the fierce man belongs to. Before, I had never heard the name of the other party. That's right, it's him. I hope to get in touch with him after seeing him. I can also cooperate to arrest pirate in the future. Brun said with a smile. If it can be successful, it will be a good thing for the people and for us. The captain said with excitement. Exactly. Bruns was nodded, watching his subordinates put up the ladder connecting the island, he stepped down. You are waiting for me here, I will go to see this island, and meet such a marine, I must choose a good place. Wave your hands, Bruns strode down the island. After 10 seconds, Brun's figure disappeared from the captain's eyes. What a good commander! Staring at the other person's back, the captain's eyes gradually became cold, and a sneer appeared on his lips. The surface is righteous and awe-inspiring, but behind it are crafty plots and machinations. The hypocrisy is extremely high. Do you really think that others don't know his little actions? Such a moth will be kicked out of the marine team sooner or later. Wait, as long as I collect all your evidence, your end will come. Ruthlessly said in his heart, the captain turned back to battleship. Although he didn't know what the despicable commander had, he wanted to contact the Scarlet Commander whimsically, but his own plan still has to go on. Chapter 21. Hey Long Island, de Bro Bar. A weird group of people are sitting here quietly. From time to time, the boss at the bar looked at this group of people, suspicious of their identities. Without exception, these people have a fierce aura, and they don't look like good people at first glance. However, even though they looked a bit manic on the surface, they seemed very quiet at this time, not causing trouble or talking. The atmosphere of the bar is a bit strange and calm. As for the other guests, when they entered, they were already driven out by this group of people. The old man with braids, the bald man with scars on his face, the middle-aged person who plays with the walnuts in his hands blankly, and other men with weird behaviors. There seemed to be an entirely different camp among them, and there was a round table between them, and they didn't say anything. They seemed to be waiting for who, only knowing to drink. After a while, the bar door curtain was lifted, and a figure stepped in, with a smile on his face. Everyone is here very early, so you have to wait a long time. The visitor was in a clean marine uniform with a white cloak of justice on the back. The bar owner couldn't help being stunned. Marine. He glanced at the people sitting in the bar again, and after looking at them, he felt that these people did not look like good people, but why will Marine come? The Marine took a few steps to the bar and found a place at random. Alabasta Division Marine Garrison, Brun's commander. Baronton was surprised. Then, he glanced at Sabine and clearly saw a rustle flashing across his face. No wonder. There really is a reason why this guy is so confident. He did not expect that Sabine's line in Marine turned out to be a commander. Bruns is definitely one of their pirate-like thunder-piercing-the-ear characters, because he is responsible for this huge area near Alabasta. It can be said that Bruns is almost the highest commander here. And until now, although this Marine commander did not accomplish anything in his career, his style has always been very decent. Didn't expect, everyone. Sabine chuckled, and he gave his right hand to point to Bruns. This Bruns commander is the friend we are waiting for today, and the task of bringing the Scarlet Major to come will also be completed by him. Everyone pirate's eyes flashed with surprise, staring at Bruns. Brents was also welcome, poured himself a glass of wine, and drank it all in one go. Since Captain Sabine is so straightforward, I don't have to be verbose. Then straight to the point, I will lead the Scarlet Commander to this island, the rest is up to you. Paused, Bruns's eyes condensed slightly, and his tone became serious. Of course, I don't want you to leave any tales to affect my marine career. The old man with braid flashed past, he is show, understand. After all, Bruns commander is still a justice marine, different from us. Ha 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 ha. In the bar, pirates all laughed. Brents was a little uncomfortable with this laugh. He was a marine. Pirates' laughter was always harsh in his ears. Then, how does Bruns commander plan to bring the Scarlet Major over? Ballongton curiously asked. 2 days ago, I sent someone to look for them. I believe there will be news soon. Pirate's eyes flickered. After all, the two sides have different identities, although there is Saba-N, but still very cautious. Even their hands are placed closest to their weapons, and they can act immediately when there is a turmoil. While speaking, Den Mushi in Bruns's arms rang. When he heard this, he smiled and opened his mouth to Pirate. Look, I'm just talking about it. In the presence of the pirates, Bruns took out Den Mushi and connected. Bruns commander, we have already seen the Major, and he is on his boat at this time. With excitement from Den Den Mushi, it came out and made Brun's commander smile at the pirates. Then, let me talk to the Major, soldier. On Dun's battleship. He was half leaning against Chuanyan, looking pale, with a bandage tied on his chest. He looked weaker than before, but he still waved his hand, indicating that the soldier would give him Den Den Mushi. The 5 people in Old Luosan next to him were a little happy. The Major was injured. At this time, Marine was here, and it happened to be able to take advantage of the opponent's strength. The garrison of the Alabasta branch must have medical soldiers. Not long ago, they were distressed and anxious. After Dun's battle with the 15 million pirate bounty, they drove cautiously on the sea, but didn't expect to encounter another pirates, a long distance away, strikes them for convenience. Because the distance was too close, the cannonball could not be avoided. Dun swung a knife to split the cannonball, but because of the impact, the wounds were further injured, causing the wound to crack and a lot of blood gushing out. After the hastily bandaged, I can only lie on the deck at this time and rest on the boat. It is also very fortunate that the opponent's battleship arrived at this time and saved their lives. Hello, Commander, Bruns. I'm Dun, Major Setro Branch. Taking a breath, Dun said solemnly. Setro Branch. Bruns was visibly stunned when he heard the place name. In the battle not long ago, he naturally knew that an entire branch base was wiped out. For this reason, he also laughed secretly. This group of Marine is really stupid. For this kind of thing, they did not hesitate to take their own lives. But he despised from the bottom of his heart, but he was calm on the surface. Hello, Dun, this is Bruns. Then, Den Den Mushi on the other side lost his voice, which made Bruns a little dazed. Soon, he realized that the other person may be a bad word. Major Dun, I have just mastered the whereabouts of a batch of pirates recently, so I want to unite with you and take them down. I wonder if you are interested. Bruns's tone sank, and he was a little nervous at this time. Pirate is there, but this is a trap he set up. As long as the Scarlet Major dares to come, he will definitely die. But after all, there is a ghost in my heart, so I am naturally worried that the other party will see through. Dun still did not respond. In fact, at this time, he wanted to speak, but the wound made him painful. As long as he opened his mouth, a tearing pain would come out, leaving him speechless. Sen saw next to him and took Den Den Mushi from him. Major, let me come, Brun's commander used to be my superior. Dun was a little surprised, nodded and released Den Den Mushi. Hello, Lord Brun's commander, I am Send. I was under your hand a year ago. Do you remember me? I am now its Major Dun's soldier. Chapter 22. Sen took the call and said excitedly. It is indeed a joy to be able to meet the previous sir in the sea. Oh? Sund? I remember you, that's a fate. Where is Major Dun? Bruns was surprised and felt somewhat strange. Major Dun is him. Just as he was about to tell the fact that the Major was injured, Sun saw old Luo Sen shook his head solemnly at him. He is busy now and it is inconvenient to speak. I will replace him. The people in the bar are all squinting, wondering if Dun has noticed it. So, did he agree with what I just said? Brens asked again. Send was taken aback and looked towards Dun. The latter could not speak. After thinking about it, he was slightly nodded. Major Dun agrees, and he is also happy to cooperate with you to capture pirate. Sen said excitedly. Okay, then, see you on Halong Island, we will see you or leave. Brens laughed heartily. Okay, Brun's commander. Hearing Sun's response, Bruns hung up Den Den Mushi and looked towards the pirates in front of him. It's done. When he gets here, it will be your business. My things, I hope you don't forget. Bruns stood up and walked outside the bar. Sabine, you can just leave it to me according to the old method. As we walked, Bruns was still very worried about his money. Major Bruns, don't plan to go to the theatre, do you want to watch the follow-up of this incident? Sabine asked after smiling. Hee. Dirty things, I am disgusted, goodbye. Bruns waved his hand, opened the curtain, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Watching Marine Commander walk away, Pirate's eyes flashed with interesting looks. This commander is really a hypocritical guy. I have always heard about the existence of false justice before, but now I know what it is like. Baron Ton Hee Isho, taunting. Okay, he has done a round for us. Next, please let the captains put down the previous gap and solve our common enemy first. Otherwise, let him live again, it would be too shameful for us. Sabine said, his eyes turned cold. The next second, the sitting pirates all stood up, and the coldness and killing intent on their faces were not concealed. The boss at the bar is already shiver coldly at this time, and his trouser legs are all wet with urine. My God! This group of people turned out to be pirate. The Marine who had just left, unexpectedly cooperated with this group of people. What evil did he do? He witnessed all this happening with his own eyes. Because of this, he was even more frightened. This group of people regarded him as heir from beginning to end, and they have clearly predicted his fate. There is no doubt that he will die. This huge secret, whether it is these pirate or the Marine, will not be allowed to leak out. I didn't see anything, I swear, I really didn't see anything. The boss screamed in horror, and his whole body trembled. Hee, don't be afraid, we won't kill you now. Sabine Hee Isho. Anyway, your fate is the same as this island, and it will eventually disappear, so don't be afraid. An indifferent word that made the boss' eyes turn white, it turned out to be fainted. Ignoring the frightened barkeeper, Sabina's mouth was sneered. Well, everyone, prepare as soon as possible. Don't make a joke, let that guy escape again. The captains in the bar are coldly snorted, stride leave. During the time in the past, they had surrounded each other, but they were always fleeing. That Marine is very cunning. 2 hours later, led by the small battleship sent by Bruns, Dun and the others came near Halong Island. The island in front is Halong Island, Lord Bruns commander, waiting for you there. Wait to see Bruns commander, Major Dun, the injury will be dealt with properly. Marine said with a smile. In front of everyone, Halong Island is clearly visible, very close to them. I have to perform the task, so I will leave first. Finally, Marine and Dun bid farewell to everyone. Major, how are you doing? Sen checked Dun's condition and asked worriedly. Don't bother him, he can't talk now. As long as he speaks, the wound on his chest will be broken. When he sees the Bruns commander, ask his military doctor for help and take a rest. The major will be fine. Old Lewison said. Dun leaned on the boat, looked pale, with chapped lips, and the young Marine Zyajin next to him fed him water from time to time. The previous collision with the shells caused Dun's wound to burst open and the bleeding was very serious, which only caused the weakness at this time. After a while, the battleship leaned on the shore of Halong Island. Old Lewison scanned the surroundings and found many boats parked on the shore. He carefully observed a few times, and when he noticed that these boats were light boats, he withdrew his eyes. Thompson and I will go to the island first, find Bruns commander, and ask him for medical staff. Let's see the situation of the major first. This is fast some. Sen said. Dun couldn't speak. After old Lewison thought about it, he nodded, go. Be careful. Don't worry, Bruns commander is a famous justice in Marine people. Sen said with a smile. Then he and Thompson jumped off the battleship and ran towards the island. Let's follow too, the major's injury cannot be delayed. It's also good to see the commander medical staff as soon as possible. Old Luo Sen sees Dun's continued weakness and consciousness also a little vague, said aloud. Naturally, the other two had no opinion, and the three of them helped Dunn and walked towards the island. In the island, Sund and Thompson quickly ran to the street, looking around, but they did not find any trace of Bruns. At this time, they realized something was wrong. What's the matter? The Bruns commander is not there. And, there are no strangers on this street, not even a single sound can be heard. The two looked at each other, their expressions changed slightly, and their hearts were also on guard. On the empty street, there was a strange atmosphere, even, faintly, they all smelled blood. The pace slowed down, and the two slowly walked forward, holding rifles in their hands, and glanced all around intently. Suddenly, pang! Sen's whole body shook, and the gunshot made his eyes shrink. When he reacted again, Thompson was already standing in front of him, facing him face to face, with bright red blood leaching out of his chest, which immediately stunned Sen. "Run!" With chest agitation, blood splashed from Thompson's mouth and shouted at Sen. At the same time, Thompson's body shook. On his left chest, a white blood-stained rope rushed out, biting through his body like a snake. "Run!" With a loud roar again, Thompson stood straight, blocking Sen's eyes. Peng 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 peng. A series of gunshots sounded, Thompson's body tremors constantly, and blood blossoms quickly bloomed on his back. Chapter 23. Sen's eyes trembled, he gritted his teeth abruptly, turned and ran. Through the gaze blocking Thompson in front of him, he saw the one after another walking out of the street with a fierce complexion and a killing intent pirate in his eyes. Pirate! The island has been taken by pirate. This is a conspiracy. While running, he looked back towards Thompson. The staring eyes, staring at the front, the body that is constantly trembling, will not fall to the ground. Similarly, to block the messy attacks behind him, leave time for him to escape. Tears burst into his eyes, and Sen roared and ran desperately toward the road when he came. Even at this moment, there were bullets hitting him one after another, bursting blood, and he couldn't stop running. Thompson used his life in exchange for time to escape, and he would use his life in exchange for the opportunity to inform his companions and the Major. Death, in this brief moment, is not terrifying anymore. It is the most painful thing for Sen to die and not complete his task. The wind in my ears is roar, Sen's chest rises and falls violently, and he smells blood while breathing. He glanced at the streets on both sides and ran faster. That is the smell of blood from the street, and it is also the smell of blood in his own body. Tell the Major, must tell the Major. This is a trap. Big inhale and exhale, Sender this moment he didn't feel anything anymore, even if he was continuously shot and attacked in the back, he couldn't stop him, and he didn't feel any pain. He wants to run away from here, tell his partner, tell the Major, let them leave the island quickly. The Dun people who had just entered the streets of Halong Island could not help but startled when they heard the crisp and rapid footsteps on the street. That's Send. He was injured. Old Luo Sen complexion greatly changed, the veteran's unique experience and intuition made him aware there is a problem getting to this island. Go! Go back to the boat and leave immediately! He suddenly shouted loudly. The two next to him didn't understand, but they did it quickly. I just turned around, and the roar of Sen sounded behind him. Run! There is only one word, and then the body that keeps running, with a soft foot, fell to the ground with a puff, and because of the inertia of running, it was left on the ground. It rolled up for a full 5 or 6 meters before stopping. Old Lewison glanced back and found that this young Marine was already on his head and feet, his body twisted and lost his breath. Dead. On his back, there are nearly dozens of blood holes densely packed, and he can stick to it because of a spiritual will who will never give up. Send. At this time, Dun also seemed to be a little awake. He gritted his teeth and spit out 2 words, slightly opened his mouth, affecting the wound, and the white bandage on his chest. Immediately dyed red. Return to the boat. Old Lewison roared, his eyes red and swollen, and his fists clenched tightly. Abro and Zyja also in this brief moment, their complexions were green, with tears in their eyes, they turned and ran to the shore. But at this moment, bang! On the coast, a dazzling fire blasted into the sky, making old Lewison 3 pupils shrink. Asshole! Screaming, old Lewison turned his head fiercely, looking towards the street, where, at the corner, a lot of footsteps were coming. Hide in! With a low growl, the 3 of old Lewison supported Dunn and hid towards a house on both sides of the street. Just entering the house, the pirates walked out on the street in front. His ship has been blown up by us. This time, the wings will not escape. Hee hee. Baronton said with a malicious smile. These 2 Marines are interesting, especially this guy, who runs as fast as a rabbit, and can't catch up with him. Just, where's the Scarlet Major? Speaking, Sabine scanned the front, but did not see the other people. In the whole street, except for the sound of their walking, no sound came out. Hid you? But it doesn't matter, as long as you look for a house on this street, you can always find it. Kill that guy, it cost so much gin, it's a gain. The old man with braids said. His name is Zyudzi, he has a bounty of 32 million, and it is the captain of Soders that Dunn killed. In the gloomy room, Zyja hurriedly blocked the door, tears streaming out. He wiped his tears and sobbed softly. Don't cry, brat, we have a lot of business. Old Lewison's low voice came, and he immediately dragged Zyja over. Take care of the major. Zyja was taken aback and looked up towards old Lewison. The other party didn't look at him anymore, but looked at Abro who was aside. Are you ready? Veteran. Old Lewison's voice is very light, but heavy. Okay. Spit out 2 words, Abro buckled the bolt, carefully checked the rifle in his hand, and pulled out the long knife around his waist, and then inserted it. Go in. Although I don't know if it will work, but if you can leave a little hope, let's leave a little more. These 2 brats are still young, we are already old. Going to the battlefield is what the veterans should do. Old Lewison's voice echoed in the dark room, Zyja's whole body was shaken, and he realized that the opponent what to do, wide your eyes. Leaning on the side, Dunn was extremely weak, shaking his whole body at this time, and suddenly grabbed old Lewison's wrist. Don't go. 2 words were squeezed out of his mouth, and there was a trace of blood on the bandage on his chest. Major, you are higher than me in your position. But, in terms of age, I can be your father. In this desperate situation, whoever died first and who died later it's all the same. If our deaths didn't work, then it's you. Hang the bolt on the bolt with a click, and old Lewison sorted it out. The marine uniform was removed, and the marine cap on the top of his head was corrected. After looking at the broken mirror in the house, he smiled with satisfaction. Finally, he withdrew from Dunn's hand that grabbed his wrist. Since I took the path of being marine, I have always been ready. Prepare to die for justice. My moving to the window, old Lewison never looked back. Abro, do you know what to do? Marine has no regrets, swear to charge. Abro said solemnly. Haha, okay, there are no spoils in Marine. Old Lewison smiled with satisfaction. After going out, run towards the opposite house and run desperately. Leaving a word, old Lewison elbows the window and then jumps out. Charge! A roar came, and a blow also stepped out, carrying a gun, and ran towards the opposite side in stride. Save the major! I handed over the major to you. A blow. Old Lewison suddenly turned around and faced pirates, who are no more than 20 meters away from him, have an extremely standard posture with guns in their hands. Pang! Pulling the trigger, the bullet spit out, accurately hitting a pirate's forehead, and the latter immediately fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Chapter 24. Pang! Before the pirates hadn't reacted, old Lewison pulled the trigger again. Another pirate fell to the ground, with horror and disbelief in his eyes. A bro shook off his arms and ran towards the opposite side in stride, not caring about what happened next. He wants to create an illusion, the illusion that a major is on the opposite side, draws pirates' attention away. This is old Luo Sen's plan. Different from old Luo Sen facing the pirates head-on, all he has to do is to run desperately. Kill him! Pirates' roar sounded. Soon, intensive gunfire came out, old Luo Sen's body trembled and blood burst out. He stood in the street, shaking his body again and again, and was about to fall to the ground, but he persisted and did not fall. For justice! Blood drops flew out of his mouth, old Luo Sen roared, and he was about to pull the trigger again. Pang! Another gunshot came out. Old Luo Sen had a bullet on his brow, his eyes startled, and he fell softly to the ground. A bro shuddered all over while running, suddenly closed his eyes, and then opened his eyes again, feeling cold. He took a deep breath and hit the house on the opposite street. Lord Major, run! Roar sounded, and a bro lay on the edge of the window, roaring crazy and pulling the trigger, pouring his bullets in anger. But very quickly, the bullet was finished. Pirate of many people surged up and killed him. Find me that guy! He's right here! Pirates roared angrily. 2 Marines, but they lost 5 companions. Sabine and the others are also gloomy, didn't expect the others' subordinates, so strong and fierce. Woo woo woo. In the gloomy room, Xiaja's eyes kept pouring out of tears, and she was crying softly. This morning, the 5 people were still fighting together, planning to kill Pirate under the leadership of the Major in the next step. In a blink of an eye, there were only 1 of the 5 people left. He knows very well that the roars of old Luo Sen and a blow are all explaining to him and let him take care of the Major. Took a deep breath, Xiaja couldn't control the tears in his eyes, but he forced himself to support Dun. Major, let's take the opportunity to walk from the back. Dun trembled, tears rushing in his eyes. Again. Once again, encountered such a thing. Rage, sadness, make him want to roar towards the sky at this moment. Weak. Still too weak. It's all because of myself, too weak. Don't go. I gritted my teeth and spit out 2 words, and the blood in my chest oozes more. Then, under Xiaja's surprised and flustered eyes, Dun struggled to sit up. The intense pain irritated his scalp and made him dizzy. He pulled down the backpack on his back, unzipped the zipper, took out a fruit carved with weird patterns, and stuffed it to Xiaja. Eat him. Bet. If it is a powerful ability, not only can this time survive, it can even help old Luo revenge. But if it is a waste fruit, then the worst result is to go with old Luo Sen and the others. Evil, devil fruit, you didn't eat it. Looking at devil fruit in his hand, Xiaja was shocked. I'm badly injured, you eat him. With gritted teeth and spit, Dun's chest is bleeding more blood. Xiaja held devil fruit in his hand, and all kinds of complex emotions surged in his heart from this moment. Losing the anger and hatred of his companions made him take a deep breath and his eyes became extremely calm. Then, he slowly raised the devil fruit and sent it to his mouth. Dun is right. Only by eating this fruit can there be hope. The Major was seriously injured, and eating the fruit would not have much effect. Only if he was a healthy person eating it, would it be possible to stand out from the siege and save the 2. Seeing Xiaja about to open his mouth, Dun smiled. But the next moment, his mouth was suddenly full. Crack! Under Xiaja's control, the chin snapped, and a very foul smell rushed into the nose, and a stream of liquid immediately flowed into the belly between the tongue. In the stomach. Following, a few more bites, Dun ate a few bites of devil fruit under the control of Xiaja. At the end, devil fruit slowly disappeared, and Xiaja stopped his actions. Asshole! Dun was furious, and his anger made him stare at Xiaja. Major, don't be angry, we are all dying, and your position suppression won't work for me. Old Luo Sen, a blow, send, the four of Thompson and the others fight like this so that you can survive. Even if I eat this devil fruit, with my strength at the moment, it is useless. Only you, after eating him, gaining power, can escape. You don't care about me, as long as you are alive, the five of us will be happy. Ziya laughed, he bolted on the gun, and walked outside. They are coming, I am attracted to this last time, you find the right chance and escape. Must survive, Dun. Dun half leaning against the wall, his eyes widened, his whole body tensed, and his teeth clenched. Looking at Ziya who was about to go out, he slammed hard. Pai li pa la. Suddenly a series of bean-like noises came out, and the flesh on his chest, scorched white smoke, a burst of cooked the scent of meat came out, and the blood that permeated to the outside immediately stagnated. When Ziya saw this scene, he was immediately taken aback. The next second, he saw Dun's weak figure swaying to his feet. Wait here. A depressed, angry, and cold voice came out of Dun's mouth. The blood-red cloak swayed behind him, swaying a few steps to the front of Ziya, and to the door of the room. I'll repay the grudge. Slowly lifting the right hand, pressing it on the door of the room. Didn't you always want to know what my abilities are? The whisper came from Dun's mouth, and he seemed to be talking to the four who died. The inexplicable power in the body surged out, released from the right hand, and then passed to the door. Now, everyone is watching. Ziya's pupil shrinks, his whole body is tight, and he looks forward. Bang! The wooden door, at this moment, was like a bomb, buzzing and trembling violently, then burst out brilliant, crimson flames, and finally crashed explode. A large area of ground in front of me was swept by the explosion, exploding inch by inch. The 4 or 5 pirates that just approached didn't even have time to react. They were bummed and screamed. They flew out of the 40-50 meter and crashed the opposite house. After shaking for a few times, they lost their breath. The captains such as Sabine, Baranton, and Shudazi suddenly looked up towards up ahead. Amidst the swaying flames, an extremely cold, blood-red cloak swaying figure behind it emerged from the fire. Major Scarlet. This flame, explosion, is like expressing the Major, the anger and emotion in his heart at this moment, violently fluctuating, burning everything around. Chapter 25. The blazing flames covered dozens of meters in the surrounding area. The gloomy complexion reached the limit, and the undisguised figure with the killing intent in his eyes moved forward step by step. The robes and bandages on his upper body have been burned into debris in the flames, and disappeared as they progressed. The roaring mouth in front of his chest, Wenhu with long and narrow fangs in this brief moment looks more ferocious, as if sending cold shivers down one's spine when he is about to catch prey. The blood-colored cloak swayed from side to side. In the red flame, the colors were reflected more vividly. Are you looking for me? I'm here. Senran's voice came out of his mouth. Dun exposed his upper body at this moment. Under marine cap the expression is extremely cold and severe. The angry fire made him mad, and this rushing flame made him tremble slightly. Major Scarlet. Sabine and the others' pupils shrink, quickly become alert. Kill him! Pirates yelled suddenly, picked up their rifles, and fired quickly at Dun. In the trembling barrel of the gun, hot bullets were ejected in an instant. The latter, the scarlet cloak fluttered, the flame was swept up in a whirlwind, and the figure disappeared suddenly. Dead. The cold words popped out of Dun's mouth, and the long knife from his waist was suddenly pulled out, and he moved forward. Dang 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 dang! 4 or 5 bullets were blocked in an instant, and huge power burst out at this moment. In the opposite direction, the pirates ejected back. At the same time, the inexplicable power that had just eaten devil fruit also rushed into the bullet. Pu 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 pu. A series of sounds came out, the pirates were directly hit by the rebounding bullet, and soon, a majestic force crashed tremor. Follow closely. Bang 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 bang. 4 flames soaring into the sky directly exploded, and the bullets turned into bombs, erupting from the bodies of the pirates, bursting out dozens of meters of flames, covering a 100-meter range around it, blasted all pirate that was close to it. Only at this moment, dozens of pirates were blown up to blood. Devil Fruit ability user. Xiu Desi's eyes widened and he roared. The pirate officers around all reacted, drew out their weapons, and rushed towards Dun quickly. Hey! Dun, with his right hand holding a knife and cold eyes, is also rushing forward at this moment. While running, he took a deep breath. A thick medicinal smell of fire broke out in the mouth, and a little fire star appeared clearly, and after that, he suddenly yelled toward the front. Explosion! The air inhaled in his mouth seemed to be turned into an explosion wind, and it was swept by the air, blinking and colliding with the 5 pirates who rushed up. Bang! The flames reaching 20-30 meters high burst out from the ground, the red flames swept across all directions quickly, and the aftermath of the violent explosion poured out, with the strong wind blows all around. The pirates running behind stopped, looking at the burning fire sea in front of them. Fear appeared on their faces. Too terrifying. The exhaled air can even trigger such a terrifying explosion. What is the ability of this brat? Sidisi, you are also a devil fruit ability user, can you fight him? Baronton's eyes were shocked, and the hands holding the knife were shaking. Let me try. Sweat oozes from his forehead, and he ran forward with strides. His hands stretched out quickly, and the white rope immediately rushed forward like a whip and went straight to Dun. The rope twisted and rotated like a poisonous snake, and came to Dun in the blink of an eye. Shua! Dun's face is indifferent, his eyes are full of killing intent, and his right hand swings his knife at the rope ahead. Bang bang! 2 skyrocketing explosions sounded again, and a large flame directly burned the rope. Xiu Desi was shocked, his hands trembled, and he looked forward. In a flash, flashed with blood color appeared in front of him, swaying from side to side, had reached the top of his head, and then hit him with a punch. Su Desi reacted extremely quickly, pulling out the short blade loudly roared from his waist, and rushing away. But soon, his face changed wildly, and an explosive force impacted on the short blade. Then, the oxygen in the air seemed to be evacuated at this moment, trembling, and the sound of Wang singing poured into his ears. Among. Bang! When the fist collided with his short blade, Xiudazi exploded, and his whole body burst into flames of 50 meters high, as if it's like an explosive, exploded directly. Sabine and the other's pupil shrink 30 meters away behind Xiudazi. After a second, the whole body burned in black, and the flesh-scented corpses came out and hit them hard. Bounties 32 million gold. Xiudazi has been seconded. Baronton trembled all over. It was just a punch, the two were just a collision, and Xiudazi exploded. What kind of fruit power is this guy? It's too terrifying. Is it Logia? Sabane's forehead appeared thin. Khan gave birth to infinite fear. Devil fruit is divided into 3 series, Logia, Paramecia, and Zoan. In these 3 series, which ordinary people get at random, the battle strength will change. Even if the strength cannot be increased, it will have far beyond normal human superpowers. Among them, Logia is the most buggy. Once eaten, it can directly become a rare powerhouse. The man who can explode with every punch in front of him, the flame burns, but he can't hurt him, looks like Logia in every way. Da-da-da-da. Soon, Dun's footsteps are getting faster and faster, the long knife rubs against the air, and it seems to make a sharp whistle. In the blink of an eye, he has come to the front of a captain in front of everyone. Sabine glanced around and recognized this as a captain pirates with a bounty of 23 million. Shua! The long knife drew out and went straight to the pirate captain. Pirate captain was terrified and yelled and also drew his sword and hit Dun together. After a breath. Bang! The shocking explosion sounded again. The pirate captain was burning with flames, bloody, and he was scorched and blown out by the explosion. Meters, crashed into a house. This scene made the pirates present even more frightened. Go together, otherwise we will definitely die. Sabine roared with cold sweat on his face. The pirate captains naturally understood this truth. They looked at Dun, who was walking towards here quickly, loudly shouted, and drew out their weapons and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, Dun was surrounded by everyone. You all have to die. With a cold spit, Wenhu on Dun's chest is even more fierce. The next second, he ran quickly and went straight to the opposite Baronton. A captain behind him was so fast, he came behind him in an instant and swung a knife. Dun, who is running fast, feels the strong wind behind, but ignores it. Soon, the long knife slashed on the top of his head and hit one of his hair. At this brief moment, the trembling hair seemed to have undergone an inexplicable change. The heavenly fire star suddenly rushed out, violently reacting to violent expansion. Chapter 26. Bang! The blast that made the pirates terrified again appeared. The pirate captain and the two surrounding people were directly lifted off by the explosion, and the terrifying flame enveloped them. Combustion! In just an instant, these three people were directly blown up for several tens of meters, and their bodies became bloody. Furious! Terrifying! Dun is like a bomb, whoever touches him, he will die. As for the next moment, he has reached Baronton's front, swinging the long knife, and accurately cutting into the opponent's body and chest, which was stunned by fear. Bang! There was another explosion, and when the air wave rolled over, his body was directly exploded, and the four pirates next to him were all shaken out. When the pirates fell to the ground, after struggling in horror a few times, they found that their arms and legs were blown off, their eyes turned over, and they fainted. Sabine was completely frightened. He felt that this day was simply his nightmare, a nightmare, and even the end. Faced with the Scarlet Major, who was walking towards him step by step, his face was cold and he didn't say a word, his whole body was trembling, and he stepped back. I can see from the corner of my eye, because of the explosion made by the person in front of me, pirate screamed and groaned painfully on the ground, and his body was blown to bloody blood. It can't be miserable anymore. Don't kill me, it's all Brun's plan. It has nothing to do with me. It's him, he wants to get rid of you. Because of panic, Sabine yelled out the words that Dun Step 1 stopped. He is going to kill me. Zijia, who just came out of the room, trembled all over, with incredible eyes, staring at Sabine. Yes, he wanted to kill you. Your behavior in the sea territory near Alabasta threatened his status, so he took the initiative to contact me. Otherwise, how could we ambush you here? Sabine shouted tremblingly. He finally revealed the truth of this conspiracy. Pirate regarded Dun as a thorn in his eyes, and Bruns also believed that Dun's actions in the sea territory near Alabasta affected his status. The two sides hit it off and decided to set a trap to get rid of the guy who disrupted the rules. Dun's eyes are even colder, and his body flashed. Spoon! In a blink of an eye, he has come to Sabine, and the long knife is suddenly swung. Bang! An explosion sounded again, and Sabine flew up in the flames, and then fell heavily. I know there will be darkness in Marine, but didn't expect, darkness will be so close to me. Bruns. Slowly lifting his head, Dun's eyes are extremely cold. Damn you! Marine has justice, and Dun has justice in his heart. Perhaps Marine's justice is under the general direction, and various chaotic things will be mixed, such as serving the celestial dragon and doing some dark things for the world government. But Dun's justice definitely does not include these. What he wants to implement is that absolute justice belongs to Dun himself. Now, the behavior of the Bruns commander has completely violated Dun's justice. Alliance with the enemy, murdering the same position, maybe Marine will arrest, try, and convict if he knows it. But the death of his subordinates, his anger, can no longer tolerate the other side in this world staying one more second. Dead. Must die. The body is shaking and moving forward step by step, done killing intent Ruhong. As long as there is no death on the ground pirate, he will not hesitate to give him a knife, set off a boundless flame and explosion. This group of cruel people, before they arrived, blood-washed the entire Halong Island, in order to prevent this news from leaking out a little bit. The source of the smell of blood in the houses on both sides of the street is the villagers on this island. Horrible to see, the cruelty of this group of pirates is trembling. In their eyes, life is simply an ant that can trample at will. For the next half an hour, Xiaja followed Dun. He looked at the man wearing blood-red cloak in front of him. He attacked again and again, and the explosion sounded the entire island. When everything came to a halt, a raging fire burned on Halong Island, with tongues of fire spouting and spreading on the street, swallowing the wooden houses, exposing those eyes that were open with panic. The civilians, let Xiaja clenched his fists. Men, women, and children, these cruel pirates have never let go of one. Is there any leftovers? A deep voice rang in my ears, making Xiaja startled. He lifted his head and looked at Dun, who was tired and his body was on the verge of collapse. They are all dead. Pirate killed the civilians, and Major Dun killed all pirate. Cause and effect intertwined, endless reincarnation. Justice may be late, but it is never absent. 535 pirate, all dead. From the beginning Dun started, Xiaja counted them one by one. He wanted to remember these cruel guys' heart, can't miss anyone. At the same time, at this moment, he also felt sincere admiration for the exhausted major before him. Dragging the badly injured body, despite relying on Devil Fruit's ability, he killed 535 pirates with one person, including Great Pirate with a bounty of more than 10 million. Dun's strength has reached a new level. This kind of height is beyond Xiaja's imagination. Take them, let's go. After a long silence, Dun spoke softly. Standing in the fire sea, the blood stained on the blooded cloak made the broken cloak even more red. Yes. Xiaja responded loudly. On the island of Halong in Connaught, there are only 2 people left at this moment. The Icelanders buried in the house. Dun is powerless at this time, but can only put them there first. But for all pirate, he was executed. The 2 carried the corpses of old Luosen and walked slowly towards the shore. On the sea not far from Halong Island, a battleship is mooring here quietly. Bruns held the telescope in both hands and looked inside the island, eyes full of tension. He didn't know whether the group of pirates had completed their goal. From the beginning to the present, after a few explosions from the island, there was no more movement. Bren's commander, what you said, that Major Scarlet, is pirate news. At this time, the captain behind him hesitated and asked in confusion. Why? Captain Cullen, don't you believe me? Do you think I dignified a commander and can tell lies? Lance's face sank and he put down the telescope. Cullen dare not, but, I just got news that the Scarlet Major, named Dun, is the disciple just collected by Marine Headquarters Zephyr-sensei. This way a Marine, how could it be the spy that pirate sent to Marine? The captain showed a hint of sarcasm on his face and said with a sneer. The abrupt sentence shocked Bruns's whole body, with horror on his face. What did you say? Chapter 27. He is the disciple of Zephyr-sensei. The captain nodded asked, don't you know? Bruns took a step back, feeling it was terrible at this moment, he knew he was in trouble. Oh. Major Dun is here, maybe you can question him yourself. Cullen pointed behind Bruns and said indifferently. Bruns suddenly turned his head, his face was horrified and shocked. On the sea not far from him, on a small boat, with his upper body exposed, the blood-red cloak swayed behind him, and the cold-faced man was staring at him. Whether it is the ferocious Wenhu on his chest, Or himself, in Bruns's eyes, he looks like a hideous and terrifying tiger, making him tremble. The Scarlet Major, he came out alive under the siege of more than 500 pirates and 5 pirates. How is this possible? Soon, the boat approached his battleship. Dun, supported by Zyja beside him, stepped onto the battleship step by step, and stood 3 meters in front of Bruns, facing him face to face. Tang, Major Dun, it's nice to meet you. Bruns sees fine sweat on his forehead, looking at the expressionless, gloomy young man in front of him. I felt extremely nervous. One of his words said that Dun didn't respond. Instead, he waved his hand and pushed Zyja away. After shaking his body, he stood firm. After that, his cold eyes suddenly became crazy, biting Bruns firmly. You damn it! The bloody cloak spit out 3 cold and angry words. Bruns' pupil shrink, is to see a fist expand rapidly in front of his eyes, and then fiercely hit it down. Bang! A violent explosion suddenly spread, and Bruns's entire body burst at this moment. There were countless Marines around, and Captain Cullen was shocked. In his eyes, the limbs fly out, all split up and in pieces. This! Cullen was so shocked that even his whole body trembled. What did the Scarlet Major do? He blasted Bruns out with a punch, and killed a commander as a major. Tang, Major Dun, you are too impulsive. This guy has a lot of crimes, but I have reported it to the headquarters, and they will send someone to check. You killing him now, this is the following crime, a big crime. Cullen shuddered. Hearing Kulun's voice, Dun suddenly raised his head. The crazy cold and severe eyes were reflected in Kulun's eyes, making him panic, backing a few steps back one after another, and his heart beating faster. There are a lot of corpses on the island, you send someone to deal with it. Immediately. Dun's words are beyond doubt. Yes. Your Lord Major. For a moment, Kulun didn't dare to refute, and responded loudly. After that, Dun cross-legged and sat down on the deck with a puff. He knew that he had committed a serious crime by killing Bruns. Pirate killed his superiors. That was his job. It was an expression of ambition and dreams. But in the well-regulated Marine, where the upper and lower ranks are clearly defined, doing such things is a big rebellion, and it is an extremely serious matter. But Dun doesn't regret it. What he did was what he thought was right. As for the consequences, leave it alone. In this world, it's not easy to be alive. Where can I have time to think about the others? Major. Zyja came over and cried worriedly. It's okay. Dun raised his head and comforted him softly. Then he closed his eyes and lowered his head. Soon, on the deck of this battleship, there was a uniform breathing sound. He is too tired, and needs a good sleep and a good rest. On the other side, when Kulun led a large number of Marines into Halong Island and saw the scene on the street, everyone was shocked. The strong smell of blood, burned into bones and charred corpses, made their eyes tremble and they couldn't move. Sabane pirates, Baronton pirates, Shudders pirates, Fang pirates, Misan pirates. 5 pirates, all pirates, 535th place pirate, all dead. The Marines were shocked, and their whole bodies were shocked by the scene in front of them in this brief moment. Did he do it all? Really strong? He can do it to such an extent. On the side, after the civilian corpse in the house, Marine gritted his teeth again and his eyes were red. In this chaotic era, Marine is the last line of defense to guard civilians. For the desire, greed, and cruel pirate, they have no bottom line, and they can do all evil things. The tragedies that have happened all over the world, one after another, emerge endlessly. Write down this scene, you must not miss any details. Report to the headquarters soon. Captain Cullen took a deep breath, my heart trembled, and said solemnly. Yes. Behind Marine, responded loudly. After that, everyone began to quietly gather the corpses on the island, set up a cemetery for them, set up tombstones, and engraved their names. In a blink of an eye, the time has come 3 days after the Halong Island incident. On this day, Captain Cullen came to Dunn and stopped talking. "Let's talk." Dunn looked up, with layers of bandages wrapped around his chest, and he had changed into a new Marine uniform and dressed neatly. "Regarding Major Dunn, your killing of Commander Bruns, I have reported it to the headquarters." Curran lowered his head in shame. He didn't want to do this either, but as Marine's duty, he couldn't tolerate his ignoring such behavior. Good." Dunn heard the news, but didn't respond, just nodded, so he lowered his head, as if thinking about something. Zyja next to him was angry and grumbled, that Bruns, allied with Pirate, killed that many people. The Major killed him. What's wrong with him? I have also reported this matter, and the evidence is solid. Cullen touched his head and said embarrassingly. Humph. The more Zyja said, the more angry he was, and he had to reason with him, but Dunn raised his head and screamed. Jess. Zyja was unwilling, but under Dunn's eyes, he could only shut up. Wait for the results of the headquarters. With a casual comment, Dunn fell silent again. A person living in the world always has his own value and must do. Pirate King Brother Droga once said that everyone has a moment of his appearance. Dunn understands this truth. He wants to do something for his own life, for the lives of others, and do something that should be done. Brents wanted to kill him, killed his companions, and killed the people of Halong Island. He must die in Dunn's mind, so he killed him. This is justice in Dunn's heart. It has nothing to do with Marine, nothing to do with anyone, just him. Dunn doesn't care about the consequences and will take responsibility. Similarly, this news has also been transmitted back to Marine Headquarters Marineford at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 28. Marine Conference Hall. A long table was filled with general officers with white cloak behind them. At this moment, they looked at the information in front of them and fell silent for a while. Have you finished reading it? Then, tell me your opinion. Hold your arms around the table. Standing in front of the table, wearing Fleet the empty Admiral military uniform was solemnly asked. Setero distributed, Major Dunn, the following crimes, during his tenure, kill his superiors, Commander Bruns's vicious incident. This matter, the evidence is conclusive. I believe everyone knows how to deal with it. This kind of bad thing, I want to be enough for this 15-year-old brat to go directly to the military prison and spend his time. For the rest of my life. A vice admiral sneered. I hold the opposite opinion. There is a reason for Major Dunn's behavior. But soon, another vice admiral, who was sitting opposite him, spoke in a deep voice. In everyone's eyes, this vice admiral has a serious voice. Alabasta Marine Garrison Chief in Charge, Bruns Commander, before this, united up to 5 pirates with a total bounty of more than 50 million each, on the grounds of being associated with Major Dunn, set up a killing game on Halong Island. As a Marine Commander, he is also the highest chief in charge of the branch of Marine. This person is bold enough to come to this, dare to collude with pirate, design kill your own colleague. Such ruthless, crazy behavior, simply maddening. And, due to his stupid and ruthless behavior, the island of Halong 1,323 civilians died, including 128 young children under 10 years old, 354 elderly people over 70 years old, and 303 women. Hey! Speaking of this, the Vice Admiral's eyes flashed with extremely angry, extremely cold rays of light, and even, he clenched his right fist, fiercely hit the desktop, with a bang. Such a madness, an evil act, it is an insult to Marine's justice. This kind of person should be killed. What's even more exaggerated is that his subordinate, Captain Cullen, has reported his real name a few days ago. Prior to this, he had cooperated with pirates several times to secretly act in small actions. Also, corruption and bribery, accepting people from the quartet. The amount of bribery was as high as 500 million belly. Speaking, this vice admiral once again slammed a punch on the table. As the sound fell, immediately, Marine came from outside and put down a pile of information in front of every general officer at the long table. These all are information and evidence of Bruns's crimes. Just ask, should such a person be killed? How many times should I kill? His eyes breathed fire, which was completely irritated by what Bruns had done. Even at this moment, after flipping the information, the Marine general officers present changed their expressions and their complexions were extremely gloomy. Such a person is simply a disgrace to Marine. Suddenly, sitting in the front row of the long table, the person closest to Sora spoke in a cold voice. Vice Admiral, who spoke first, heard this voice and face changed. Marine Headquarters Admiral, Zephyr. But just to say a word, Zephyr didn't say a word anymore, but silently flipped the information in front of him. This set of information is very detailed, describing the whole story of the Halong Island incident, Bruns's incriminating evidence, and there are also detailed information about the killing of pirate under Dun's hands. When seeing the top 5 pirates with a total bounty of more than 300 million, Zephyr squinted slightly and was surprised. That brat, the strength has improved so fast. At this time, the conference hall fell into a calm state, and everyone was shocked by Bruns's boldness. I was also surprised that the major named Dun could not only survive such a killing, but even counterattack pirates' strength. There is no doubt that Major Dun suffered a huge trauma in this conspiracy and siege, both physically and mentally. And what made him the most painful, it's his colleague who can give his back to the opponent, Bruns's commander. Just ask, the colleague who went on the battlefield with you is a collusion with pirate and will stab you at any time. Despicable man, what do you think? In the Hairan incident, Major Dun lost 4 of his most trusted comrades in arms and suffered serious injuries. Long put out a breath. Vice Admiral's eyes are sad. I think he is the victim of this incident. Moreover, he eliminated the 5 pirates. The 5 pirates have a total bounty of 300 million yuan. He made military merits. Not only did he have no faults, but he was meritorious and should be rewarded. Great rewards. Marine should not let the heroes be buried, let alone let the hero is sad. Vice Admiral's words made the eyes of the general officers present flashed, and some of them even had weird expressions. Yes, this Vice Admiral is right. However, the tension in this performance is too much. This is just a discussion meeting, not a speech contest, so desperately. Just be reasonable and just show the facts. So, in this incident, Major Dun should be rewarded by the headquarters, right? Kong glanced at him and asked indifferently. He asked a word, and the scene was silent again. Zephyr-sensei, Major Dun heard that it was your new student, and you even recommended him to join the elite training camp. What do you say? But soon, empty, so he threw the problem to Zephyr. Zephyr, who placed his hands on the table and kept reading the documents silently, raised his head and spoke in the gaze of all the generals. Major Dun eradicated the 5 pirates, made great contributions, and demonstrated excellent combat skills. Actually, he should be rewarded. Marine can be promoted and awarded a military merit medal. But at the same time, when the headquarters did not issue a disposal order, he privately used military force to commit the following crimes: beheading the Bruns commander higher than his level 1, which violated Marine discipline. Punishment. The 2 cancel out. I personally suggest that the position remains unchanged and no treatment. Zephyr's voice spread in the conference hall and let the presence all of the officers' eyes flickered. It stands to reason that no matter who happens to this kind of thing in his own students, there will be partiality and tendency, but Zephyr, who is righteous, but not, he is fair and upholds principles, even his own students, and the same is true. It's so ruthless, I think that Brat should be promoted to captain. At this time, a voice sounded and looked towards the person who made the noise. On his left hand, with his nostril clasped, the square-faced Garb raised his hand and said, "Garb." Next to him, Sengoku pulled it down and patted his forehead with a headache. "Che, it was originally, so Brad is right." Garb grumbled, but didn't say much. Taking the table in an aerial shot, then meditating for a moment, and finally speaking. "In this case, the rank of Major Dunn remains unchanged, and the headquarter awarded him a military service medal to show his commendation for his act of eradicating pirate." Paused, Sora is said solemnly again. "Also, Brun's commander has died, and his Alabasta Sea Territory garrison is the highest, sir. Major Dunn will temporarily replace him." I scanned the officers in the conference hall and saw that they had no opinion. Sora snorted again. The meeting is over. Chapter 29. Alabasta, the port of rape blossoms. 3 battleships docked on the sea not far from the shore, attracting the eyes of past merchants and civilians in the Alabasta country. Since the morning, these 3 battleships have been here. People who often go to sea recognize that these 3 battleships are the marine troops stationed on this sea territory. In a hospital not far from the port, the doctor who used stitches, sweating from his nose, cautiously put the last thread through the chest wound of the young major, and then lightly put out a breath. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and took the bandage from the nurse next to him, put the ointment on the young major to accelerate the wound healing, and finally put the bandage on. "Didn't expect, you were so bold as to burn with gunpowder and forcibly burn your wounds. This is really crazy, Major. This kind of bold things, a little carelessness will kill you." After everything was done, the doctor said sternly. "On the battlefield, you will die at any time, and the means to survive are worth using." Dunn said with a smile. He didn't show any expression after just stitching up the wound, as if the perception of pain had been abandoned. "You have to recover after the war, okay? From now on, you have to pay attention. Also lucky, your brat's physical fitness is quite good, and the wound heals faster than ordinary people. It should be much faster and there is no infection, otherwise, you are afraid that you will cry now." The doctor is not angry. "Haha, thank you, doctor." Dunn laughed. In the morning, at the strong request of Captain Jace and Cullen, they came to the Canola harbor to do a treatment for his previous wound. "Go away. Protect your own dog's life." The doctor waved his hand, shouted. Dunn startled, with a trace of doubt in his eyes, but he didn't ask much. The doctor's attitude was a bit wrong. He walked out of the hospital accompanied by Captain Jace and Cullen. The doctor's son, Marine, was injured in a battle. Later, the wound was infected and was not treated in time. His condition deteriorated and he was not rescued. Out of the hospital, Captain Cullen just whispered in his ear. Dunn understood, silently nodded. After that, he walked with Captain Cullen and Jace in the Canola port. Seeing the bustling crowd in this street, shouting lively, a little smile couldn't help but show up on his face. Compared with the dangers in the sea, land is the only place where mankind appears peaceful and peaceful. And marine, it is this last zone of happiness that needs to be maintained. At the Canola Flower Harbor, they found a place, and the 3 of them took a rest. Captain Cullen wanted to arrange Marine on the battleship to carry out the necessary supply work, so he left. Back in the room, Dunn opened the window on the 2nd floor and looked down. From here, you can clearly see the undulating blue sea, the endless blue in the sky, cloudless, a few seagulls flying, and occasionally a few tactful calls. Buttoned on the new marine uniform, Dunn stood here quietly looking at the street, the sea, and the crowd for a while, then turned around and sat on the table and chair in the room. Jace is next door to him, dedicated to accompany him. As long as there is something to do, you can greet each other. Close his eyes, Dunn let out a long breath before slowly eyes opened. In the war, life and death can be decided almost instantaneously. After several battles and killed a lot of pirate, he is not so difficult to accept the departure of his companions. The death of each companion will only strengthen his understanding of the two words justice in his heart, and cherish everything in life he has gained in front of him. I have a long way to go, and I still have to do a lot of things. To accomplish all of this, more power is needed. The eyes condensed, Dun's eyes were firm. He then slowly stretched out his hands, feeling the inexplicable magical power surging throughout his body all the time. Devil fruit. This power is exactly the new power that appeared after he had eaten devil fruit before. A very mysterious, but very powerful force. Explosion. Mumbling out these two words, Dun has a deep understanding of this force. The most direct external manifestation of this power he got was an explosion. In the Pirate King anime, he has also seen such power. One is the explosive fruit of Mr. Five in the Baroque Works room under the hands of Crocodile, which is what people call a booger man, and the other is the explosive fruit of Gladius under Brother Ming of Duo Flan. The two fruits are the same but also different. The explosive fruits can use any part of their body as a bomb, and then explode instantly, causing huge light and heat to act on the target. The explosion of the fruit is the form of violent expansion of the inorganic matter that can be touched by itself, after reaching a limit point, and then detonating, more like the chemical process of a balloon bomb explosion. To be precise, Mr.5 is the bomber who explodes fruits, while Gladius is the bomber who explodes fruits. There is a difference. And Dun's fruit is an explosion. He can be called an explosive person, a manifestation of the explosion process. From the moment awakening this new ability in the body, he can control this new ability. You can detonate any item you touch in an instant. You can also explode any part of your body as a bomb. There is no doubt that this kind of ability is almost a synthesis of the two in Pirate King's anime, and it is like the superior of the two fruits, including all their abilities. With this ability, Dun fully grasps the initiative. Advances can use explosions at any time when attacking the enemy, retreats can be used for defense. When others attack his body, they will instantly detonate, producing a huge might explosion. This explosion fruit may not be Logia's ability, but from a practical point of view, it is not weaker than Logia. Even, Dun too is a human being. If it is developed, its strength can go further. The ability to explode can also be used in my physical skills, sword technique, to enhance the formidable power of attack. He is very lucky, the explosion fruit is a very powerful fruit, to his current strength, is almost a leapfrog increase. With blinking eyes, Dun twisted the paper on the table next to him. With his power surging, he could clearly perceive that he could explode the paper at any time, bursting out a powerful impact. Fumbling and experimenting carefully, Dun wants to master this newly acquired power as quickly as possible. The process of explosion can be roughly divided into two types. It is the process of transforming energy from one form to another or several forms accompanied by strong mechanical effects. Ordinary explosives are the conversion of chemical energy to mechanical energy, while nuclear explosions are the conversion of nuclear reaction energy to mechanical energy. During this process, powerful energy will burst out, and it will also gives me extremely powerful kinetic energy. His eyes lighted slightly. Dun recalled the concept of explosions in his previous life, and all kinds of explosions, and he had about a direction in his mind. Chapter 30. According to my physical strength and strength at this time, I can only produce explosive level explosions, but if the development continues, once nuclear explosions can be carried out. Thinking of this, Dun clenched both fists tight. So, there is no doubt that once the nuclear explosion level is realized, the powerful and destructive will not be inferior to Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi. This is a fruit with great potential, and it can be developed in many ways, so that you can have a new transformation. Dun can foresee that the road to becoming a powerhouse will begin at this moment. Of course, he will not rely on Devil Fruit's abilities blindly. Historical experience has proved countless times that only one's own strength is truly powerful. The fruit is strong, the ability user is weak, and there are countless people turning into waste. As for the method of developing the explosive fruit, in Dun's mind, sparks of wisdom burst out, giving him a lot of ideas for a time, and he wanted to experiment. But in the end, he suppressed this impulse forcibly. The wound on the chest has just been stitched up, and the bandage has just been put on, it still matters. 3 days later, Dun and Jace asked Captain Cullen for a small boat, and the two drove toward the sea. "Major, do you want to practice the skills to survive in the sea?" Jace's face was dumbfounded, and his entire face was full of doubts. As everyone knows, devil fruit ability user are all land ducks. They feel weak when they see the sea water. Major Dun still wants to survive in the sea water? "Yes, I came out this time just to let you help me cultivation." Dun is serious and nodded. Under the high-speed movement of the spoon, although the direction is not easy to control, its speed is beyond doubt. If the nature of explosion is added to it, will the instantaneous high speed and the reaction force generated by stepping on the air explosion prevent him from being corroded by the seawater and temporarily not affected by the seawater? In the past 2 days, Dun also tried to face the sea. The facts are indeed as rumored, as long as he touches a little bit of seawater, he will quickly feel sore and soft. Facing the sea, there's no resistance. I must first get rid of the restrictions imposed by the sea. Even if I can't completely escape, I must have the strength to protect myself. Dun knows very well that being unable to swim is important for a long-term survival for marine on the sea, how dangerous it is. The boat is parked in the shallow water not far from the coast, where people are sparsely populated. Even if Dun spreads it out, it will not affect other people much. "Major, what are you going to do?" Jess curiously asked. "I want to run on the sea," Dun said solemnly. Afterwards, in Jace's surprised gaze, Dun jumped off the boat. The boat is not high from the sea. Almost instantly, Dun will fall into the sea. Just in this brief moment. Spoon. Dun's eyes widened suddenly, and his feet stepped on the air at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the power of devil fruit surged out in an instant, and the power of the explosion rushed toward the air through his feet. Bang! There was a dull explosion, and the boat shook violently. The place where Dun fell, the sea sagged, and then the crash bang splashed more than 10 meters high. Jace stared at this scene with wide eyes. He watched Dun being blown up high, and then he drew a parabola with a shoo sound, and fell heavily into the sea more than 10 meters away. Immediately stunned. But soon, he reacted. "Major!" Without hesitation, Jace jumped into the water with a puff and swam quickly to where Dun had fallen. A few minutes later, Jess dragged Dun to the boat, gasped for breath, pressing his chest continuously, and strings of sea water were spewed out. Cough, cough, cough. After dozens of times, Dun coughed and woke up. Failed. Undoubtedly, he was whimsical, combining the ability of a spoon with an explosion to create the first experiment of a method of moving at high speed on the sea or in the air, and it ended in failure. At the moment of the explosion, the impact generated was too big, and the timing of the fall was extremely difficult to control. Even if both of these were met, he had to wait for the time to stay in the air after an impact. Make the next connection quickly. To maintain this short-lived stagnation. In this case, the difficulty will be even greater. If you want a short time, or rely on several trials to succeed, it is basically impossible. But Dun didn't give up. After a break, he started experimenting again. Before that, he glanced at the panel of the military soul system and found that the military merit points after the previous battle had accumulated to 70,000 points. Among these, the cheapest booster physical fitness 50 times can already be activated. Activate, increase your physical fitness by 50 times. In the Army Soul system, Dun's favorite is the increase in physical fitness, and it will be given priority every time when the points are enough. Consider activated. Because in this one, he has the biggest gap with the elite marine of the same period. It is difficult to make up for physical differences, and it takes a lot of resources and a long cultivation time to make up. And he, undoubtedly does not have such conditions. He once heard the school-level officers next to Zephyr mention that some monsters in Marine headquarters are similar to his age, but their strength can reach an astonishing 3,000 or more, far surpassing him. With the help of system, it will be possible for him to catch up with those people. Even if this power is directly increased, he still needs to exercise day by day, familiar with the new power, but it is better than before. Too much. Moreover, Devil Fruit's performance is also extremely dependent on its own physical fitness. No matter how well he develops, no matter how big his brain is, his physical fitness is not up to standard, and he can't play Devil Fruit's formidable power, it still won't work. Along with the crisp sound of Pai Li Pa La in his body, Dun felt that he was more powerful, reacted, and faster. After my physical fitness is enhanced, I use my maximum strength to use Devil Fruit's ability. And it should be able to cause an explosion in the maximum range of 100 meters. What is the concept of an explosion in the range of 100 meters? Dun compared the formidable power of the previous M-Army standard grenade explosion. Basically, the lethality caused by the explosion of more than 200 grenade at the same time is equivalent to the energy released by the explosion of 1 kg TNT in an ideal state. This kind of terrifying explosive formidable power, once it explodes, it is almost barren within 100 meters, and the destructive power is extremely strong. It was also at this moment he deeply understood how bad the strength of that MR.5 was. In the animation, the destructive power range of the explosion caused by it does not even exceed 10 meters. After that, Dun continued his cultivation of seawater survival skills. Falling into the water again and again, and being rescued by Jace again and again, his understanding, grasp of the timing, and the use of explosive power have become more and more profound. The benefits of such a cultivation are also extremely obvious to him. He can control the damage caused by the explosion fruits more quickly, and perfectly control his physical energy consumption in battle. Chapter 31. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. At this time, Dun was able to step on the air and explode at the moment of falling into the water, making perfect use of this recoil without falling into the water for the time being. However, he still couldn't stay in the air for a long time when he couldn't master the direction of the air. But compared to before, it is undoubtedly much better. He already has the ability to survive in the sea. While Dun continued his cultivation time and time again, and at the same time he was able to boil the fruit, a battleship was slowly approaching him. Is this the brat called Dun? Is he energetic? Is he practicing jumping into the sea? Hold his arms around him, wear a dog head cap, and wear justice behind him cloak, a burly middle-aged man with a square face standing on the battleship deck, looking at Dun's surprised said with a smile. Vice Admiral Garp, he is Major Dun. According to Major Dun, he is cultivation. Captain Cullen said cautiously. This is also a cultivation? Isn't it self-abuse? What a strange guy. However, maybe because of this hard work and madness, this brat will be able to achieve this kind of military merit at a young age. Garp thoughtfully. After finishing speaking, he turned his head and moved towards the drowsy, sleepy man behind and asked a question. You said I was right, Kuzan. Hey? What? Kuzan looked blank, but his eyes looked towards Dun stuck in the air for 2 or 3 times before falling into the sea with a thump. In an instant, his eyes condensed. This brat is very strong. Stepping on your body at a high speed, the impact air reacts on you, and you stay in the air. This skill is rare. From this moment on, Kuzan also paid attention to the man named Dun. Battleship quickly moved closer, and when it stopped steadily, Dun had just been dragged from the sea by Jace and was spitting bubbles on the surface. It failed again. Jace, hurry up, bring Major Dun up. This is Vice Admiral Garp from the headquarters. Cullen stood on the battleship and shouted downwards. Jace heard the name of the other party, his whole body trembled immediately, he hurriedly dragged Dun onto the battleship, and then the two rescued Dun who had fainted because of drinking too much water. When Dun woke up again, he saw a square-faced smiling Hehe, looking down at him, and asking loudly, "Are you brat committing suicide?" "Suicide?" Dun bewildered. He turned over and quickly stood up on the deck, looking towards these two people. Next to him, Captain Cullen and Jace kept winking at him, suggesting that the identities of these two people are different. His eyes quickly shifted to the shoulders of these two people. Immediately, Dun was taken aback by the meaning of the epaulets. "Vice Admiral? Captain?" At this time, the square-faced middle-aged big man on the opposite side laughed and slapped Dun on the shoulder, making him a whole person. Shocked, feeling that all my strength was beaten up, grinned. "Brat, I am Garp, I am here to give you a reward under the command of the headquarters." Shangruo Hungzhong, middle-aged Garp, black hair, essence, qi, and spirit full, the imposing manner is very condensed and powerful. "Vice Admiral Garp." Dun was taken aback, then shocked. He didn't expect that the big man in front of him turned out to be Garp. After careful observation, it was indeed quite similar to the image in the animation, but the gap between the three-dimensional and the two-dimensional was still huge. "Recognize." Afterwards, he turned his gaze to the tall young man next to Garp, who was in his 20s. Then this is Kuzan when he was young, and his future precognition. The eyes flashed, Dun was sure. At this time, Kuzan's face is young. Compared with the lazily appearance in the animation later, he has a little more spirit. It is when youngsters were young and mature. Youngsters' blood is not so easy to be cold. "Go down." "Vice Admiral Garp, how come you are here?" Dun was surprised. As for the name Garp, nobody in the entire marine system does not know. He had been entangled in the battle with Rox for a long time and established his title of hero. And Rox is who? He can be said to be the most outstanding character in Roger's previous era. Before Roger did not dominate the New World, he was the king. At this time, Kaido, whose name resounded through the world, was once a crew member of Bigamom. For pirate, Garp is synonymous with evil spirits. And not long ago, the Vice Admiral refused to be promoted to Admiral again, which caused a sensation in Marineford and the entire marine system, and made Kuzan feel that this is a very handsome thing. You must know that for every marine, becoming an admiral is a lifelong pursuit and dream. Well, you brat did a great major event. Headquarter appreciates you very much, so send me over to see you. And, by the way, I also have to deal with this matter. Speaking of this, Dun saw Garp's eyes sharpen, and his heart moved, guessing that this incident must be his unimaginable major event. "So, during this time, I may stay with you for a while." Soon, Garp said so again, making Dun bewildered. "Am I here?" Before the Halong Island incident, he had only one small boat, and now that boat is gone, speaking of which, he himself is a man without a place. "Oh. That's right, you brat don't know that the headquarter will eliminate the top 5 pirates and get rid of the results of your boss in this incident, right?" Garp patted head, suddenly saw Tori. "Then I will tell you now." In a blink of an eye, his eyes were straight and his expression became serious. "Marine Headquarters Major Dun." Dun's face was immediately solemn, standing straight and loudly responding, "Here. Since you are in the moon before, the 5 major pirates were annihilated, and then the superior commander Bruns was killed in 2 major events. After discussion and negotiation, Marine Headquarters will make the following processing results for you. 1. Grant you Fearless Army Medal, praise you for your excellent performance and determination to fight to the death in this battle. 2. Promote you to Marine Headquarters Captain. Next to Jess excited expressions appeared on both Kulun and Dun's faces. Dun's expression remained unchanged, and he listened carefully. Garp paused, "It's another opening. 3. But because you later killed Brun's commander, you committed the following crime, which is a serious violation of marine military discipline, and you will be dealt with as follows." I heard this sentence then, the expressions of the two Jays, who were still excited before, changed again, and what they were most worried about was this. For demotion, and deduct 1 year's salary as punishment, the official regaining the rank of major. A smile appeared on Garp's face. 5. Because Brun's commander severely violated marine military discipline, corrupted the law, and committed a major crime in alliance with pirate, the Alabasta Sea Territory Garrison Patrol Marines top commander was removed, and you will temporarily replace it. Then Garp took the Army Medal from the precognition next to him, and personally pinned Dunn to his chest. "Now, you brat can talk." Dunn's face is serious, and he salutes meticulously. "Thanks, Vice Admiral Garp." Chapter 32. You brat, this seriousness is a bit like Sakazuki's. Don't be so serious. Garp didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He rarely sees him. There are a few in Marine who are indifferent to awards and promotions. Next to them, Jess and Captain Cullen are both happy. Alabasta Sea Territory Patrol Force, although there is no base at all, but the authority is quite large. It can be said that it is the commander-in-chief of all the Marines in this sea territory, responsible for the security of the entire sea territory. Just patrolling the battleship, there are 5 ships, including the flagship, generally used as a battleship team. The number of Marines is about 700 or 800 people. And because it is fighting at sea, every battleship is loaded with live ammunition, absolutely powerful. Such an important position, given to people like Dunn, will be an invisible deterrent to the entire pirate of the sea territory, and it will be extremely high for civilians and merchant ships. Guaranteed. Listening to Garp's words, Dunn slightly startled, and then speaks words that will silence everyone present. "Vice Admiral Garp, I don't know who Sakazuki is. But, I'm absolutely different from him. Everything I get now, are all piled up by countless people's blood and sweat, one by one lost lives. I have no reason to be happy with the things I got in this way." In plain words, Garp can feel all the suffering behind this youngster and the responsibility he bears at this moment. Several bones and bones will be accomplished with success. These bones are not only for the enemy, but also for their comrades in arms and robes. Only those who have gone to a higher position after fighting again and again can truly understand exactly how many people are giving and bleeding behind everything they have gotten. After they get the reward, the first thing they think about is not how to enjoy their rights, but how to use the resources in their hands to do better. In this way, we can be worthy of the dedication to the group of people behind me. Then, please protect everything you get. Major Dunn. But, what you have at the moment is what you deserve. P. Garp said solemnly. Yes. After a short pause, Dunn shouted. Okay, I need to live with you for a while, do it yourself. After the appointment, Garp waved his hand and said with a smile. Dunn, on behalf of the Alabasta Sea Territory Patrol, welcomes Vice Admiral Garp. Dunn gave a military salute and said with a smile on his face. It is an honor for him to spend some time with such a hero of the Marines. In addition, Marine Headquarters sent Garp here to show Dunn its position, the kind of fair system and generosity that welcomes Marines' new star and will not treat anyone with outstanding contributions to Marines' fairness and generosity. There is no doubt that he won the headquarters' recognition and respect for him in a series of previous performances. This is an invisible glory of Marine. After that, Garp found an open space on the battleship, pulled a chair, found a fishing rod, and started fishing. In just a few minutes, the square-faced middle-aged man lowered his head, snoring loudly, and big nasal blisters appeared in his nostrils. Looking at a vice admiral, especially the appearance of the legendary hero in Marines were a little surprised and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Vice Admiral Garp never sticks to the outside, speaking of which, he is also the most approachable and communicative adult in the headquarters. Looking at Dunn's expression, Kuzan came over and said lazily. This is what makes him great. Dun said solemnly. Kyuzan raised his eyebrows. You are right, you are indeed different from that guy Sakazuki. Dun laughed. There are no two identical leaves in the world, and naturally they are not. There will be two people who are the same. No, 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 you didn't understand what I mean. How do you say it? Kyuzan waved his hand, showing a distressed expression. Then start thinking. After a long while, he clapped his hands. Yes. You, like that brat, seem to have experienced suffering. Because of the influence of the environment, you showed a serious and indifferent appearance. But the external appearance of the man really exposes the inside, giving people a feeling of indifference and ruthlessness. However, you, on the contrary, seem to be more understanding or enlightenment after experiencing hardships. Whatever you get there, it gives people a bright, upright, and warm look. Dun was surprised and spit out a sentence, I don't feel like this. However, Kyuzan, you are unexpectedly talkative. He didn't expect Kyuzan when he was young. He was such a guy, lazily on the outside but hot and cheerful on the inside. Youngster should have a young heart. I like to chat with people, he. Kyuzan chuckled his head. Communication will always give me a feeling that I can better understand the direction of the road I am taking. Dun's eyes are narrowed. He knows that this period is right in front of me. This future admiral determines the transition period of the righteous way he will adhere to in the future. A great person, his persistence throughout his life is formed by everything he experienced when he was young and on the road. Such as Lao Zi's enlightenment, Confucius cultivating Confucianism, and Wang Yangming's Longchong enlightenment. Throughout and suffering can make people feel helpless and fall into the abyss, but they can also enable people with persistence to embark on peak that other people can't imagine. Nice to meet you, I am Dun. With bright eyes, Dun smiled and extended the hand. After the precognition was taken aback, she also extended the hand with a smile, call me Kyuzan. The sea breeze blew gently, and there were occasional gulls in the sky. On the deck, two powerful hands are held together. Since this grip, in the following decades, the friendship between the two and everything experienced between the two will be told, studied, and guessed by later generations. There are too many stories, and we can only speak slowly, not in a hurry, nor in a hurry. At the same time, somewhere in the world, in a magnificent palace, wearing a golden brocade robe, the middle-aged man with his forehead curled up a few Deo Mark Road, the middle-aged man with an indifferent expression is holding a newspaper in his hand and is examining it. That's right, it's just looking at him. His attitude and actions are like watching a criminal, a sinner, not just scanning the news at will. My big brother, you have read this newspaper for half an hour. It is only 400 or 500 words before and after. Haven't you finished it yet? The opposite, another man in a purple brocade robe said mockingly with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. On hearing the sound, the middle-aged man slowly put down the newspaper, and then looked at the man on the opposite side. You, what do you mean? The purple man in brocade showed a dumbfounded expression and exaggeratedly yelled. What do you mean? What do you mean by asking me? My goodness, are you cracking a joke? As a member of our clan, I went to be a marine. I also gained a good reputation, which is simply a shame. Shame. Middle-aged the man's expression remained unchanged, and he said coldly after his younger brother finished speaking. He is just a bastard who has been kicked out of the family by me. What is it about me? What is it about you? Chapter 33. A low and cold voice echoed in the great hall. The man in the purple brocade was speechless for a while, and he grinned isho after a long time. Hee, big brother, that's your son. Paused, the man's eyes were also cold. Even if you kick him out of the family and no longer recognize his name, there will be our bloodline flowing in his blood vessels. This is your forever a fact that cannot be changed. Join Marine, no matter what you do? Any profession in this world, that is an insult to the bloodline flowing in our body. This is a defilement. With a little madness in his voice, and his fascination with his bloodline, the expression of the man in the purple brocade looks a little weird. The middle-aged man hearing this, his complexion even more gloomy. You brought this newspaper to me today, and you brought that nasty news to me. Do you want to say this? Otherwise? The purple man in brocade raised his eyebrows with a puzzled expression. Then you can go. 5 years ago, I let him make a choice. It is supreme status, food and clothing, a worry-free life, or, drifting with the flow, the abyss of life and death. He made his own choice. Took a deep breath, middle-aged man, his eyes were calm, and every sentence was spit out. He gave up everything he could have and chose to fend for himself. Then everything about him has nothing to do with me. Whatever he does, it is his freedom. Listening to the voice of the middle-aged man, Isho, the man in purple brocade, seemed to be ridiculing, and ordered nodded again. Since you don't care, then I won't say much. He is your son, not mine. Standing up, the man waved his hand, moved towards and walked outside. The middle-aged man's complexion is calm, without any waves. When he walked to the door, the man in Jinbao suddenly stopped. Oh! I have checked it out. 5 years ago, the choice you made was not exactly a choice. It is persecution, it is a threat. My big brother, what are your plans for forcing your only biological son to leave this family? The complexion of the middle-aged man finally changed. He slowly lifted his right hand, extended his index finger, pointed out the door, and spit out a word coldly. Get lost. Ha 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 ha, I'm curious, what is it like for my nephew who performed well in Marine and wiped out 300 million pirate in World War I people? Speaking of which, I have never seen him before. Although it is a shame and redundancy of the family, it is also a rare powerhouse yet. The voice of the man in Jinbao came, and his figure flickered before disappearing in front of the middle-aged man. When the opponent's figure walked away, the middle-aged man waved his hand gloomily. Go, tell me the stupid younger brother, he dared to interfere in the life of an outsider in the family, I will not let him go. The man in the black suit and black top hat, bent down deeply, then walked away quickly. After a long while, in the luxurious and splendid palace, another woman ran in, wearing coarse cloth, looking excited and looking forward to it. Seeing this woman, the middle-aged man's calm expression seemed to be unable to maintain any more. A face became distorted, hideous, and crazy at the speed that naked eye could see. Who let you in? Get out! Get out! But that the woman in coarse cloth didn't seem to hear his angry shout, she burst into tears, ran over excitedly, and grabbed his sleeve expectantly. Is there news from him? Is there news from him? Tell me. Middle-aged man jerked, standing up, he pushed the woman to the ground. You and him, made me a disgrace to the family. That bastard has inherited the gentleness like you, and there is nothing like a superior person. Tolerance and demeanor. It's all a shame. Took a deep breath, the middle-aged man looked down at the woman, squeezing this sentence from the gap between her teeth. No. He is inherently different, you know, he is smarter than too many people. I didn't know you 5 years ago. Why do you want to do that? But you definitely don't think like that in your heart. You, obviously, are also a gentle person. The woman was crying, her eyes widening with tears. This man, from the moment they met, until they fell in love, is a gentle, personable gentleman. But why, will there be a big change later? He became violent, cruel, indifferent, and ruthless, and became even capable of killing his own son and his wife. What happened between this? What she doesn't know. Get out, he is no longer my son. The middle-aged man furiously threw the newspaper on the woman's face, then shouted the guards nearby, and the woman forcibly dragged away. After calming down again in the great hall, he took a few deep breaths, his eyes gloomy. Shame! 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 After 3 consecutive scolding, the middle-aged man became extremely angry. After that, he shattered everything in front of him again, and the sound of broken things continued to be heard in the great hall. It was not until the end that the man sat in his seat and bowed his head deeply. On the face covered by the hair, there is a very tired face and a pair of bright eyes. Marine. Mumbling, the man spit out these 2 words in a low voice, and his spirit seemed to become more excited. On the other side, after the woman in coarse cloth was dragged out of the palace, the guards did not at all disrespect her. "Madam, don't make it difficult for us, or don't come to see an adult again." A faint voice came out, and the woman heard it, but it was nodded. Looking at the other person who seemed to agree, the guards had no choice but to leave. They know that the nodded woman in front of them is of no use at all. Wiping tears, the woman with coarse cloth looked very energetic at this time. Under her weeping beauty, she revealed a delicate and beautiful face. Major Marine Headquarters, Annihilation Bounty worth 300 million Pirate, Commander of the Alabasta Sea Territory Patrol. After seeing this series of words, the woman's face uncontrollably smiled excitedly. "Good. Good. Good. Very good, Marine is very good, Marine is good. You have found your way, it is very good." Dunn rose. On the delicate and beautiful face, the smile bloomed like a flower. 5 years later, the woman was extremely excited and happy when she heard the news of her own son for the first time. Unimaginable, how many nights, how many tears she shed. The care and remembrance of the parent and child made people crazy and heartbroken. "Now, I finally got the news. Really, very good." At the end, she stacked the newspaper neat and tidy in her hands on her chest, and looked forward to it. "Go and play hard, Dunn, don't worry about me. Your father, in fact, is the gentle one. And you, like him, he is also a gentle person. That's why you chose to become a Marine, right? All anger, madness, and violence, there must be reasons why others don't understand. At least, she is still alive now, this is a proof. Otherwise, in that selection 5 years ago, she should have died." Chapter 34. On the Alabasta Sea Territory, 3 battleships are patrolling. In the office set up in Battleship, Dunn looked at the thick stack of documents in front of him with a stunned expression. "Me, have to deal with this." Cusin laughed at him, and Captain Cullen gave a proper reminder next to him. "These are all accumulated during the previous Bruns commander. Most of them are letters from nearby countries, seeking marine help, but they are a bit too much. There are many, but they don't need to be taken care of. After all, Marine can't interfere with the government affairs of various countries." Dunn patted his forehead, nothing to say. Cullen said so, but he still has to read these documents carefully. For the guy who was killed by him and didn't do anything business, he could only silently curse fuck in his heart. "Your mother." This is the first day of the tenure. Most of the things that Captain Cullen introduced to Dunn and needed to be dealt with within his duties. Not to mention, this work with real power is really very difficult to do. Just about the regulations and the scope of jurisdiction, Dunn's scalp numb in the clouds. But fortunately, this guy Kulun, although honest and timid, is a good helper, he is very clear about everything in his duties. And Cusin, also occasionally interjected a few words aside, to clarify his confusion. With the help of these 2 libraries, Dunn's marine career finally started. In a blink of an eye, it was already 3 days after Dunn took office. Marine has already released this announcement as early as that day. Major Scarlett Dunn, as the commander of the patrol force. On the sea, the merchants are all puzzled. "I don't know if the major named Dunn is who are you." Every commander of the sea territory of the Grand Line can be said to be a high-ranking commander. They control the main arteries of the waterway and maintain the stability of the major sea territory. Once the commander is changed, it will naturally have a significant impact on the caravan. Among them, the members of the caravan, whether it is black or white, are tight in their hearts. Marine's each step action will make them think carefully. Soon, someone dug out Dun's identity and what he had just done. Annihilate the 5 pirates, and the total bounty gold reaches 300 million. Pupil shrink, the leaders of the major caravans, are all shocked. With such a powerful strength, serving as the commander of the Alabasta patrol force is a huge deterrent to pirate or the caravan. No, I am more concerned about the latter message. He killed the former patrol commander Brun's commander, that hypocritical, greedy guys. Look clearly, this is not an arrest, but a killing. Facial expression grave, the people in the caravan are all complex-minded people, they are well informed, there are a lot of smart people. In an instant, it was judged that the background of this new commander is also not simple. This person, be careful, he is more difficult to deal with than Bruns. General Marine, directly kill the superior who is higher than his own rank, no matter what the reason is, he is afraid he has to go to a military court and stay in prison for a period of time. This brat has nothing to do. Marine headquarters also rewarded him and granted him with real power. Fuck, there are definitely people on it. For a while, everyone in the caravan was thinking about how to face the newly appointed commander. You must know that their business is visible, but there are more invisible. In this case, the attitude of Marine commander is very important. The same mentality as the caravans is the various countries in this sea territory. You must know that even on the island of Santon where Alabasta is located, there are other countries. For all countries, Marine garrison is also very important. In one peace world, which is dominated by island countries, maritime transportation and business appear to be extremely frequent, and they also account for the bulk of the country's GDP. The merchant ship, which takes the country as a unit, is also the source of the wealth of many kings. What's the matter with Marine? Even though that Bruns was greedy, he was still obedient and replaced him. It's still a 15-year-old kid. Immediately, the king angrily said. What's even more annoying is that this kid is still a powerful guy. However, no one has the right to interfere with the changes in Marine and can only sink their hearts. Thinking about how to face this new commander Marine. Speaking of the sea, the most troublesome thing is naturally pirate. Since Dun's first day as a commander, the number of pirates near the Alabasta Sea territory began to plummet. Fuck, Major Scarlet, it turned out to be him. Grand Line can't stay any longer, I want to go back to East Blue. On the spot, just before, Captain Pirates, whose crew was killed by Dun, turned the ship's bow angrily but helplessly. This newly appointed Major Dun has cruel methods and a very ruthless style of behavior, especially for us pirate, which is even more cruel. Hey Long Island Battle. Among the top 5 pirates, each captain was a powerhouse with a bounty of more than 20 million, but he was wiped out. There are more than 500 people in total, and there is no one to live. Pirates still have lingering fears when mentioning this horrible-to-see fact. Generally Marine will embrace humanism against pirate. Even if they kill some, those who surrender will also be arrested. But under this major, they have not seen any survivors yet. So until now, the major has no idea what weapons, what abilities, and how powerful he is. Be careful, don't have a mission during this time, your life is important. The pirate captains all got up and warned their crew. Marine headquarters knew about the Battle of Hay Long Island, but pirates' well-informed news was not inferior, letting them know the toughness of the Marine major. Sure enough, on the second day, battleships started to patrol the entire sea. The appointment of the new commander seems to drive the lower soldier to be more excited and fearless. For 2 consecutive days, Marine arrested 36 people in pirate and stuffed them into the resident prisons of various Marine branches. The outside world is quietly playing various wind and rain. On the patrol unit's flagship, Dun is frowning and looking at the documents in front of him. There are some kings, what's going on? I am guilty, the people rioted underneath, the insurgents are rampant, and I still look for Marine's support. There is such a shameless person in the world. Cullen helplessly smiled. It stands to reason that Marine is obligated to do so. Bruns had previously had no benefit in this matter, so leave it aside and ignore it. Maintaining the stability of the countries under the world government is also one of Marine's responsibilities, Dunn. Cusin also reminded. Dunn frowned deeper. According to the information, the king of this country is definitely not a good thing. The country is not big, there are only 1 or 2 cities, but the king is not merciful in exploiting the people under his banner. This caused a riot, and the people rebelled. After a long while, he breathed out, and there seemed to be a decision in his eyes. How is it, have you decided? Dunn, speaking of which is also a bit sensitive. It's a headache to go or not? Cusin asked with a smile. Dunn looked serious and spoke to Cusin. Go. It's just that world government mind, change the leader of the country. Cusin, who is smiling and waiting for the answer, stunned, then stunned. Chapter 35. What do you mean? Cusin didn't understand, but he faintly felt that the youngster in front of him was definitely thinking about something strange in his heart. For internal conflicts in a small country, Marine is obligated and within his responsibilities, and needs to send troops to help. It's just that this matter, in terms of people's hearts, must be against justice. But again, it does not violate Marine's duties. Therefore, in some respects, it is really difficult for a kind person to make up his mind. Even if you want to help, your heart will be extremely heavy. However, at this moment, the meaning of Dunn's words makes Cusin feel a little uncomfortable. Sure enough, at the next moment, Dunn stood up with a sneer, seemingly certain. What the world government needs is a stable situation. They will never mind who is the ruler. This country's royal general has extremely high taxes and tyranny, exploiting the people, causing uprisings, resistance, can be said to be having only oneself to blame, no matter from any angle, it is the evil side. Helping him is helping the evil. If I do this, I have done it. How can it be regarded as Marine guided by justice? Cusin finally understood that this guy is really bold to help the civilians in the uprising. Then you are leaving now? He solemnly asked. Start? Where to go? Now Dunn's turn is stunned. He laughed, and then said. This letter was from a month ago. At that time, it was during Bruns's tenure. Now, according to the situation a month ago, the insurgents have already won the city, and the number of legion has greatly increased. And the news that they just learned, they are in front of the king's city gate and have a huge advantage. About a week later, that king will roll down. He blinked and looked at Dunn, who was picking up the file, who was telling the story, feeling strange in his heart. This information is what the other party asked him to search for in the past 2 days. I will go again a week later. At that time, all I need to do is to rehabilitate, and if the new insurgent ruler is willing to work under the world government. Put out a breath, Dunn is smiling and relaxed. Then I won't even have to be rehabilitated. Cusin patted his forehead, feeling speechless at Dunn's strange thought. But I have to say that this guy does have a set, smart enough. It can be said that this is exploiting the loopholes of world government, and it is also condoning certain things. But the partiality, this kind of indulgence, limits a general range, will not step on the line, and also allows the positive energy to be reasonably expanded. Under implicit thinking, it looks like this method, which is more conducive to the stability of the world. It's really a guy with a strange brain circuit, but also a great guy. For a while, Cusin admired Dunn in his heart. Now, we just need to wait a long time to arrest the scum that is doing evil in the sea. With a smile on his face, Dunn's voice echoed in the office. After a while, Garp, who was fishing outside, immediately laughed heartily when he heard Cusin mention how to deal with this matter. This brat is too smart. In this matter, he reasonably found a compatible point between his position and Marine's position. Speaking of this, Garp's face is serious. In your future professional life, the probability of encountering this kind of thing is infinite, Kyuzan. Then, you need to be in this, carefully to find this point. Put on this uniform. When you reach that point, there will always be an involuntarily moment. At that time, will you stick to your own position, or will you stand as a Marine? Everyone plays many roles in the world. As Marine, he is himself and also a Marine. A kind and just person, he has his own position, but as Marine, he also has his own position. When these two positions are in conflict, how to choose? Kyuzan fell into deep thought after listening to this remark. In the case of Dun, he saw the other party's approach and decision. Although it was vague, he was still able to judge that the other party chose to insist on his own justice. That is, give up the shackles of Marine and become a man. Yes, if you are a human first, you can be a Marine at the end. But at that point, would you really choose that way? Looking at the undulating sea ahead, Kyuzan was actually a little confused and panicked at this moment. Living in the world, society, and under the influence of complex environments, people will always become more and more confused and impure. In the end, even the initial dreams and persistence will be forgotten. Vice Admiral Garp, are you sleeping or fishing? Kyuzan, do you want to arrest pirate together? At this time, Dun he was neatly dressed, followed by Cullen and the lieutenant's epaulets behind his back, showing serious jace. Dun brat is going out, I'm fishing. Garp held the fishing rod and threw the hook into the sea with a smile. It was only after the hook was in the water. Realizing that I forgot to put on the bait, it was embarrassing to drag back to the fishing line. Are you going to act now? Kyuzan wondered. As far as he knows, after Dun took office in this sea territory, the intensity and frequency of pirates' activities were much less than before. The remaining 4 battleships are almost all sent out to search, but the news is rarely heard. Well, I just got the news that there is pirate in Narun Island, and the branch brother there is fighting hard. Dun nodded and said in a deep voice. He talked and walked, moving like wind, and on the side of the ship, there was a soldier ready for a small sailboat with fast speed. Really? I'll leave it to you, I won't grab it with you. Kyuzan was taken aback for a moment, thinking about the next thing. Garp looked up at this time. Go, brat, you stay by my side all day, and occasionally you should also be active. But, now this pass. Kyuzan hesitated. It's okay, it will take a while for that guy to get here. Garp said with a smile. Dun has already walked to Juanyan. The soldier preparing for the boat saw him and saluted him immediately. Major, the sailing boat is ready to go. I paid too much attention to the conversation between Kyuzan and Garp. At this time, I remembered the battle in my heart. Nodded, he jumped directly and boarded the small sailboat. Behind them, Jess and Cullen also jumped off, and 7 soldiers got on the boat. On the sea behind them, 2 small sailing boats are also ready. On each of them, there are 10 Marines, loaded with live ammunition, and are preparing for battle. Kyuzan, I'll wait for you for another 5 seconds. The sails of the sailing ship opened and Dun shouted loudly. After the Kyuzan startled on the deck, he didn't hesitate to turn around and jumped off the ship where Dun was located. I would love to be your comrade in arms, Major Dun. Seeing Kyuzan disembark, Dun also laughed heartily. It's an honor to be your partner in the fight, Kyuzan. After that, his face suddenly became serious and moved towards loudly shouted behind him. Go, soldiers! The strong wind suddenly hung, the sails soared, and 3 sailboats shot straight out like arrows. Chapter 36. Narun Island. The strong smell of gunpowder and the faint smell of blood drifted slowly towards the island with the sea breeze. The villagers hiding at home, holding their family members at the moment, with fine sweat on their foreheads, shiver coldly. Every once in a while, a man mustered up his courage, moved towards and looked out the window to check the situation. How is it? I don't know, pirate hasn't rushed in yet. But sooner or later Marine can't resist it. We will be done by then. In the room, there are voices from time to time. At the entrance of the village, 5 or 6 burly men, holding axes, clubs, and other weapons in their hands, are also looking forward nervously. This village is only a small forest less than 100 meters from the coast. Outside the small forest is the branch base of this island. Leave the danger to yourself, and leave the safety to the civilians. This is the purpose of Marine's establishment of the base. When pirate came, the moment the battle started, the entire island's Marine had all rushed out of the base, holding on to the first line of defense on the coast. At this moment, on the shore of Narun Island. Brothers, hold on. Support has been called. As long as we bear this wave of shock, when the reinforcements arrive, the victory of this war is ours. The cannon muzzles lined up side by side are emitting blue smoke. About dozens of Marines use the walls as shelters to resist the impact from the pirates stubbornly. Bang bang bang. One after another, the black line draws a parabola in the sky, and then falls into the Marine camp, blasting out one after another firelight. Standing at the forefront, the major, the facial expression grave, who looks at the enemy through the hole in the wall, holds the rifle in his hand. The situation is becoming more and more unfavorable for them. These pirates have more numbers than them, their weapons are also sophisticated, and the number of cannons far exceeds them. The battle started half an hour ago, but from the port to now, the enemy has already taken 3 lines of defense against the outer wall of the Marine base. We must hold on to death. The civilians are behind us. Gritting his teeth and looking fierce, the major shouted loudly. Marines are also very aware of this result, their faces are full of madness, and they yelled in response, "Yes." Are there any shells? 2 or 3 shots were fired at the wall in a row, and the major asked loudly again. Only 3 shots left. The soldier next to him immediately replied, his face was stained with blood, his right hand pinky was blown off by Kajan, and the hand holding the gun was violent. Trembling. Okay. Save it first, and wait for the time to come. The major took a deep breath. The gunfire continued to sound, but soon, the condition of the ammunition made the major's complexion sink. Not enough bullets. We can only hold on for 3 minutes at most. Pirate, it's all coming up. The voices of the soldiers made the major's head hum, and the mess made him dizzy. Strongly patted himself on the cheek, and the major regained his consciousness. Have the reinforcements arrived yet? Looking towards the shore, the major felt heavy in his heart. Time seems to be too late. Stop shooting. Lifting head, he loudly roared, ordering the soldiers to return to the wall. This earth wall, which has just been built, is now covered with holes, and there are mutilations everywhere, full of traces of gunfire. Since they are all dead, wait for them to get close, we will give them a note. The major gritted his teeth. When the Marines heard it, their faces were fierce. They usually chat with the villagers and boasting to force ordinary people, but at this moment, they are the hideous evil spirits in pirates' eyes. Even if you die, you have to bite off a piece of the bastard's meat with your mouth. Behind the wall, I fell into silence, only the heavy breathing of the soldiers could be heard. The major glanced at both sides with heavy eyes. There were more than 70 Marine warriors. At this time, there were only more than 20 people still able to move. The others either fell to the ground injured or died. The blood on the ground gathered into a river, exuding a pungent smell of blood. He can see through the eyes of the injured soldier lying on the ground that these people have aspirations to life and death. In this battlefield where the enemy is about to push up, the distance between injury and death is only 1 step away. There is no time and no opportunity to do any rescue measures, and the loss of blood is the most serious problem. Many people died in the battlefield, not because of a single blow, but because of trauma infection and excessive bleeding. All of this made the Major shrug his nose, feeling a little sour. These people are all companions and relatives who have lived with him for many years. Da-da-da. The sound of footsteps is getting closer and closer, pulling the Major's thoughts back, and through the hole in the wall, he sees the pirates running fast. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 25 meters. As the distance gets closer, the Major's complexion becomes more hideous. When the visual distance changed to 20 meters, he suddenly yelled, "Blast them out for lousy!" At the same time, his blood-stained robe and broken cloak were also in the swing, suddenly rushing out of the wall and facing pirate. The soldiers who had been prepared for a long time ignited the cannon quickly. Bang bang bang! 3 consecutive cannons sounded, and the cannonballs were accurately shot into pirates' crowd, and the sound of explosions shook the sky. Following, the Marines roared angrily, rushed out of the bunker, and kept pulling the trigger in their hands. The sound of gunfire was as intense as firecrackers. Pirate, who was running swiftly, was unprepared and lost more than 20 people in the blink of an eye. But very quickly, the people following reacted and responded quickly. "Brothers, fight with them!" The Major finished his bullet in one breath, his face was crazy, his eyes were red, he pulled out a long knife from his waist, and shouted, "Kill!" The remaining 20-odd Marines roared in unison, shaking the sky in an imposing manner. More than 20 standard Marine long knives were unsheathed at this brief moment, shining cold rays of light in the sun. Then next moment, "Charge!" the Major roared. The Marines roared. They only had more than 20 people, but they launched an assault like an army. In the blink of an eye, the two sides collided. At close range, everyone abandoned their bullets and confronted them with cold weapons. The blood is blooming all the time, and the low roar and anger become one piece. Unconsciously, there were fewer and fewer comrades around the Major, and pirate more and more. His sight was also occupied by blood red. "Is it over?" Mumbling, the Major suddenly opened his eyes wide. "No, it's not over yet. Behind me are civilians. I haven't fallen, the battle is not over." In the Marine base behind, sobbing faintly sounded, and there were villagers who could not wait to sneak up here. They caught the eye, and it was this scene. The heart trembled immediately, and the tears couldn't stop flowing out. Pirates raised their long knives and rushed towards the Major group surrounded by the center. Is the outcome divided? No, it's far from over. Just at this brief moment, a blood-colored cloak suddenly flashed in, blocking the front of the Major and the Marines. He slowly raised his head, revealing a clean and neat Marine cap, standard military uniform, and a face sank like water. "Major Doran, you have done a good job. The next battle, please leave it to us. Alabasta Sea Territory Patrol." Then this Marine raised his head and faced pirate, revealing a cold killing intent. "Kill!" At the same time, on the coast, a scream of killing sounded, and the white waves rushed towards here quickly. Support is here. Chapter 37. Pirate's complexion greatly changed, immediately stopped the attack and looked towards the incoming Marine. Not many. But this person, the leader, Captain Pirates, looked behind the Marine in front of him. The blood-colored cloak, clearly reflected in his pupils, immediately shocked his whole body. Major Scarlet. In an instant, his complexion changed suddenly, and he took a step back, showing fear on his face. His bounty gold is 35 million. At the moment when the rest of pirates were retreating, the reason why he led his men to rush out was just because no one rushed to eat with him. As for Dunn, he didn't care at all, and he didn't believe that the other party really had the ability to destroy the 5 pirates in one hand. Marine always likes to praise major events and promote their strength, but everyone knows that this is an era when pirate is rampant. Pirate around, obviously recognized Dunn, his expression was tense, and he dared not step forward for a while. Don't be scared by his name, how strong he is, only after trying it will you know. Kill I! Pirate captain yelled. The sound awakened the pirates and shook the weapons in the handshake. The pirates' complexions became savage again, and the next moment, shouting loudly, all rushed up. The expressionless Dun slowly pulled out Swekita from his waist. I don't need benevolence and righteousness to evil. My legs slowly bend in this brief moment, a subtle fire medicinal smell, and a spotted fire star rushes from under his feet move out. After a thousandth of a breath, Dun's figure disappeared in place with a shock and explosion. He disappeared instantly like a shooting star, bringing up the scalp-numbing impact and strong wind. The blade light was just a flash, he had crossed Pirate's body for 10 meters, and stood steadily. Explosive step. Using the power of the explosion to increase the speed of body movement and achieve explosive high-speed movement, this is his newly developed skill using the fruit ability. As long as the formidable power of the explosion can be controlled well, it will not even show light and heat outside, leaving only the huge increase in impact. Pu. As soon as their bodies passed by, Pirates' pupils widened and spits out blood on their bodies, and then fell to the ground with a thud. This shock, fear, in this brief moment swept the hearts of pirates. The scene before them, that kind of powerful, deeply made their hearts beat, and they felt suffocated. But Dun's figure did not stop. His feet stomped quickly, strode forward, his eyes biting behind the crowd, the captain whose expression changed suddenly. Stop him! When the pirates saw Dun's arrival, they became more frantic and fierce and unafraid of death when they saw Dun's arrival. They actually attacked him again. But soon. Bang 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 bang! Every attack, after touching his robe or skin, a series of explosions will erupt. For the attack that came before him, Dun almost ignored the attack, his pace was fast, but also very steady. High winds, shocks, fires, in this brief moment are almost non-stop surging. The creatures within 20 meters of him were all lifted off by this impact. When he landed heavily, he was bloody and lost his breath. Blood-red cloak is still floating, Dun stepping forward, slowly inhales. Then, moved towards the front and exhale. Explosion! In an instant, an endless fire star was born in the breath, and a thick medicinal smell spread all over the spot, followed by the rapid expansion and change big, blinking to cover his body, 30 meters in front of his eyes. Bang! After a breath, there was a shocking explosion, and the fire was shining, and the pirates were blown up on their backs. Pirate has a large number of hundreds of people, but at this moment, in front of Dun, they seem to be a group of hungry wolves, shiver coldly in Mian Yang, there's no resistance. 10 seconds later, when Dun stood still and looked directly at the pirate captain. Clang clang! The knife in his hand loosened unconsciously and fell to the ground. Pirate captain's eyes kept shrinking and expanding, and the whole body trembled violently, full of fear. He was frightened. The terrifying explosive power and cruel destructive methods were like a demon from hell, cold and merciless. I surrender. Shaking openly, pirate captain looked at Dun, who was cold and expressionless in front of his eyes, and swallowed. At this moment, he had an uncontrollable urination in his lower body. A lot of footsteps sounded, and Kuzan, who led the rest of the Marines, surrounded the audience and examined everything in the field. After seeing the bloody, dying pirate on the ground, they pupil shrink and take a few breaths. The burning flame made a beeping sound, and pirate fell to the ground without a lifetime. This harsh and ruthless method deeply shocked their hearts. Done. Kuzan stood behind and screamed softly. A captain pirates was arrested and put in prison, which is also a lot of military merit. Marine has a rule that pirate who is alive always takes more credit than that who is dead. In front of you, the dead Marine, no one has a chance to surrender, and they will not surrender. The civilians who died under your hands before did not have over the chance of surrender. As the wind blew, Dun's voice floated far away. The coldness and heaviness in the words changed the color of everyone present. So, "You are with me, you are not qualified to surrender." The long knife is still in its sheath. Dun slowly lifting right hand, the stretched palm, Pai Li Pa La let out a burst of blast, followed by a sharp grip. His eyes became extremely cold and hideous. Blast fist. In the right fist, the fire rushes out instantly, the fire medical smell rushes, and in the eyes of the onlookers marine, a large fire star appears, and then, it crashes on that pirate captain's horrified face. Bang! The flames pulled and pounded, and swallowed the opponent's body in a flash, followed by the big explosion, and the large flames revolved like tornado. To the sky, another shocking wind swept out after the explosion. The blowing marines covered their eyes and hunted in their robes. Kuzan's eyes contracted, facial expression grave, looking at the young figure in the flames, withdrawing his right fist. This method. It's so similar to that guy. Done. Decisive, indifferent, cruel, and ruthless. With that guy, he has always been wrong. In this support battle, Dun used Thunderbolt to kill pirate up to 93 people, and none of them survived. From his usual attitude towards his subordinates, friends, and polite appearance, it is completely invisible that he will be in such a demonic state after the shot. Next, they treated the marine in the Narun Island branch, and the medical team quickly came to the field to give emergency treatment to the injured marine. Major Duolun expressed his excitement and expressed his solemn gratitude to Dun, and he was also shocked by his powerful power. Standing behind him, he could see clearly. This young commander, bullets can't penetrate the body, and the explosion can't hurt his robe. It's just like a Logia ability user, too powerful. Everything after the war was developing in a good direction, but suddenly, the medical soldiers came over and shouted anxiously. Not good. These people are bleeding badly and need to deliver blood. I have tried all the soldiers, and the blood types do not match. Hearing this, Major Duolun and Dun both changed their colors and hurried over. Chapter 38. There are too many soldiers who have lost their lives in the battlefield because of excessive bleeding, and many of them don't have time to be treated. At the end of the battle, the medical team is already in place. If the soldier loses his life because of this kind of thing, it will undoubtedly make people feel sad and sad. Striding to the soldier's body, looking at his pale face, chapped lips, and blood red on his thighs, Dun pursed his lips. Try it with mine. Without any hesitation, he stretched out his right hand. And mine. Lazili's voice sounded, and Kuzan extended the hand at will. Following, Major Duolun made the same move. The medical soldier saw the three arms horizontally in front of him with a startled expression, seemingly surprised. The Brun's commander had never done this before, and then he gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Take blood. Test. Immediately next to the other medical team members came forward and moved quickly. In this open-air occasion, there are also many soldiers on both sides of a few people who are temporarily lying on the ground due to an emergency. They are seriously injured and confused. There is a marine beside them. Soldier, wipe his arm, with blood vessels inserted in his wrist. Bright red blood flows from one person's body into another person's body. This is the transmission of life, the most silent romance in the battlefield except for artillery and roar. Soon, the blood type of the three of them came out, and the medic was ugly complexion, with trembling lips. How about? Can't it? Dun asked quickly, looking at his expression. No match. Neither match. The medical soldier said painfully. Major Duolun glanced at the soldier in front of him who had closed his eyes and fell into a coma, and covered his forehead with tears oozing out between his fingers. Everyone lying on the ground, marine, is his soldier, the brother who has been with him for a long time, and the selfless soldier dedicated to the battlefield. The loss of any of them makes people distraught. Dun clenched his fists and fell silent, and Kuzan also looked serious. The atmosphere on the scene was calm. Everyone felt depressed and lost because of this desperate thing, and even felt speechless sadness. Clear people are right in front of you, as long as the blood type matches, you can survive. But Major Doran's voice trembled, and he only said one word, but he couldn't say it anymore. It won't last long. The medical soldier whispered. Silence, the scene was silent. This is the most helpless thing. The chance to live seems to be very close, but in an instant it changes extremely far away. Suddenly, a very angry voice came from behind them. We have blood, too. Everyone quickly turned their heads, and then they saw one by one walking out of the marine base, with smiles on their faces, or with seriousness, or with tears, and touched villagers. These are all villagers from Narun Island. Men, women, and children, all gathered here at this brief moment, and there are even babies who are held in their arms and screaming. Behind me, anyone's blood, you can use it. Standing in the front row, the grey-haired old village chief, his voice's steady and unquestionable tone of voice. Dun's expression was solemn, Kuzan showed a touch of surprise, followed by the corners of his mouth, and his mood was relaxed. Major Duolun put down his right hand, tears were already streaming down his exposed face. Take it. 3 words were shouted from the old village chief. Next moment, hundreds of arms, all appeared in the presence of Marines in the eyes, they made their hearts shake. Good. 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 The medical soldier was startled at first, and then shouted 3 times in surprise. The soldier's blood type is not a rare panda blood. As long as the base is large, there is definitely a high chance of finding a matching blood type. But after he was happy, he did not act without authorization, but looked towards Dun. To ask for things from civilians is also against Marines' regulations and requires advice from superiors. Move quickly. Dun spit out 4 words in a deep voice. In an instant, the medical soldiers moved quickly. In the following process, hundreds of arms are just like lifting, motionless, let the Marines do it. The scene at this moment is silent, but it makes all Marine feel speechlessly shocked. They normally fulfill their duties, fought evil again and again, and guarded the civilians. However, I never thought that one day, these people hiding behind themselves would also extend a reliable and firm right hand to them. Seeing the situation gradually getting on the right track, Dun stepped towards the beach. In the boundless sea, the waves slapped one after another, and the damp and refreshing breath mingled with the pavement, making him close his eyes slightly. I was surprised. I never considered that these civilians would also lend a hand to us. With a suspicious voice from behind, Kuzan followed. Justice will be contagious. Faced with Kuzan's question, Dun just answered this in a deep voice. It is like a little spark, as long as there is wind, it will burn into a raging fire. Justice is sure to win. Not because the winner writes its justice, but justice exists in everyone's heart. Wildfire can't be burned. Then the spring breeze will blow and give life to it once more. As long as the evil exists, justice will be born, and return in a swirl of dust at a terrifying speed, crushing everything. Paused, Dun turned his head and glanced at Kuzan, then looked at the vast sea again. Some people say that human nature is inherently evil, and some people say that human nature is inherently good, but I want to say that human beings never lack the pursuit of beauty. Wealth, power, dreams, pursuing these is the most positive innocence of mankind, and is the appeal of justice, but some people go astray, they use the wrong methods, and they become evil. Marine has to do more than just to guard this justice, we must insist on this justice and guide this justice. The words gradually fell, and the sound of the sea churning along followed. Dun's complexion is calm, but his heart is surging like this ocean. Maybe in some people's minds, they think that his thinking is too naive. But only by maintaining simplicity and innocence, can human beings see their true self, return to primordial, be firm in their will, and be reachable. The sea has been surging for hundreds of years, and the only way is the vicissitudes of life. Kuzan. Facing the sea, Dun spit out such a sentence, which shocked Kuzan. For the first time, he noticed that this youngster, who was a few years younger than him, had a path in his heart that was firmer and clearer than him. If a person is not confused and hesitating, he will explode with unbelievable power. Great! Kuzan's heart, so praised. Afterwards, when everything was restored on Naran Island, Dun and the others left. For 3 days in a row, Kuzan followed Dun and supported the ministries with him to arrest the crimes on the ocean. He found that this young marine was determined, decisive, and cruel, and even made him unbearable to look directly at him. He suspected that the words at the beach the other day were said by another person. Chapter 39. In just 3 days, Pirate was buried in Dun's hands, reaching an astonishing 364 people. And Kuzan himself, arrested 123. The strong combination of the two completely suppressed the Alabasta Sea territory, allowing Pirate to become terror-stricken at the news, fleeing from wasteland, and never dared to rush out to do anything wrong. On the 4th day, Kuzan was separated from Dun because he couldn't see Dun's cruel methods. On the same day, on a remote island near the Calm Belt periphery zone, a pirate ship slowly left the port. "Captain, I heard that the Scarlet Major is arresting pirate everywhere. Is it dangerous for us to set off at this time?" The age is about 16-17 years old. Young pirate asked tremblingly. And the captain in his mouth, wearing a coarse cloth, with the damaged captain's cap, hearing this is laughing heartily. "Don't be afraid, brat, you must be fine with me. Absolutely no problem. I'm Bounty Captain Rhodes of 5,505 gold." His voice was loud and exaggerated, like a morning bell, shaking people's ears. "It's just getting older." Tone barely fell, and a youngster whispered behind him. Captain Rod's ears were pointed, and when he heard it, he turned his head and roared. "What did you say? I'm 18 years old. I'll say it again, 18 years old. I just look anxious." But what didn't expect was that the youngster behind him rolled his eyes again when he heard this. "You are too anxious." Then, there was another muttering in his mouth. "I'm already 50 years old, and I still come to a place like Grand Line to wade in the muddy water. I really don't understand you, Rod." The crew laughed and disliked it, and Rod laughed instead. "Ha ha ha ha, you young people, why are you so young? Be like me, full of dreams for the future, but I want to become Pirate King Man, be the king of the sea and find the great secret treasure One Piece." The loud voice shook the ship, and the crew covered their ears and patted their foreheads speechlessly. They went to sea with this old Lode, and they have lived together for 2 or 3 years. This guy who is about to enter the old age from middle age will always be so positive energy, passionate, and more active than youngster. What's even more outrageous is that he still has the dream of becoming a pirate king. However, maybe it was the emotion of the other party, this kind of spirit infected them, and only then attracted them and became the man's crew. For them, Rhodes is their captain, but also their partner, and sometimes also acts as a father. Because there are a total of 8 people on this ship, 7 youngsters, all orphans who have lost their loved ones since childhood. "But, I still think it's dangerous to go to sea now." The woman with a ponytail, frowns said. "Don't be afraid, this route is remote, we drive close to the Calm Belt, and when we reach the next sea territory, the Scarlet Major will never be able to touch it again." Rod Isho gave a thumbs up. "You just said you were not afraid of Major Scarlet? Didn't expect this idea." The youngster who just spoke, said again. Old Lotak fly into a rage out of humiliation. "That's me senior, not with the youngster lower oneself to somebody's level. I heard that guy is just a 15-year-old boy, I let him." Speaking of this sentence, all the people in the boat are twitched his lips and don't want to argue with him. "Let's think about how to eat for the next meal. Our food reserves are seriously inadequate. Alas, the people on this island don't give us food. It's so ruthless." The ponytail girl sighed as she patted her deflated belly. Rhodes also darkened his eyes when he heard these words, but soon he raised his hands and clenched his fists. Believe me, a good situation will soon be ushered in. A true warrior, isn't he going to step through the thorns and spend the hardest and most difficult days? Everyone on the boat was silent, but the rays of light in their eyes lit up at this moment. Rod is right. They have experienced countless hardships along the way, but didn't they come here? The ship slowly left the island and headed towards the sea. Rod stood on the canvas rope, pulling the rope, looking into the distance, checking the record pointer, determining the sailing direction, and guiding the crew at the helm. Gradually, half an hour passed. Everything was as usual. Nothing happened. The worried Scarlet Major did not appear, and the crew could not help but relax. Rod jumped off the rope and laughed out loud 3 times. Ha ha ha, as I said, this line is absolutely fine. Go forward, but it's the calm belt, even marine, it's absolutely easy, I won't come here. However, just as his words fell, the ponytail girl sitting on the boat fishing, instantly pupil shrink, and the coarse cloth clothes boy standing behind him was also complexion greatly changed. That is. Following the eyes of the two, the crew all changed their expressions and uttered 2 words. Marine. In the distant sea, a banana boat about 2 meters in length was sailing on the sea like a sharp arrow. In its tail section, it continuously spews explosive flames, increasing the ship's speed to a terrifying point. Above the banana boat, there is a serious, stern marine standing. The boat is so small. Rod was stunned. He has never seen such a small boat, and it can run so fast at sea. It's an exaggeration. Hey. The focus shouldn't be there, Captain, that guy is. The youngster who mocked him at first was very nervous, loudly shouted. Major Scarlet. Rod's expression changed suddenly, and he squinted at once. Behind the neat marine uniform, the broken, blood-colored cloak of justice was hunting and shaking because of the gale. Major Scarlet. In the vast ocean, I actually ran into him. This is really fate. Rod murmured. After that, he turned abruptly and walked to the rudder himself. Turn the course, let's avoid him. Pirates is still very jealous of the rumored major in pirate, and old Lloyd is even more reluctant to deal with him. Meet each other. At this moment, the distance between the 2 parties is still far, and there is no time to leave here. Where are you going? Calm belt. In Rod's mouth, spit out these 3 words, and the crew greatly changed the complexion. At the same moment, behind this group of people, on the banana boat, Dunn looked plain, looking at the dilapidated but clean front of the boat. On the sails, there were painted skulls with funny sunflower heads. Pirate. The 2 words coldly spit out, and the explosion force transmitted from the solace of their feet to the banana boat has increased a little. Bang bang bang. The rumbling sound continued, and in an instant, the banana boat moved forward faster. This ship is the most recent unexpected harvest. According to his abilities, Captain Cullen specially invited Alabastus craftsmen to build a simple ship. As long as he uses his explosive combustion power as energy source, it can be realized on the sea. Sail fast. Only the size of the ship is limited, and it can only carry him alone. When the formidable power of the explosion increased, the speed of the banana boat became faster, and the distance between Dunn and Rod's group quickly narrowed. When the distance between the 2 sides reached about 300 meters, Dunn's eyes became colder. With a stroke of his cuff, several black steel balls the size of marbles appeared in his palm. Holding it with his thumb and middle finger, Dunn aimed at the pirate ship ahead and ejected suddenly. Explosion beads. In the blink of an eye, a sharp sky-splitting sound started, and the speed of the small marbles increased to the limit under the ejection force of the explosion. On the Rhodes's ship, the young crew's eyes widened, and a sense of danger was born in their hearts. Something is coming. Rod pupil shrink, his head suddenly looked up. As soon as he raised his head, a strong wind swept across, the explosion sounded from the stern of the ship, and a large firelight covered everything. "We were hit!" the crew yelled, and then turned their heads to stare at Dun. What the hell did that person do? Obviously did not see the shells. Chapter 40. Rhodes Pirates was in shock as a whole. They didn't see the shells, they just heard the sharp sound of breaking through the air, and then the stern exploded. This unimaginable scene made them tremble and nervous. What the hell is going on? The crew was full of horror. Rod is extremely in this brief moment facial expression grave, he looks forward. The speed of the banana boat is increasing almost at the speed visible by naked eye, and even the sea surface that will pass by will set off one after another white waves. The speed is incredible. With a sharp squeeze of his hands, Rod observed the young marine carefully. Soon, his face changed and he roared suddenly. "Hurry up, you all jump into the sea!" As his voice came out, when the crew were wondering, there were 3 iron balls between Dun's thumb and middle finger on the banana boat. Appeared, then ejected. Shiu shiu shiu. The sharp sound of breaking through the air almost instantly sounded, and the air was disturbed by the burst of ejection force, which brought up a whirlwind. Lord's pupils shrank instantly, and he suddenly moved towards the stern of the ship and ran away. After 3 steps, one jumped up, and the right hand quickly pulled out the long knife around his waist. Shua! The blade slashed through the air, and it seemed to hit something with incomparable precision. Then, in the crew's heads up and their shocked eyes, a blast resounded, a large flame swept across the roof of their ship, and the screaming heat wave rushed towards all directions. Is it a cannonball? In a daze, at this moment, the 7 crew members were completely shocked. At the same time, on both sides of their pirate ship, 2 explosions also sounded, arousing water spray in the sky. Rod was lifted off by the impact of the explosion, and when he landed on the deck, he took 4 or 5 steps back before he was relieved. The eyes that looked towards Dun again were very solemn. "You guys, leave this ship quickly." He took a deep breath, moved towards his crew and shouted. "What? Hey, Rod, this is the sea, and it's getting close to the calm belt. What a joke, do you want us to abandon our ship? This is impossible." The crew yelled with excitement. Loyo was helpless. He watched the banana boat that he shot at a very fast speed, and the indifferent boy marine, he was even more jealous, and he also had an ominous premonition. But in the end, he just spit out 2 words. Water. The stern of the ship was blown up and the fire burned. If the fire is not stopped, the ship is afraid that it will sink soon. The crew members who reacted in a hurry, scrambled with buckets, and ran towards the stern of the ship. Rhodes stared at Dun with a serious expression. This very young marine gave him a powerful oppression force. Although he has not yet arrived, his body is already in a tight state. The youngster now is really terrifying. Mumbling, Rod's eyes suddenly flashed a firm rays of light. "It's really impossible, I can only do this." On the banana boat, Dun stretched out his fingers, his eyes moved slightly. For the fruit ability, the degree of formidable power of the explosion is still not precise enough. 3 shots of the explosion beads, 2 shots missed. After eating the explosive fruit, he was thinking about how to develop this fruit with unlimited potential every day, and therefore he came up with all kinds of magical uses of the fruit power. The use of devil fruit is linked to physical strength. Every time you use it, your physical strength is consumed. The larger the formidable power, the more serious it will consume. This is also the reason why some powerful ability users will shrink severely as they get older. What he has to do at this moment is to increase the formidable power of the explosive fruit explosion to a larger one, and to finally control the application of the explosive power to a smaller one. Otherwise, the unrestrained pursuit of maximum formidable power will only speed up the consumption of physical strength. When the time comes, the enemy does not fall, but he is tired into a dog, which is very embarrassing. However, the control and development of capabilities is a long process, and there is no rush. At this time, the extent to which he can do it, including a single huge might explosion, continuous small formidable power explosion, passive explosion, and partial explosions, that is to say, the power he emits is big. There is a cooling time between explosion and explosion, even though this cooling time was compressed to less than 1 second by him, it still exists. He cannot achieve multiple big explosions in a single second, which requires strong practice and development. This is why he is in the air. It is difficult to balance the explosion, and it is easy to fall into the water. Eyes flashed, Dun stares at the pirate ship ahead. Although the development of Devil Fruit has just begun, the power he has in his hands at this time is enough. The distance of 300 meters can be reached in the blink of an eye. When reaching 15 meters from the pirate ship of Rhodes, Dun bends his feet slightly, and then suddenly jumps. Bang! The explosive force dissipated, and the banana boat in this brief moment was all pressed down in the sea water. After a breath, the sea water surged and splashed. Also almost a flash of effort, on the pirate ship of Rodriguez, the deck was shattered, and a figure was already standing in front of everyone. "Youngster, you have to pay for destroying my ship," Rhodes said with a long knife in his hand, facial expression grave. "No, right now, you will all go to hell." Dun stepped forward, with a cold tone. "The 7 crew members are angry, the attitude of this marine is too bad." Loudly roared, the 3 of them have already flew up. "Don't!" Rod changed color and quickly shouted to stop him. But, it's too late. The strength of the 3 of them is very good. Dun has already discovered that his agility is not weaker than those of Pirate Who bounties 20 to 30 million. In an instant, the attack had reached him. Useless work. After faintly spitting out 4 words, Dun's body suddenly shook. In the area where the skin was trembling, there was an unnoticeable wind that suddenly blew up, and then followed closely. The wind brought a fire star, a subtle medicinal smell, and finally, a large burst of sparks flashed, connected into a piece, burst open. Boom! The 3 people who have arrived in front of Dun are faintly aware of the danger. The complexion is greatly changed immediately. Bang bang bang! 3 explosions came out in a row, and the 3 were immediately thrown out by the fire and shock waves, and hit the ship's extension, blood immediately. Spit it out from the corner of the mouth. Chi chi chi! The flame burns and surrounds Dun's body, reflecting him like demon. Venerable stepped out of the flame, with exceptional majesty and indifference at this moment. The breath is extremely powerful and domineering. This move is a defense strategy developed by Dun by taking advantage of the characteristics of the body's pores that he breathes all the time. Because of the fast burst speed, the destructive power is not great, but the impact produced is also extremely strong. At present, it can only do so. If you want to be strong, you must master skills such as Seimei Kikken in Rokushiki. At that time, freely control the breathing of the body's pores, and every breath was the wind of explosives, which could burst out extremely strong formidable power. Chapter 41. Seeing that the 3 crew members were injured, Rod's eyes were very serious and angry at this time. With a sudden movement, his long sword was pulled out, and he was in front of Dun in a blink of an eye and swiped it down. The latter body flashed, avoiding this blade, followed by the right hand lifting, flames appeared like Pi Pala in the palm, and then under the increase of this slight explosion, the waist turned vigorously, and the right foot as soon as he stepped on the deck, the flames burst out and slammed a punch at Rod. Rod's pupil shrink hurriedly raised his knife to resist. Bang! The flame rose 5 meters high, Loyo was blasted back 6 meters, and the flame wrapped the long knife for 4 or 5 seconds before dissipating. Raising his head again, the darkness on Rod's right hand disappeared, and the expression looking towards Dun was extremely solemn. Grasped the long knife in his hand, took a deep breath, he suddenly uttered a word. "Everyone, jump into the sea. Solve him, I will find you." Tone barely fell, the long knife plunged suddenly at the deck under my feet. His complexion also became crazy in this brief moment. Suddenly, dense and thick vines spread out all over the body. The vines become a forest. Green's vines are almost instantaneous, and Dun is tied up tightly, and then they are quickly drawn around the two of them. A small confined space with vines separates everything from the outside world. Now, Marine, this battle belongs to us. The long knife is slowly lifting, pointing straight to Dun, Rod coldly said. Around his body, Green's vines swing freely, setting off its breath to be extremely powerful. Dun looked down at the vines that bound him, then looked up and stared at Rod, laughing. Interesting. Outside the outside world, the remaining 4 crew members lifted up the injured 3 people, looked at the vine space in front of them, with fear and worry in their eyes. Rhodes. He will be fine. He is the Rhodes who bounties 55 million. Put out a breath, the least injured man among the 3, said solemnly. They stared at the vine space, quietly waiting for the result of the battle. Suddenly, the click sound suddenly sounded, causing them to change color collectively. This is. The next second will follow. Ka-bang! The sturdy vines broke the first half of the ship and the second half by force. The whole ship was in this brief moment, instantly divided into 2 halves. At the same time, they saw the vines extending onto the canvas, and they suddenly twitched. Wang! Suddenly the strong wind started, and the sails trembled, the front part of the boat swiftly moved at speed, and in the blink of an eye, it moved away from them. Rhodes. The crew's color changed, and there was a deep worry in their eyes. If fighting with confidence, Rhodes would never do it. The scene in front of you is more like a silent and determined farewell. He has no confidence, defeat that Marine. With a cry of voice, the ponytail girl loudly said. The crew members' ugly complexion, staring at the half-ship ahead and gritted their teeth. Vaguely, the messy old man appeared in front of them again compared to the thumb. When the crew is facing danger, an excellent captain will stand up and face everything. This is a man, and what a captain should do. On that day, he looked so dazzling in the sunset, they only thought that the other party was going crazy again. But absolutely didn't expect that at this moment, he actually did so. Rhodes. There were tears in his eyes, and the crew was shrouded in speechless sadness at this moment. Because they saw that the ship moving halfway at high speed, its target is the calm belt, which is very close to the sea territory here. This is, with the determination to die, creating a chance for them to survive. That Marine, Captain Rod, was so jealous that he had to perish together with each other with his own life in order to make them live. At this moment, an explosion caused the crew's eyes to shrink again and tears flowed from their eyes. On the Rhodes, which had already been separated from them, a burst of flames spun out of the sky, and a large impact and thick fog shattered everything around it. In an instant, because of the strong wind, the canvas swelled, and the half of the hull accelerated again. It was just a flash of effort. It had turned into a black spot and rushed towards the calm belt that frightened and despaired countless people. Captain Rod! The crew yelled, tears bursting into their eyes. At the same moment, the Rodriguez boarded. The raging flames burned everything around him angrily. Dun stared at Pirate, who looked old but unexpectedly flexible and powerful. Cut off the boat so that all your crew members have a chance to survive. Mumbling, his eyes flashed with rays of light. From the very beginning, he knew that, in this world, there are a group of people who embrace benevolence, righteousness, and kindness. They hang the pirate flag and drive in the sea. They are really moving forward for dreams and freedom. People, they can also be called justice. Compared to a looting and destroying villain, they are the righteous in pirate. At this moment, Dun seems to see this side. Everything has 2 sides, black and white, heaven and earth, yin and yang, good and evil, and naturally good and evil. Youngster, your ability is terrifying beyond my imagination. Right hand clenched the long knife in his hand, Lord said solemnly. The space enclosed by the vines was directly blasted away by Dun's explosion, and the wooden vines were rapidly burning in the fire. This restraint between devil fruit is really hard to handle. Looking at the flames burning everywhere, Lord felt helpless. The two are standing face to face at the moment, because under the strong wind, the wreck under their feet is moving at a very fast speed. Hoo hoo hoo! The strong wind blows, and their robes are shaking at this moment. Why do you still need to be pirate when you are old? Dun took a step, and the flames burst on his hands, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Pirate is pirate. And Marine's enemy is pirate. They are the ones who lead the sea and fall into chaos. Why? Loyo was taken aback for a moment, and then on the right hand holding the long knife, a touch of darkness emerged and quickly rapped. Young Maureen. It seems that you still don't understand what a dream is. The first half of the sentence is still very quiet, and the second half a sentence, but he roared out, and at the same time, his aging body suddenly bent over at this moment and rushed forward. The body that looked thin and fell down when blown, unexpectedly exploded with unimaginable speed at this moment. At the same time, Dun's feet exploded, and his figure turned into electricity. Let me give you a good lesson. In the old voice, next moment, two long knives collided fiercely together. Bang! The flame that broke out, rising more than 10 meters high, the ship extension of the wreck, the mast, all split up and in pieces, were all split up and in pieces, and the sawdust was chaotic. Fly! Dun stood in the flames, facing the old man in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank. Under this explosive formidable power, the other party is standing still. Busos Hoku Haki. Chapter 42. The two knives collided with each other, and there was a clanging sound, and sparks continued to collide between them. Rod clenched his teeth, the rays of light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. What a youngster that makes people feel passionate! He roared out this sentence, his figure suddenly retreated, and then he mustered his strength to charge again. Come up! Dun stared at the opponent abruptly, and the explosive force penetrated through his feet and burst out instantly. In the sound of the explosion, he collided with the opponent again, and the gale caused by the impact flew around, blowing away everything on the wrecked ship. In the sky, at this time, there also seemed to be an unnamed wind, madly blowing, making the canvas on the mast more turbulent and the boat speed faster. The two were in one ear and out the other. Susu. Vine Snake. Rode, who pulled the distance again, stretched out his right hand, and the thick vine quickly changed into a snake-like shape, biting away towards Dun. The latter strode across the deck, inhaled sharply, and then exhaled. During the fire star rushing, the vine snake was blown away by the avatar's bones. In an instant, he came to Rod again and slapped fiercely. Rod's figure is erratic, weirdly dodged, and blinked behind him. Brat, you are still very tender. There is a deep voice. Dun vision freezes. The palm of his hand suddenly opened, aiming to the rear, and the force of the explosion was born. Bang! With the flames rising, his figure was immediately pushed away. On the other hand, Rod, who just swung the knife, was too late to regain his strength. He was lifted off by the impact, and there were already many bruises on his body, bleeding out of blood. Dangerous ability. With a serious expression, Rod fixed his eyes on Dun, completely ignoring everything around him. He has double haki, but they are all fur. With this youngster's ability, he seems a little reluctant to fight with him. Dun is the same at this moment. The old man in front of him is more powerful than any previous opponent. It was the first time he met, and he was only slightly injured under the impact and combustion of the explosion at that moment. Moreover, in this brief battle, he also realized that his control of the fruits of the explosion was still too far away. Using the explosion aid, it is simply a mess, unable to do as one pleases. This is a battle that must concentrate attention completely and pay everything. Brat. Next, the ship will enter the calm belt. A guy like you is too dangerous for the future. Absolutely younger generation, the influence is too great. Rod's eyes condensed and suddenly shouted. The strong wind blew from behind him, making his robe agitate, and his voice was extremely harsh. Today, let me fall into the abyss with me. In the words, the Lord trembles and seems to be responding to him. This changed Dun's expression. He faintly felt that this ship seemed to have its own consciousness. Then, I will destroy you first. With a gloomy voice, Dun's explosive power erupted, and the whole person pounced again. Rhodes also let out an old roar, brandishing a long knife to meet him. In the squally wind, on the wrecked ship, the two kept roaring, shifting, and confronting each other in this small space. Dang dang dang! Bang 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 bang! The sound of blade and sword collide, the sound of blasting and roaring, continuously spread out. The two of them fought hard at this moment, ignoring and forgetting everything around them, completely immersed in this life and death battle. Old and young, the collision between the long knife and the long knife seems to perform a beautiful dance all the time. As the flame burns, their blood will also boil, turning into the most beautiful blood. Pu-chi! Shua! Unconsciously, the long knives left wounds on each other's bodies. Their physical strength is also passing by, but the passion for fighting is burning more vigorously. Woo-ho! At a certain moment, the Lord suddenly shook, and then fell into calm. A loud roar quietly sounded. Ship, enter the calm belt! Blast punch! Dun slammed a punch, fiercely hit Rod's long knife, and a brilliant flame erupted. The powerful impact drove the latter into the air at once. In the previous fierce battle, Swekyu's blades have been covered in gaps, and they cannot withstand the ravages of this battle. His arms, legs, back and front are covered with wounds cut by a long knife. Although not deep, they are already drenched with blood. Difficult old man. Looking up and staring at Rod solemnly, Dun felt the strength of his opponent for the first time. Because of the impact of the explosion, Rod was lifted off 20-30 meters. It was also at this moment, the sky above the wrecked ship, accompanied by splashes of water and roaring beasts, a huge sea beast with a head the size of a house and a length of 100 meters came to the top of the two of them. And the place where his mouth opened was right behind Rod. Sea King class! Dun raised his head, pupil shrink, and his whole body tight. His breathing was chaotic, and he was gasping violently. The fierce battle with this old man made his physical strength in a process of high consumption almost all the time. At this point, the limit is almost reached. Seeing that Rod was about to be swallowed by Sea King, but at this moment, something happened that made Dun's eyes wide open. Want to swallow the old man? It's not that easy. The sound of killing intent sounded, the old man who had been blasted into the air and couldn't take advantage of it. Rod turned around abruptly in this brief moment. The pitch-black breath quickly wrapped around the blade, and then he slammed the blade sharply. Wang! The void ahead in this brief moment seems to tremble, a powerful wave of blades swept out, and suddenly it passed by Sea King kind of open mouth. Pu! A large swath of blood sprayed out. The Sea King's mouth was cut in half by this blade, and then wailed and fell into the sea. Arouse 100-meter high splash. Rhodes swung this blade and fell heavily on the deck, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row, and his old face became pale. He was scorched everywhere, smoking, and there was a smell of meat. Dun glanced at Rhodes, followed by the next moment, the boat under his feet trembles violently, and then the violently undulating surface of the sea, Hong Long Long, was pushed down because of the Sea King. Going deeper into the calm belt, the sky full of sea water surged, drowning the two of them in the blink of an eye, leaving them in a state of weakness in an instant. This time, Gudong Dong, really, Gudong, it's over. Gudong Dong. During his confusion, Dun listened vaguely when he arrived. The old man opened his mouth with bubbles and said something like this. Then, there is sea water in the eye, the endless sea water, slapped mercilessly. Also in this brief moment, he was thoroughly aware of the terrifying of the sea. On this endless sea, no one can break away from the ship and contend with the sea with endless formidable power. When everything subsided and the sea calmed down again, 2 fainted humans were exposed on the broken ship. Dun doesn't know how long it has been since he was unconscious. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a scorched, scarred, skinny back. The opponent's back is ugly, but it shocked him because of the right shoulder of this back. An arm is missing. Chapter 43. Where's your arm? With wide eyes, Dun asked weakly. He clearly remembered that this old man was complete when he was fighting with him. Following, in the next second, Dun heard a passage that he would not forget in this life. I saw the skinny old man, turning his head, looked towards him, showing a pale face, and then forced a smile. Oh? You are awake. As for the arm, a Sea King class just stared at you, brat. It was sent out as food. I gave my arm to the Sea King class. Dun pupil shrink, his heart shakes and his eyes widen. He struggled to get up, his face looked incredulous. Seeing the scars and burnt at this moment, essence, chi, and spirit are obviously not as strong as before. The old man standing in front of him has a complex feeling that cannot be described in words. It's shocking, or simply can't believe it. What are you talking about? The old man did not answer, but sat on the deck with a cross-legged puff, looking towards the sea ahead. Dun pursed her lips, puzzled and shocked, struggling to walk to the old man, and then follow the other's line of sight. That's it. The sea water rolled out of bubbles, and a trace of black dived into the sea, leaving only the red that was infested with blood on the surface. This old guy is true. When the sea hits, you were rushed to the break and almost fell off. The blood on your body attracted its attention. Although I pulled you up, it still doesn't want to go. Next, the old man's words made Dun clenched his fists and looked back abruptly. He fixed his eyes on the cross-legged old man sitting on the deck with a calm expression. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end it was only 3 words. Why? Yes. Why? He is clearly Marine, an enemy, and a fiercely fighting opponent. Why save him? You are still young after all, let a child die in front of me. I can't do it. The old man said lightly outgoing. Dun was shocked by this sentence and suddenly became weak. He sat softly on the ground and sat next to the old man. The two sat side by side, looking at the huge dark shadows that sometimes swim by under the calm sea in front of them. In this dangerous situation, their mood is not disturbed. After a long time, Dun suddenly spoke. During the battle just now, did you keep your hand, right? The old man grinned. Isho, you brat didn't use all your strength. Dun startled and then sighed. People have the ability to distinguish between good and evil, and so do they. Where there is true feelings, people's hearts will not be bad. Rumors, you never have a life in your hands? Rhodes asked. That's right, none of the pirate I met survived. Dun nodded, paused, thinking of the 7 crew members. The 7 are exceptions. He looked towards the side. The old man, this guy who is already a handful of age, would even think of perishing him together and being buried here. In the sea, what a crazy guy. So, I worry about my 7 children. Although they are very naughty, they are all kind-hearted people, and they are my most precious treasure. Rod looked towards the sea, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your strength is very strong. You can see from the formidable power of a cannonball from your marbles. My shallow haki can only protect your own hands, or a place on your body, will not be affected by your attack, but still can't stop you. Put out a breath, Rodriguez became serious. If you attack them, I can't stop you, it will make me regret it forever. Then he turned his head and stared at Dun. So, I would rather use my own life to drag you into the water and be buried in this sea together. Dun's face was shaken, and his heart was for the old man. Shocked by the words, he was speechless for a long time, not knowing how to answer the other party. However, Marine, the battle after you made me realize that you are not a rigid Marine who does not distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil. You and some the people who are righteous and mad for you Marine are different. You still have a conscience, you have righteousness. Perhaps for pirate, you are a huge threat, but to the world, you are a seed. A seed of kindness. The words of the old man made Dun move his mouth. You also showed me the other side of pirate. Rod laughed. It seems that in some respects, you child, and my senior, there are some similarities. Dun was silent. Next, both of them fell silent. The battle before and the shock afterwards made them exhausted to the extreme. They need to rest. And Dun also needs to think. He was rescued by a pirate, and the other party paid an arm for it, which made his heart tremble, like a dream. This kind of contradiction has shocked the soul, and the impact on people is far harder to tell in words. When I feel that I cannot defeat myself, I would rather give my own life, but also drag the enemy perish together, leaving a way for my crew to survive. When he realized that he was not completely indifferent between good and evil, he threw an arm out and saved his life. What kind of man is this old man? In the past, Dun felt that every warrior who gave his life in the Cetro division was a hero, and felt that old Luo Sen, who fell in front of him not long ago, a bro and the others are also heroes. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that he was sitting beside him, looking unusually quiet, and the bruised pirate was also a hero worthy of admiration. For the first time, Dun realized that there were so many amazing people in the world he was in. Let a child die in front of me. I can't do it. I treat it as food and send it out, that's it. These simple, calm, and unusual words kept reverberating in Dun's mind, shaking his mind and transforming his notions of facing life and facing the world. The sea breeze was blowing quietly, and the two sat cross-legged. Beside them, a few huge shadows under the sea were either resting or swimming. This is the calm belt, the desperate situation of life and death instant. I'm actually a very incompetent person. Rhodes suddenly spoke. Dun's body shook, and he listened carefully. He lowered his head and his eyes were unconsciously filled with tears. He didn't know why he was crying, but as long as he saw the shoulder of the man next to him from the corner of his eye, he couldn't control himself. Since I was young, compared with other senior and junior brothers, I was just a crane tail. I couldn't learn anything, and I learned very slowly. Until more than 40 only when I was old, I could only learn a little bit of fur, and then I couldn't hold back my throbbing heart and became pirate. I led the 7 children in the family and spent decades of savings, changed to a dilapidated boat, and went out to sea with passion. Well, unlike me, children have innate talent, very kind, and learn quickly. Paused. Rod suddenly feels a little depressed. They actually don't want to be pirate, nor are they suitable for pirate. I was wrong to let them come to the sea for my own selfishness. For so many years, I have been letting them live a life of not having enough food and wearing bad clothes. I really failed. But... He laughed again, his expression becoming proud. Until now, I always teach them how to be a brave man, how to be a heroic man. This time, I finally have a chance, pretending to be cool in front of them. Rod suddenly laughed, and he turned his head and looked towards Dun. At that moment, I must be very handsome in the hearts of the children, right? Dun lowered his head, covered his forehead with the right hand, blocked his eyes, and took a few breaths. Take a breath, then exhale. Handsome. Stay. What kind of man is this man? Simply, too jerk. He cursed in his heart, but the tears in his eyes couldn't stop. Chapter 44. Tick. The sound of blood dripping into Dun's ears made his body tremble, but he couldn't find the courage to look. This arm was cut by the opponent's hands. The body soaked in seawater, coupled with the huge trauma, the wound that cannot be treated, just think about this kind of pain, and the whole body will be numb. Unimaginable, how powerful is the pain this old man is enduring at this moment. Even if he himself, because his body was soaked in the sea water through the thin openings, he was constantly barking his teeth in pain. Now, both of us are desperate situation. Mumbling, the old man whispered. Dun's body trembled, and then looking at the unwavering sea ahead, it calmed down again. Yes, here is the calm belt. The Sea King category is everywhere. Whether it can survive or not is not certain. What's the use of that many? The two fell silent, and when they were quiet, they did not know the ebbing of time. They just feel more and more tired, and the hunger in their abdomen is getting stronger and stronger. Brat, don't sleep over. Just when Dun's eyelids were heavy and he was about to close his eyes, the old man suddenly shouted. Dun is shivered, trying his best to eyes opened. When I fell asleep, I threw one of my arms for nothing. The old man said solemnly. Lifting head, looking at the blackened blood, the fracture of horrible to see pupil, Dun shrink, and I feel a little awake. I saved you, but I didn't make you wait to die. Dun moved her mouth and didn't speak. He is so exhausted that he has no strength to speak. Tell your story, brat, how to be a marine, home is doing and so on. After a sentence, Rod seemed to think of something again. Don't give up hope. As long as mankind does not give up hope, there will never be defeat or death. No one can defeat a man who insists on his beliefs, even death can't be crushed. As he said, he raised only his left hand, compared to a thumb. Dun moved his chapped lips. You really look like a madman. Grinned, Rod smiled, the seven brat also said the same. Mine, you are very similar to them. I don't know what you have experienced, but the more you face the desperate situation, the more calm you must be, and the more you must persist, brat. The end of the darkness is the light. Dun lifting his head, looking at the deep night sky at this moment, the sky is full of stars, and the full moon hangs above his head. Time, unconsciously it was night. This is the most painful moment he has ever experienced. The exhaustion of his body and the impact of his spirit made him feel full of thoughts for a time, but his body energy was unable to support his brain to imagine, becoming dull and confused. Come on, speak, brat, your story. Rod grinned, said. Dun put out a breath, he knew that the other party was grinning, just to relieve the pain in his body. Before I was 10 years old, I was born in a wealthy family with the status of this world cream of the crop. My father is sunny, kind, and mother is gentle, beautiful. I have a very happy life, and I am full of longing for the future, dreaming about what I can do in the future. For others, for this world, and for my own dreams. As the night wind blows, Dun speaks slowly, Rod keeps grinning, listening carefully. This is the only entertainment that can kill time when two people are hungry and sleepy. He listened to each other's little bit of talk about the little things in the family, the warm and romantic time, and slowly recalled the funny stories between himself and the 7 children, and he couldn't help but pull out a smile. There may be quarrels in life, but the sweetest unforgettable thing is always the time with relatives. Even the most casual greeting can be unforgettable. Gradually, Dun's tone suddenly became heavy. But, just 5 years ago, everything changed. Rod's eyes flashed through rays of light in this brief moment, and he looked towards Dun and noticed the other party's expression was abnormally gloomy, painful, mixed with a shadow. Rod waited slowly without urging or asking. After a long time, Dun spoke slowly. My father, let me use a golden revolver to kill someone. Rod's pupil shrank. The person to be killed is my mother. The last sentence made Rod's eyes widen. Until this moment, I still clearly remember every expression on their faces, ruthless and desperate, madness and calm. At this point in the story, Dun no longer wants to moreover. He fell into silence, and it seemed that he was tired because he had said too much. Next, because he didn't want to let him fall asleep, Rod began to tell everything about him. Dun listened in silence. He gradually realized that this old guy had a personality like the protagonist of the second-year comics in his previous life. He was pure, hard-working, passionate, and always cherished in his heart hope, but the only pity is that there is no luck and ability of the protagonist. Rod is very mediocre and ordinary. Although he had the opportunity to learn haki and obtain devil fruit like vine fruit, it took a long time to master the fur and he could not develop a stronger one. Fruit formidable power. And in the world, there are more people like him. The only difference is that his spirit and will are stronger than too many people. Old guy's mantra is, respect the old and cherish the young, man's destiny. This is also the reason why he took in 7 orphans and made his originally rich family impoverished. It was him who gave up his arm and saved his persistence. Can't sit back and watch the hope of the future and fall in front of oneself. Because of this, old guy did not use his full strength in the battle. But everything, by this time, is already too late. Endless exhaustion, hunger, and weakness rushed to the spirit and drowned the body, making Dun really feel that this time is dead. Day and night cycle, time has lost its meaning in his mind. He doesn't know how long it has been before, and his eyes have long been blurred, and he can insist on not falling asleep. It's all because of that. The old man was constantly swaying himself, yelling to drink himself. Why? Can he hold on? Dun couldn't understand, but he insisted. Suddenly, at a certain moment, Dun felt a large drop of water falling on his head, dampening his robe, making him feel slightly awake. Brat, we have to find a way, otherwise, we will really become food this time. With a solemn, but extremely weak voice, he introduced him ears. Dun tried to open his eyes wide and looked up. The hideous, huge sea king-like head like a house appeared opposite him, and 2 ice-cold pupils the size of a millstone were watching them. A sea king class, emerging from the sea, is facing them face to face. Then, the sea king-like mouth opened, and the sea water surged and roared. It's greeting us, brat. Rod's eyes are solemn and critical moment, but he is still optimistic. Chapter 45. Dun's heart was shaken, and Sea King was facing each other. The 2 sides were only less than 10 meters apart. Only when you meet this giant beast in the sea with your own eyes can you feel the terrifying breath of the other person. Huge body, hideous face, powerful power, and cold eyes, compared to human beings, they are the kings of the sea, standing at the top of the food chain. This kind of threat at your fingertips makes your scalp numb, adrenaline soars, and even the faint-hearted can faint. But at this brief moment, Dun bit his lip vigorously. The red blood oozes out immediately, and the pain of penetration made him wake up slightly. The body also seems to be conditioned, and from the most exhausted state of breakthrough to the limit, suddenly he can move. He struggled and got up from the broken deck. Brat, if you want to live, just turn your mind and find a way. Rod's voice came from beside him. Dun's eyes were solemn, and his eyes were completely focused on the Sea King in front of him. He stretched his hands, moved his bones and joints, ka bang rang, followed by a little fire star, and the sound of pi li pa la began to come out. The head turned, but the weakness of the body and the exhaustion of the spirit still disturbed him. Next to the sea, there is a Sea King type, 2 dry ducks, bodies reaching the limit. After gritting his teeth, Dun grinned suddenly. How can there be any way? Focusing on the Sea King in front of him, Dun spit out a cold word. Only desperate to die. Luo was taken aback, followed by the next moment, the figure standing in front of him was already walking with his legs, running got out. As Dun said, in such a desperate situation, where is there any way to think of, and where to calm down? Cutting off one's means of retreat, fight to the death. 5 steps later, the Sea King type made a louder roar, and its mouth opened to its maximum. It swung its body and bit fiercely at the wrecked ship. Ah! At the same time, Dun roared and his feet jumped suddenly. His right hand was fiercely clenched into a fist. Above the fist, a large fire star appeared, and the dense explosions became one piece, and the sound of the explosion became louder and louder. In the depths of the body, a seemingly immense power burst out at this moment, causing Dun to issue a limit blow. In an instant, he has come to the front of Sea King's lips. Blast punch! Sleepy beast roars. In the roar, Wenhu on his chest revealed a ferocious and fierce look, becoming more and more vivid. An invisible overbearing aura from his body rises freely. Behind, Rod, who was sitting cross-legged on the wreck, opened his eyes wide. Bang! There was a huge explosion, followed by a sudden spread of flames. The bright red color reflected half of the sky and the sea, and the hot air wave was fading. In the meantime, it moved towards all directions and radiated away. This fist hit the Sea King's lips and burst out with a powerful explosion. The flame thumped up to 50 meters, forming a fierce tiger with slender fangs. Shape. In the blink of an eye, he swallowed the Sea King-like head and half of his body. Then, the violent power pushed it further away in an instant. Really strong! Rhodes exclaimed as he watched Dun, who was bounced by the rebound force, and then landed heavily next to him. If it weren't for the opponent's entity in the previous battle, he would almost think Dun was the Logia fruit ability user. Struggling, Dun stood up again, his body burned, his body trembled unconsciously, and his expression was extremely ferocious at this moment. Brat, you too! Before he finished speaking Rhodes, Dun interrupted him with a loud roar. It's not over yet! The whole body was shaken. Luo suddenly turned his head and caught everything in his eyes, immediately let him pupil shrink. Go on, what are you kidding me? As far as I can see, the large shadows in the sea that are still far away are actually swimming quickly in this brief moment coming over, in a blink of an eye, they have become enveloping, surrounding them in the center. As soon as I thought I was out of the predicament, didn't expect entered the desperate situation of 10 deaths without life in a blink of an eye. Hoo! He looked up suddenly and looked towards Dun. The boy, who was only 15 years old, had torn clothes on his body at this moment, and his whole body was bruised. His condition could be said to be extremely miserable, but his spiritual will was extremely high at this moment. In his small body, a terrifying imposing manner that made him surrender to the capital bloomed out. Old man! Didn't you say that? Don't give up! Dun turned his head and looked towards Rod, lips grinning, pulled out a smirk. However, just after seeing the appearance of Rod at the moment, Dun's whole body was startled again, and his aura became even higher and stronger. He slowly turned his head, facing the surrounding Sea King, tears flickering in his eyes. At a glance, he finally knew why the other party could hold on, and kept calling himself to keep him from falling asleep. I also understand that when the Sea King class comes, the reason is still cross-legged sitting on the deck and motionless. The skinny, cross-legged thighs that were sitting were stained with blood, and each of the slender holes clearly reflected in his eyes, making his whole body tremble. Insert the long knife on its side, the deck below the bright white blade, and a little bit of blood gathers to form beautiful but touching blood-colored plum blossoms. This old man actually forcibly pierced his leg to keep awake and call himself Aohu. The Sea King was very close, and the huge head emerged from the water, roaring, coldly looking down at the two of them. Life and death crisis, desperate moment. After that, almost instantly, the Sea Kings squirmed their heads and dived towards them. At this moment, Dun stood straight, Wenhu on his chest seemed to open his eyes. He clenched his hands tightly and moved vigorously, but he could no longer emit any explosive power. Physical energy, has been completely exhausted in this brief moment. However, Dun still did not give up. His eyes became cold, domineering, and hideous. I really can't use a bit of strength. I really want to fall down like this and sleep forever. His fists were squeezed, the whole body was tense, in the body, no, in the spirit, in the will, Suddenly there was an extremely powerful and domineering aura that rushed out, condensed to block everything in front, and the existence of evil would destroy it. The invincible imposing manner that is exhausted. This imposing manner is suppressing, brewing and brewing, and it will burst out in an instant at any time. But, old man, I can't. Sorry, your arm. With that leg, all over wound. Suddenly looking up to the sky, crying, tears streaming, Dun's eyes were red, and the breath that condensed to the extreme on his body finally burst out in this brief moment. They turn into roaring angry dragons, into extremely strong wind, into incomparable overbearing, into powerful that can destroy all wills, sweeping by grandiose, blinking. It is swept after passing the Sea King class. They made their extremely moving movements, and then they sluggishly fell into the sea, splashing large splashes of water. House Hoku Haki. The strong wind swept through his robe. Rod's eyes widened, staring blankly at Dun, who was standing in front of him, but had lost consciousness but still did not want to fall. Finally, a smile appeared on his face. Respect the old and cherish the young, you brat, the future will be great. So, try to live. Go stick to your beliefs, don't waver, don't doubt. Paused, Rod's eyes flashed firm. Even if I replace you with my life, it's worth. Chapter 46. After a thorough eruption, Dun also passed out completely in a coma. But he was not at all dead. With half-worn legs, struggling to catch Dun, cautiously put it in front of him, making an all-out effort to take care of him. The Sea King, who was stunned by Dun's breath, woke up again, and left in horror, not daring to approach this area anymore. For them, this area has become a restricted area. At this moment, Dun's consciousness has plunged into darkness. Only the occasional sound of drops of water like the ripples of the lake made him realize that he is still alive. The fuzzy time lasted for a long time. He could feel that someone was feeding him water. Unconsciously he kept sucking, and his thirst made him a little greedy. But the man was very stupid, and only fed him a little at a time, occasionally stuffing food like pieces of meat into his mouth, shaking his mouth, and letting him swallow. This person is really stingy. Whether it is food or water, he only gives him a little at a time. When finally one day, the supply of water and food ceased, Dun faintly realized that something was wrong. His remaining consciousness controlled his eyelids and opened his eyes hard. Then he saw a wrinkled, terrifying, dry, mummy face. Pupil shrink. After a breath, he realized who this face belongs to and suddenly screamed. Old man! He struggled to sit up hard, extend the hand wanted to sway, awaken the old man, but at the next moment, his hands forcibly stopped. The scene before him made him pupil shrink and his heart was shocked. This head is slightly lower, and the old man sitting cross-legged has more wounds on his thighs. What's more terrifying is that there are many holes in his legs, and a lot of flesh has disappeared. Seems to be gouged out. There were a few more wounds on the back of his left hand and wrist. And its body is already motionless. Dun trembled all over, his eyes flushed, and a sorrow welled up in his heart, causing him to cry up to the sky for the next second. He finally woke up. What was the water and food in his consciousness that made him greedy? Unconsciously roaring, crying, Dun's heart almost collapsed at this moment. He cried until there were no more tears in his eyes, and his whole body couldn't even shake when he cried, and he cried until he fell into a coma. At some point, a battleship came next to them. Dun. Marine, who is usually lazy, has a serious expression in a low voice at this moment, and his heart is shocked. The breath of the young man holding the old man up to the sky, and the pain and sadness on his body, deeply infected everyone present. Behind him, 7 youngsters trembled all over, and soon they reacted, crying and rushing towards the wrecked ship. The medical team also quickly followed up and quickly diagnosed Dun and the elderly with wounds. But soon, they stopped acting on the old man. Because at this time, the old man suddenly eyes opened and he wakes up. His whole body is impossible to move, but at this time, his eyes are exceptionally bright, even his voice is quite loud and his words are clear. 7 of you, listen carefully to Lao Tzu. 7 youngsters saw Luo sober and were so excited that they were about to speak but were interrupted. From now on, you follow this brat. Pirate is not for you, it's not your way. Be a marine. This brat will take care of you. My knife, Wen Zheng Mihuche, give it to him. 7 youngsters changed color, and they felt bad in their hearts. Premonition. I'm sorry, I won't be able to spend the rest of the time with you. But, I'm very lucky, I have witnessed it. Speaking of this, the old man's eyes dimmed at a very fast speed, and his voice quickly became lighter. Legendary. Birth. The old man slowly closed his eyes and no more breath. 7 people cried, and they were extremely sad. This day is destined to be a painful day. Next to him, Dun closed his eyes tightly, and he had long since passed out, but there were still tears under his eyelids. Respect the old and cherish the young. Leave the hope of life to the younger generation, and always teach the younger generation the bright side. This, maybe it is inheritance. The old man dies, the baby is born, but the will is forever. There may be different positions, but people's thoughts are not affected by any foreign object. In some respects, they are always connected. Rhodes trusted Dun because he saw the birth of a king. He saw a king who has a firm belief, keeps justice and kindness in his heart, and unites his knowledge and action to implement his own thoughts. He is willing to pass his salary inheritance to such an outstanding junior. At the moment before he died, I firmly believed that the future of this young boy would have infinite potential, reaching an achievement that an overwhelming majority could not achieve. This is not about position, not about pirate and marine, but about the kindness and righteousness of human beings. In just getting along, one old and one young are connected in their hearts, understand each other, and trust each other. At that moment, the boundaries between pirate and marine became blurred, their relationship was more like rivals and friends, complicated but clear. The world of Tangled and Complicated, the relationship between Tangled and Complicated, and the experience of Tangled and Complicated. The future Dun will definitely endure more suffering. During the long journey, there will be more expectations waiting for him. But at this moment, this strong young man was so tired that he collapsed. He lost his consciousness and passed out into a coma. Rod, this simple name, an ordinary old man, will also make him remember his life. The sacrifices of partners, comrades, etc. Marine made him understand the evil of pirate, and the heroic movement of selfless dedication played by this old man with his life played pirate's goodness for him. This unification of contradictions left Dun in a moment of confusion, but the justice carried out in his heart was hampered by this, and it became more heavy and firm. 2 days and 2 nights. Dun slept for 2 days and 2 nights before opening his eyes again. When he saw the world again, his expression was a little dazed and confused. But soon, he braced his body and stood up. Beside, Jess and Cullen saw him sober and hurriedly said, "Major Dun, don't move, your body has not recovered yet." "That, old man?" Moving his lips, Dun finally asked. He is looking forward to the realization of hope, but the reality is so cruel. He has gone, Dorrance and the others, held a funeral for him. Jace said solemnly. Dun was silent, the rays of light in his eyes became a little sad. Not long after, Garp and Kuzan walked in. "Dun, how do you feel?" Kuzan asked worriedly. In his mind, Dun is a very strong person, but his expression at this moment is unprecedented and worrying. "Don't ask, Kuzan, this brat, what needs to be restored now is his spirit and will." When he came to Dun, Garp shouted in a deep voice. Then he looked straight at Dun and spoke again. "Brat, don't think too much, what you need to do is very simple. To implement the beliefs in your heart, to implement your stubborn persistence. That's enough. Dun's body shook, and the rays of light suddenly bloomed in his eyes, murmured 4 words. For justice. Yes, for justice, for the justice you think. Time and time impact, time and time grind, like adding dry wood to the fire of justice in his heart, it will only make it burn more vigorously. This is him, and this is what a man should do. Don't hesitate, for the persistence in your heart, for the dream in your heart, to fight unremittingly and fight blood. Chapter 47. After experiencing the Calm Belt incident, Dun has only 7 days to go to the Marine Headquarters training camp. After he woke up, he was not at all confused for how long. The death of the old man of Rod let him know that pirate is also as brilliant as fireworks, which is unforgettable. There are villains with wealth and status, but there are also adventurers who truly embrace ideals. Of course, they are all pirate in essence, messing up the world, and enemies of Marine, but they are also very different. This difference made Dun in the heart thinking about how to face it in the future. The change in thinking will create a stronger, richer, and fuller person. Papa slapped his cheek twice. Dun felt more awake. Garp and Kuzan and the others departed after a while. They seemed to have more important things to do, and they were also leaving an environment for him to think alone. As for leaving Marine, becoming pirate, or whatever, Dun never thought about it. The persistence in his heart and the things he carries can only be borne by the word Marine. Go to the top position and do what he can. This is what he believes in. Okay, it's time to do something. Bright rays of light flashed in his eyes. Dun's military uniform on the side of the ship, wearing a marine cap, and putting on a brand new one, the white justice cloak. The blood-colored cloak, after the previous time, became more broken and could no longer be used. Dun could only stack them neatly and put them in a box carefully. Striding to the outside of the room, when facing the blue sea again, his mood has changed. Major! Outside, Cullen and the others cried out in surprise when they saw him appear. Garp and Kuzan seemed to be discussing something. His arrival also made them turn their heads. Brat essence, chi, and spirit are good, it seems to be restored. Said with a smile, Garp was satisfied and nodded. In this state, you might be able to help with the next thing. Dun looked towards Garp, and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Vice Admiral Garp. Enlightenment. For the handling of the relationship between pirate and marine, Garp is definitely the most typical case." Dun was very clear about the matter with Roger. There is neither absolute ruthlessness nor absolute benevolence. The hero Vice Admiral, he clearly distinguishes his position from what he should do, and is also unswervingly implementing it. He deserves to be praised by the young Kuzan. He is a very cool man. Garp laughed heartily, just waving his hand. After that, Dun turned around and turned his gaze to the 7 tied up on the other corner of the deck. These 7 people are all crew members of Rod Pirates, and they are also children who the old man regards as his own children. Speaking of which, these 7 people are about the same age as Dun, and some are even a few years older than him. Encountered the blow of Lord's departure, the 7 of them all seemed a little depressed and disappointed at the moment. They were tied up by ropes, surrounded by Marines holding weapons, and Warden was strictly enforced. 7 of them are crew members of Rod Pirates, 3 of them have bounties. Cullen walked over and said softly. Dun nodded, to indicate the other party's introduction. Doran's, the bounty is 22 million. Harder, the bounty is 25 million. He is the Devil Fruit ability user, with information recorded, seems to be the ability to strengthen the fruit, making the whole body as hard as a stone. Grapefruit, 15 million bounty. Baydakan, Laura, Xiaoluan, Umbra. Listening to the information in Kulun's words, Dun's eyes flickered. After a long while, he strode to the front of the 7, looking down, his expression flat. The 7 of you now have 2 choices. One is to become Marine and belong to me. The second is from today, those who are unwilling to obey, are sent to prison to spend the rest of your life. The indifferent voice made the 7 suddenly raise their heads. Asshole! You killed Rod! Bastard, you should go to hell! 2 angers spread quickly out, Dun complexion turned cold, step on it directly. Pang! The 2 people who scolded, like a stack of arhuts, were suddenly stepped on the deck and snorted. Rode gave you the opportunity, and hope you can cherish it. If it weren't for him, you group of fragile, naive and stupid guys, I would have personally done it. Send you to hell! Dun coldly said, his voice was full of killing intents. This performance made Kuzan and Garp, who were standing not far behind them, all taken aback. They find it strange that this brat was rescued by the old man's life. Why can't you see this violent attitude now? Hateful! The 2 people who were trampled on their feet looked angry. If you have the ability, you will kill me. Dun's expression remained unchanged. In the right hand, there was a fire star between Pai Li Pala, and the flames began to appear. Killing a pirate will not have any burden for me. The faint voice made the 7 faces change again. This guy is serious. The kindness that Lord caused to him didn't seem to have any effect at all. Marine, stop it, we are willing to invest under your command and become a Marine. With a golden inch and a calm expression, Harder suddenly spoke. He said again in the astonished gazes of his friends next to him. This is also Rod's wish before his death. After finishing speaking, he gently slammed the rope that tied him off, again in Cullen and in the alert eyes of others, they picked up the long knife set aside. And this Wenzeng Mihuche, he gave it to you. When he came to Dun, Harder handed this long blade with both hands. Perhaps you think it is ordinary, but it is a famous knife comparable to 12 Sejo Awazamano. The formidable power is amazing. After cutting into the human body, the blade is like being sucked into the body. As long as you apply lightly, you can cause serious damage to the enemy. A calm voice came from Harda's mouth. Behind him, the other 6 moved. He moved his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. Had is the oldest and most stable person among them. He has always been their big brother. With his gaze narrowed, Dun looked directly at the man who was half a head taller than himself, and he was about 20 years old. He did not hesitate and took the long knife. Okay. Spit out a word, Dun turned around. Take them to change clothes, start with the 3rd-class soldiers. Cullen startled, and then immediately shouted in response. If I die, I won't be Marine. Me too. Had, even if you are the boss, this is the only thing, I will never agree with you. At this time, there were 3 more voices, and there was a deep anger in the tone. Had turned his head, Dorans, Laura, Xiaolun, this is Lord's last wish. The 3 of them gritted their teeth and were silent, but they were always unwilling to obey. Dun saw this, expression indifferent, he waved his hand, send them to prison. When will I think about it, I will release it again. P. The audience was stunned, including the 3 of them, all shocked. Being pirate, or confessing in hell. Or, just stay in jail and live a good life. Meet the eyes of everyone, Dun's voice is calm but full of huge impact. Don't worry, Rice, Marine is full. Chapter 48. The 3 pirates who were unwilling to obey were immediately taken away by the rest of the Marine and temporarily held in the cabin of the Marine battleship. After a while, the 4 Harders, who put on Marine uniforms, were already standing behind Dun. At this moment, Dun looked at the ups and downs in front of him, the endless sea, with his back facing them, his expression silent. Major Dun, Dorrance and the others are just impulsive, I hope you. As soon as this was said, Dun interrupted Harder with his back facing up and raising his hand. Garp and Precognition seemed to be planning something during this period. From the deck, they moved to Dun's office. On the spacious deck, besides Cullinges, there are only 5 of them, Dun. Before encountering you, I am more inclined to the view that all pirate must be severely punished. The faint voice changed harder and the others. They all know that this Marine Major is a cruel, ruthless man. Even if I already knew in my heart, Pirate also has people in Pirate who are working hard and fighting hard for the sake of dreams and for the so-called freedom, and doing many things that are beneficial to the people. I have thought about this question deeply. But in the end I came up with the answer. I still don't feel soft on Pirate. Hate in my heart, hatred, it's not so easy to eliminate. The cold words made harder and the others feel a little stunned. Although the 4 of them have agreed to become Marine, the other 3 are still in each other's hands. My superiors, my comrades in arms, and my subordinates have all died tragically in Pirate's hands. These memories, every day all remind me of the badness of Pirate and its impact on the world. Sin is sin. No matter how beautiful the decoration is, it can't change the mistakes it made. The sonorous voice came out again, and Dunn slowly turned his head. The face of the other party is not so mature, and even the childishness on the face can be clearly seen, but the intense pressure makes Harda's hearts heavy. I actually know that some of those people in Pirates may not at all commit any mistakes and crimes. But when I shot, I was still ruthless. Hear them. Hard and the others stared at Dunn when he heard this. This point, in fact, does not need to be stated on the surface. Ruthless justice, it is precisely because of this method that Kuzan and some of his subordinates next to him feel that they cannot agree with it. If you do something wrong, you have to bear the price. This is the words that I have hinted at myself countless times before and let myself be a killer. Paused, he looked at the 4 people in front of him. Even before I met you, I knew that there was no sin in your hands, and you even helped civilians. But that hatred is still in the heart. I have committed a felony to you. I intend to kill you, or, depending on the situation, make you incapacitated, break your legs and hands, and spend your life in prison. The unabashed and straightforward words made Harda's 4 clenched their fists. Hey! Put out a breath deeply, Dunn's eyes sharpened. Rhodes saved your life and gave you a chance to be born again. His tone became serious and severe. So, cherish this opportunity, Marine, it is your second life. Now, get out of here. From 3 wait for the soldiers to start, try to become a good Marine. As for the 3, Dunn turned around and turned his back to them. Becoming Marine, I will naturally not treat them anymore. The last sentence fell, and the 4 new recruits immediately stunned, and then they shouted out in surprise. Yes, Major. When 4 new recruits retreated, Dunn looked towards the sea, he exhaled a heavy breath, and the rays of light seemed to flash in his eyes. He also saved my life. Mumbling, Dunn will never forget the man he couldn't understand. It is his last wish to let them become Marines. Others may not understand his attitude towards the 7, but only he knows that this is the greatest kindness and friendly now. There is no doubt that Rod changed his future attitude and methods against some pirate. From the original ruthless bombardment, one does not stay, maybe some people are arrested and put in jail, and there are survivors. Appear. Compared with before, this may seem like a slight change, but it is of great significance. Hate will never make humans progress, it will only make people more demonized and take a narrower and narrower path. Lord's dedication not only saved his life, but also saved his thoughts. Every pirate who goes to sea, whether it is good or evil, may have a long-awaited wife and parents behind them, waiting for their return. Death is always a sad thing. Perhaps this is also the reason why ruthless killing is not advocated in Marine, and Sakazuki will be discussed in the future. A ruthless person cannot be popular or trusted by others. On this day, Dunn led his men to perform missions at sea. Pirates who stayed on the coast, when they saw Dunn's face, they were shiver coldly. Team 1. Enter the island and check the casualties of the villagers. Team 2, the escape route on Warden Island. Team 3, follow me to kill. Stepping forward, Dunn soon came to the gloomy and terrified pirates. Kneel all down, who dares to resist, kill without mercy. The cold words came out. Dun looked in front of him, the group holding weapons, but they didn't dare to fear Pirate, who was fighting, had no expression on his face. Hey! The pirates trembled. When they reacted to the other party's meaning, their faces were obviously shocked, and then they quickly fell to their knees, their heads close to the ground, shaking non-stop. 4 teams, tie them up, Warden live them. Shouting loudly, Dun strode across Pirate without even stopping, just leading the rest. Marine enters the island. The 4 teams are hard as 4-person team, hearing this immediately follow suit. When the pirates were all tied up and controlled, the grapefruit among the 4 twitched his lips. Let us do this kind of boring warden mission, Dun guy, to underestimate us. Had's eyes flashed and he straightened his marine cap. Don't complain, we are only 3rd-class soldiers, and we can't participate in many things. You know, we are marine now. And P. paused, Harder glanced, and after being tied up, he was obediently and honestly, without a little resistance, but vented his breath, seemingly relaxed. Pirates. That guy, there is no killer. This sentence made the other 3 people behind them startled, and then surprised. They just reacted at this moment. It is rumored that the Scarlet Major, who is absolutely inexperienced in their hands, did not kill anyone today. Not only them, but at this time following Dun into the battlefield, Kulun and other marines who are fighting Pirate are also unexpected. Chapter 49. Major, today's shot is in control of power. He is no longer casually hitting killers. Suddenly, the marines faintly understood, the young Major is changing. However, just when this idea came to them, in the battlefield with constant artillery fire, an icy sound came out loudly along with the sound of explosion. The crime you committed has violated justice. Repay the crime with death. Blast punch. The hot flame, the high temperature and strong impact drowned Pirate's captain's body in the blink of an eye, ending the battle. After the war, the Marines scattered around on alert, watching Pirate, who was surrounded by the center and tied up with a rope. Their expressions are a bit weird. The cloak hunting in front is shaking, and the back of their figure makes them feel a little strange. Major, he has changed. But it hasn't changed. Compared with the past, that silhouette seems to be very ruthless, but it's a bit more friendly. It is this affinity that makes this person more attractive. Unconsciously, the soldiers admired and relied on the young Major, as if this figure would feel safe inexplicably as long as they stood there. The next few battles with Pirate all ended quickly. Dun's very ruthless really converged a bit, but it revealed a hint of integrity and admiral demeanor. On this day, he beheaded 7 Pirate and arrested 54. The mission was over, and when he went back with the soldiers, he even thanked his opponents. Everyone has worked hard, thank you for your help today. Soldiers were shocked by Dun's words. But soon, they reacted and responded loudly. It's not hard, the majors are the hardest. A casual sentence, but makes the Marines feel warm. This major seems to be more than before. Good contact. At night, Dun and the others returned to the flagship. In the office, Garp is still frowning, thinking and reviewing documents, occasionally scratching his head, appearing very aggrieved and bored, and sometimes roaring at Den Den Mushi again and again. Kuzan is sitting aside, yawning lazily. After standing outside the door and watching for a while, Dun realized that this hero of the Marines Vice Admiral also had such a serious moment. After that, he turned around and came to the bow, looking at the undulating sea ahead, lost in thought. The experience during this period has left him confused and needs to be sorted out. The future path, how to make yourself stronger, these issues must be seriously considered. System skills are indeed convenient, but after this period of time, I can clearly feel it. Eyes flashed, Dun frowned. Very vain. Yes, the power gain seems to be powerful, but it is very empty. It is very difficult without a lot of training, adaptation, and practice. Make it truly yours. Perhaps this is the drawback of system power. However, this is not a big problem for Dun. If it is not necessary, he does not even intend to borrow this power. Only the strength that truly belongs to oneself and honed is truly powerful. In this vast one-piece world, system gave him a step, allowing him to ride the wind, which is enough. Take the essence and get rid of the dross. Finally, the 8 words sounded in his heart, and Dun confirmed his own perception of the power of the system. Don't rely on, but don't give up. The Marine Headquarters training camp a week later, that is the beginning of a strong one. You have recovered very well. Lazily's voice sounded from behind. Dun turned his head and leaned against the boat. This little injury doesn't get in the way. He answered casually, and he asked Kuzan again. You and Vice Admiral Garp, what seems to be discussing recently? Kuzan shrugged. According to him, this is a trivial matter, I'll tell you. Dun nodded, and then he said, I'm a little curious, what did you learn by following Vice Admiral Garp? According to I got the news that you seem to have studied under Zephyr-sensei before. Kuzan narrowed his eyes and laughed after a long while. If you want to talk about what you have learned, it may be the principle of being a human being. Then he walked to Dun's side, also leaning on the boat, letting the sea breeze blow his back. Dun, I think being a human is more difficult to learn than strength. Dun startled. Yes. It's harder to be a human. For strength, you only need to work hard for cultivation, even if you don't have the talent, but a lot of sweat is a reward. It is much harder to be a human being. A wrong direction is a wrong life. If you choose, there is no turning back. In my eyes, he is a cool man and my idol. Kuzan's words rang in his ears, making Dun's mouth bend. He is really cool. The two reached a consensus on this point. For Dun's discomfort with the cruel methods of the past few days, it seems that at this moment, Kuzan is excited to tell Dun about Garp. It was also this time to communicate, and only then did Dun understand that when he was young, Garp had so many stories. In this era, countless Marines, countless civilians, admire the square-faced Vice Admiral. As long as he is in the place, he will bring an inexplicable sense of security, which is reassuring. Sengoku Admiral loves to use tactics, it's a bit dark, Zephyr-sensei is too gentle, and it doesn't suit my appetite. Only Vice Admiral Garp, affectionate and true, is just and honorable. The most handsome. Kuzan's extremely second in too excitedly said, the posture of the Star Chaser is unconcealed. Dun kept laughing beside him. The precognition of one of the 3 admirals, when I was young, was such a two-knot chirping look, which is really interesting. Dun, I heard that your sensei is Zephyr, but don't learn from him. It's better to work with me under the hands of Vice Admiral Garp. Finally, Kuzan suggested. Dun just smiled, did not refuse, and did not agree. In Marine, after all, it is related to government, so hilltops and factions are unavoidable. Before these things are understood, he can't make any decisions lightly. Perhaps this is nothing to the upper class, but it is always good to be cautious. On the second day, Dun led his soldier to patrol the sea. After a period of major cleaning, the pirates' tracks were obviously much less. All morning, the Dun patrol boat did not find anything. Until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Standing on the platform and holding the telescope to observe marine, I noticed a little movement. A ship is coming. On the deck, leading his soldier, Dun, who exercised with dumbbells in both hands, stood up immediately. Putting on the clothes in 3s and 2s, Dun walked to the bow. Is it a merchant ship or pirate? Can you see it clearly? As he walked, he asked while exiting. Beside, Harder, Grapefruit and the others, who are also insisting on exercising, got up with sweat, winking at each other and communicating in a low voice. This brat is too exciting. The enthusiasm for work has soared to the top. No wonder, pirate of this sea territory is so afraid of him. Soldiers are also quite fanatical. For Dun's work attitude, Harda's four are quite speechless. Talking to each other, the four of them also put on marine uniforms and walked towards the bow. At this moment, looking at the soldier on platform, Telescope finally saw the flag on the canvas of the ship. It was also at this moment that his whole body suddenly shook, and his pupils contracted. Cry out in surprise suddenly sounded. That banner! Yes! Oro Jackson! Chapter 50. Hearing the name of this special ship, the person who didn't react was immediately taken aback and revealed doubts. But the harder four who are quite familiar with this ship, our pupils shrink, and shocks appear on the surface. At this moment, Dun strode to the bow of the ship. I took the telescope that was handed over by the soldier next to him and put it on, and the black spot that was still far away was immediately drawn closer. Above the undulating and sparkling sea, a red pirate ship is riding the wind and waves, and is coming quickly towards where they are. As soon as his eyes turned, Dun looked towards the huge canvas. A white skull flag rushed into the eyes, the inner layer and the outer layer with two curly beards, clearly indicating the identity of the ship. Oro Jackson! Roger! It's Roger! At this time, there was finally an exclamation from Marine, and his expression was terrified. It's the great pirate Roger's ship! The harder four rushed to the bow, beside Dun, leaning on the boat, looking into the distance. They used to be pirate, naturally they are very familiar with this famous great pirate Roger of Daimyo. Dun's eyes were solemn, turning his gaze, looked towards the ship. In Telescope, the first thing that catches the eye is a man wearing a red windbreaker, captain's cap, a mustache, grinning, cross-legged sitting on the bow of the ship. Roger! He was shocked, he took a deep breath, and his emotions in this brief moment were inexplicably uplifted. In my previous life, when watching anime, I saw this man's two-dimensional image countless times, and heard his hacky declaration. He recognized this image with just a glance. Do you want my treasure? You can give it all if you want. Go find it, grand line. I put everything in the world there. A word before his death made this world completely chaotic and entered the great age of pirates. Looking back, a man with short golden hair, standing straight, greeted him with a smile. Dark King. Silbazreli. Continuing to observe the ship, Dun saw faces that were very familiar to him but strange. Akagamai Shanks. The Clown Buggy. Crocus. Skopper Gaban, Sikar, Kojiki Odin. Nekomamushi Boss, Duke Inuarashi. Apart from this, they are other people Dun doesn't know. After watching them one by one, Dun put down the telescope and took a deep breath, his expression was already solemn. Unexpected, or shocked, it is no longer possible to describe his mood at the moment. In the case of completely unprepared, but to meet the overlord of the sea not long after this, it can be said that for him as Marine, it is definitely a dangerous situation to the extreme. Great Pirate Roger, Bounty Gold 1.5 billion. Dark King, Rayleigh, Bounty 1.2 billion. The corners of the mouth are shaking, Harder spit out these two names and numbers, causing Marine around him to look horrified and tremble all over. Pirate of this kind of rank, simply is not what they can contend with, the dimension is simply too far away. Young master, do we want to retreat? The stubborn and radical Marine, in this brief moment, first rise in the mind is to retreat. Instead of intercepting the other party. It can be seen that in this era, Roger's prestige, even in Marine, is an absolutely uncontestable existence. Had next to him, as well as the other Marine, turned their eyes, staring at him, waiting for the answer. Evacuate! Dun murmured and turned his head, scanning the Marines in front of him. Then next moment, he saw fear and trembling in the eyes of these people, but apart from this, he also saw it. A trace is hidden deep in the bottom of the eyes, deep in the bottom of my heart, that can't hide, be eager to have a try. Why do you feel this way? Dun was puzzled at first, but soon understood. Because of himself, he feels like this at the moment. Great Pirate Roger. That's Roger. The Pirate King Roger of the future. The excitement in my heart, the rapid boiling of blood flow, the surge of ambition, in this brief moment simply cannot be suppressed. That is the curiosity and crazy ambition who want to see the big world, the top of the mountain. Soldiers in front of them, even harder and the others, have risen in their hearts at this moment, wanting to see how big the world is and Roger's strong ambitions. Dun understood, so his subconsciously trembling hands, in this brief moment, suddenly clenched into fists, the corners of his mouth lifted, and a smile appeared. Marine, there is no habit of showing her back to the enemy. His face suddenly became serious, and his voice became louder. Attention all, prepare to fight. The 8 characters resounded throughout the ship, making everyone startled. The Marines looked towards Dun in amazement, but after seeing the hot eyes under the other's calm face, they seemed to understand something. Yes! Loudly shouted, all Marines moved quickly. Normally in life and death instant, they are not afraid of the enemy's swords and guns. At this moment, naturally they will not be afraid of Roger. Because, no matter who they face, the worst is only a result for them. On the contrary, if you can fight against such an enemy, even if you die, it is also a supreme honor for being a Marine and a soldier. The harder 4 were stunned and looked at Dun in a daze. They didn't expect the other party to be so bold that they wanted to take a shot at Roger. What are you waiting for, third-class soldiers? Immediately prepare the shells. Dun turned his head and shouted sternly. The 4 of them shook their bodies, their eyes trembled, and turned away. This madman! He actually wants to shoot Roger. What's even crazy is that everyone else listens to him. Vaguely, the 4 of them trembled, complaining voices. There is no doubt that the tension in the entire battleship ordered by Dun has disappeared. Instead, it is press forward, cutting off one's means of retreat, the full fighting intent. Standing on the bow, Dun's eyes were sharp, staring at the growing black spot ahead. Pirate King Roger. How powerful is it? How big is the gap between him and the top of the world? I don't know how big the world is, how can I know how far I can go? Dun has gone through so many battles, how much blood and sweat he shed, and fear, he has no existence in the heart, and some just want to face the world, the unstoppable experience of seeing the world ambition. Even at this moment, he is still weak, weak like an ant. But still, he can't stop him from watching the magnificence of the mountain and moving the stubborn rocks at the foot of the mountain. The Oro Jackson sailed very fast, and when she saw them, she had no intention of going around. A battleship can't make this pirates back down. Oh? Interesting, that battleship accelerated and moved towards us. Dark King Rayleigh smiled, with curiosity in his eyes. What, didn't you avoid us like other Marines on the road? The youngster Buggy with red nose, loudly said, ran towards the bow. Rayleigh, they are about to attack, let everyone be prepared. Roger, who was sitting on the bow of the cross-legged, looked slightly whole, staring at the ship directly opposite the young major, standing in line with the other Marine, who is ready to fight. At the same time, he was also curious in his heart. Trifling a battleship, unexpectedly came with such a charge and attack posture, without fear and withdrawal at all. What a daring brat! Short words, all the people on the ship were surprised, looked towards the one ahead, keep moving forward at full speed, straight towards them. Here comes the battleship. Press forward, don't flinch. Charge! 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 On this small battleship, they saw a small but unquenchable military soul fire. The ambition to be trapped, there is death but no life. Chapter 51. On battleship. The soldiers are ready, standing solemnly behind cannon, looking straight ahead. Sweat oozes from their foreheads, but there is no trace of fear on their expressions, only the tension when facing a strong enemy. Are you afraid? Suddenly, a shouted voice came from the bow of the ship. That was Dun's roar, charging the future pirate King Roger. There is no doubt that this is a pretty crazy thing, tantamount to suicide. It can even be said that this is an extremely irrational and even stupid behavior. However, unexpectedly, but as it should be by rights, the next second roar sounded neatly from the soldiers on the ship. Don't be afraid. Yes, Marine who has been fighting with Dun during this period of time, and the soldiers who have passed by on the edge of life for countless times, have long forgotten their fear. What is it? Roger may be powerful or cruel, but to them, he is just an enemy. You are all experienced brave men, fighters. Dun's voice came again, and a smile came up from the corner of his mouth. Looking straight ahead, looking at the Oro Jackson, which is getting closer and closer to his group, the rays of light in his eyes are getting fiercer. Believe me, you will remember the next battle for the rest of your life. Because this is the first time you have moved your hoe toward the mountains. Show your fearlessness and bravery to the enemy. The four Harda's expressions are ashen, completely treating everyone on this ship as lunatics. They have never seen such a desperate guy. This is clearly a situation where there is no life. Why not escape? Are you crazy? Dun. You are leading everyone to death. The grapefruit trembled and asked. This is also the doubt of the other three. They all looked towards Dun. At this time, Dun didn't respond to them. Instead, the young Jace spoke coldly beside him. Do you mean, let us as Marines escape from here? Escape? The grapefruit shook all over, staring on the spot. Yes, there is nothing wrong with this word. Facing a strong enemy, if you are afraid to fight, isn't that just fleeing? Marine is not pirate. When they lose, they can flee at any time and avoid the battlefield. But Marine can't. We have countless hands behind us. Civilians, we retreated, we ran away. The eyes sharpened, Jace yelled. Who will protect them? And once it came out, the news that Marine faced pirate and fled in fright. The shame of such a failure. Who will be responsible again? Bang Liang's angry voice resounded across the sea, causing the four of Harder to pupil shrink and trembling all over. Compared with pirate, as Marine, the probability of encountering an enemy stronger than yourself is almost several times or even dozens of times higher. Yes, they are very interested in the Roger Pirates, who is famous all over the world, and they have also set off a touch of fighting intent. But more importantly, Marine cannot be refunded. Countless ordinary Marines, they actually don't at all master what powerful abilities, they can only rely on the weapons in their hands. But have you ever seen them shrink back on the battlefield because the enemy is strong? From the moment they met in this vast sea, it was already destined that they, as Marines, would fight against the enemies as pirate. No matter how weak or small, Marine can't lose the courage to fight. Because they are the last wall standing in front of the civilians. This wall cannot fall. The Harder four think Dun is crazy and the soldiers are crazy, but this is only because they have the consciousness of being Marine. It has nothing to do with duties or obligations, just the dignity of being a Marine. This dignity is that in the face of the enemy, you can't retreat with one step. New recruit Egg, are you finished asking? When you are finished, go back and prepare for the battle. Cullen shouted loudly at this time. The four of them trembled, their complexion and shocked, turned and left. They have never seen such a crazy, fearless guy, but they feel righteous and awe-inspiring. They think there is only such a person. It's called, the real Marine. Stupid fellow, also stupid me, Master Major, the battle is over, I admit that I will be punished. After drinking the four of them, Cullen turned and said in ashamed. When he saw the other party, he actually had the idea of shrinking in his heart. Get ready to fight. Dun has sharp eyes, indifferently said. The distance between the two parties is getting closer and closer, and the blink of an eye is only about 500 meters. At the same time, aboard the Oro Jackson, Hey hey hey, that guy is really stupid to fight us. When I met the captain, the deputy captain and them, it was obviously to die. The red-nosed buggy is taunted, exaggerated and disdainful. But his words did not allow anyone on the ship to agree, on the contrary, everyone's expressions became serious. On the silent sea, the battleship, which is approaching them with all its strength, shoots out the fearless imposing manner, which is silent. Buggy, this group is different from any marine we have encountered before. With a serious and solemn voice, Shanks stared at the battleship ahead and said, "They are the real marine." Buggy startled, but still don't understand. With his trivial view, he can't clear comprehension at all. Why would anyone know that he will die? Also launch an assault. The distance between the two sides has narrowed again, and it has reached 300 meters in a blink of an eye. It was also at this moment when Roger, who was sitting cross-legged on the bow, suddenly grinned at Isho. Finally ran into a decent enemy. "Guys, get ready to fight." 2 words came out, and the whole ship was immediately passed on. There was a loud drawing of a knife. Meanwhile, on Dun battleship, "Fire the gun!" His expression was instantly hideous, and the roar sounded through the ship. Marines were also in this brief moment, their expressions became crazy, and they quickly lit the fuse. Bang 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 bang! In the blink of an eye, the pungent smell of gunpowder and the sharp sky-splitting sound rise, and the dark shells draw a parabola toward the front. The red pirate ship rushed away. They attacked. Buggy screamed in horror. The power of an instant attack made him beating with fright. Shanks is also nervous. Although he knows that the strength of the two sides is very different, the oppression force that the battleship brings to people is extremely huge. At this time, Roger is still sitting cross-legged at the bow, slightly narrows the eyes and motionless. His head is lifting, watching the pitch-black cannonball swiftly across the void, to the top of the head. Then, shua shua shua. Behind him, Rayleigh, Gaban and the others jumped up, blocking all the shells in an instant, and the explosion sounded. There was a ring around the pirate ship. "It's blocked." "Behind Dun," Cullen said solemnly. "Continue firing." His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold voice came out of Dun's mouth. Chapter 52. Soon, a burst of gunfire sounded again. But the result is still the same. In the face of the powerful Roger pirates, ordinary shell attacks are completely useless. After these 3 waves of shells, the sea is already filled with white mist and ripples, but Roger pirates is still unscathed. On the Dun battleship, the Marines looked gloomy and felt a little lost. "There are 200 meters left, we are going to face each other," Jess muttered. "Give me a cannonball." At this moment, Dun suddenly spoke. Soldiers were puzzled, but they still followed suit. Dun's 5 fingers clamped a cannonball. After feeling the weight, his eyes flashed with harsh rays of light. Under the gaze of the surrounding Marines, he stretched his left palm flat, placed it flush with his chin, and held the cannonball. Then, the palm of the right hand is perpendicular to the left hand, forming a 90-degree, and the palm of the right hand is aligned with the back of the shell. Ka-bang! The sound of muscle agitation and joint friction is heard clearly. After the right hand palm slowly withdrew, Dun's expression also became savage at this brief moment. Suddenly, there was a roar in his mouth, and his palm suddenly burst out toward the pitch-black cannonball in front of him. Blasting bomb! 100 meters blast! Bang! The majestic explosive force in this brief moment burst into the pitch-black shell in the middle, let it buzz and tremble, and in an instant, when it was pushed out by the right hand, the huge explosion impact pushed out. Shoo! In a flash, the pitch-black cannonballs turned into a stream of light, bringing a large fire star and rushing towards Oro Jackson. Boom boom boom! While in the air, it hasn't exploded yet, but there is a thunderous sound around its shells, and there are more narrow and long scorpions. The teeth, a hideous and terrifying tiger-shaped illusory shadow emerged, opening the tiger's mouth, swallowing it forward. The speed to the pinnacle of this cannonball, almost a flash of effort, has come to the top of Roger and the others. What is this? Good terrifying speed and movement. Is it thunder? Shanks, Buggy, and the others dumbstruck looked at the sky, shocked. Don't let it hit our ship, Roger loudly said. Tone barely fell, Rayleigh had already jumped up, the slender long sword was unsheathed. After a shock, invisible waves covered it, as if crossing a magical film. Busos hoku haki. Following again, his right hand waved. Shua. The long knife cuts into the middle of the bomb with great precision. Wang. At this moment, the air seemed to be full, and Rayleigh, who wielded a long knife, suddenly changed his complexion. On the marine battleship, Dunn has sharp eyes, fine sweat beads on the tip of his nose, and slight shortness of breath. Hong long long. An incomparably huge explosion sounded across the sky, the hot flame seemed to turn into an evil tiger roaring fiercely, and it was already sweeping hundreds of people in the blink of an eye in the range of meters. The heat wave swept out towards all directions, and there was even a huge impact grandiose, which caused water to splash everywhere. Oh my God! Buggy pupil shrink, terrified. Shank's expression was shocked, and he was shocked when he looked at the flame, which was only 20 meters away from them. Pa-ta! With the sound of footsteps, Rayleigh fell from the air. When he stood on the deck, he took a step back, his eyes became a little serious. The heat wave lasted for more than 10 breaths before it slowly dissipated. Among the younger generation of Marine, there are really many talents. Roger looked at the young boy ahead. Yeah, it forced me to take a step back, Rayleigh said with a smile. Although this was caused without being serious, the young major on the opposite battleship still deserves attention. This kind of attack, if it hits our ship, then... Buggy took a deep breath, and no longer dared to look down on the man standing on the bow of the opposite side. Juvenile! As they exclaimed, Dunn once again took the shell from the soldier beside him. Then... the sound of breaking through the air sounded again, and 3 consecutive 100-meter blasts fiercely rushed over. 3 shots again! Buggy yelled in horror. For such an attack, it's better to keep it away from us. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, strode forward 3 steps, and then right hand lifting, swing 3 times in a row. Shua shua shua. The invisible slash schemed over the sea, cut the sea water, and then hit the shell accurately. There were 3 explosions in a row, hot flames pounced out, and the entire sea surface was reflected in a bright red color, and a large white mist evaporated, blocking the line of sight. Hoo hoo hoo! Dunn panted violently, sweat already oozing from his forehead. The formidable power of this 100-meter explosive bomb is large, but it is also extremely stamina-consuming. With his current strength, it can't support a few rounds at all. Even the strongest attack that can be performed so far is still unable to do anything to the opponent. The gap is too big. Only less than 100 meters left. At this moment, Kulun reminded loudly from the side. 100 meters away, the Marines looked up and looked towards the front. In the white mist, the red pirate ship rushed out of it, still as powerful as it was, unscathed. It was also at this moment, the people on the battleship all saw pirate in different shapes on the ship. Everyone, draw the sword. Dunn took a deep breath and slowly pulled out the long sword around his waist. With his order, all the soldiers drew their swords. Crazy man! Crazy man! All madmen! The grapefruit trembled, and also pulled out the marine standard long knife from his waist. She was terrified to the extreme. But, even if I'm so scared, why, I will follow these lunatics and draw knives together. Is it crazy? In this picture, I gave up the long-range artillery battle. Are you planning to fight in close combat with us? On the Oro Jackson, Roger was a little surprised. I'll go quiet them all. Rayleigh's eyes flashed a sharp light, coldly said. No, Really? Let me come. Stretching out his right hand to stop the ladder, Roger slowly stood up. Crash bang! The sea breeze hit him, and his big red windbreaker hunted and trembled. With naked eyes visible on his face, a smile appeared, and the 8 character who trembled. Young and fearless Marine, your courage has won my praise. But... Suddenly, Roger's eyes suddenly condensed. This kind of behavior is blind and stupid. The voice is clear, spread over the sea, and it is natural for Dun to hear it. But he just grinned, and then he shouted. Ready to charge. Roger narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, what a iron-blooded Marine. At the same time, the opposite ship on the battleship, the young Marine shouted out. For justice. The long sword was raised into the air, shining brightly. Immediately afterwards, the Marines on the entire battleship raised their long swords and roared out. For justice. Think of death like this, fierce and fierce. The morale of Roger Pirates silenced all Roger Pirates, and his soul was shaken. Although it is an enemy, I have to say that the opponent has won their approval. The distance between the two ships is only 50 meters, and Roger's expression is now incomparable. Chapter 53. He faintly felt the true soul of the military from this Marine. Such a military soul, with firm belief and invincibility, is worthy of admiration. And the pillar of this army soul, the center, is the young Marine at the forefront. I take back what I said before. Although you are Marine, you still respect me. So, I decide. Roger spoke slowly, his eyes staring when he said this. Use my strongest spirit to fight with you. Suddenly, an invisible, domineering atmosphere burst out, passing 50 meters in the blink of an eye, leaving the sea silent, impacting Dun and the others. Wang! In silence, all Marines' eyes rolled white, and then fell softly to the ground, losing consciousness. Dun felt weak all over, and was shocked by this aura. He couldn't even stand still and fell slowly. How's Hoku Haki? 3 minutes later, the Oro Jackson passed by the silent battleship. The pirate on the ship showed respect to the fallen Marines. To these enemies, or opponents, who are weak, but fearless, they cannot raise the slightest bit of malice. After crossing the battleship, Roger looked at the sea ahead, laughed heartily. Really, for the future, that youngster is a good seed. Rayleigh is serious and nodded. Yes, even as pirate, I also think his fearless spirit he is worthy of respect. He is the same person as us. Although his position is different, the way forward is. Speaking of which, the voice drifted away with the wind go with. At this moment, on the battleship, Dun's body staggered to his feet. On the Jackson, Roger seemed to perceive it and turned his head in astonishment. He actually held my breath. This brat! It's better than I thought. Rayleigh was even more shocked, because he knew very well that he was able to hold Roger House Hoku Haki, and he was definitely a man with the qualifications of a king and a strong spirit. Ha ha ha, good, very good. It seems that Marine will have a great person in the future. Roger laughed. For Dun, he didn't feel threatened at all. People like Roger have a very clear comprehension of the general situation and situation in the world. He knows very well whether pirate is good or evil in this great world, and he also knows what he is after. In the chaotic era, violent desires will inevitably arise. Even if he is not, he hates such things. But there is no alternative. The evil of the world, with his power, can only eliminate a trace. More, still rely on Marine. He will not simply think that Marine is his enemy, but will do what he wants to do with him. It is to make an objective judgment based on the general trend of the world. In times of chaos, balance is very important, as is the stability of the world. There is one more justice in Marine and one more helper in pirate. To him, the difference is not that big. Roger is not a pure and kind holy mother, but he is also not a demon who exterminates humanity. In a sense, he is just a persistent person who fights and resists for his own ideals and to reveal the darkness of the world. I'm afraid that when he grows up, he will become a stubborn and crazy cold-blooded person. Finally, become the sword in the hands of those people." Rayleigh frowned. "No, Rayleigh, that brat, he is definitely not that kind of person. Think about his position just now. And how can a person with such aptitude be willing to be the sword of others?" Roger is said with a smile again, and his face is relaxed. Rayleigh startled, and immediately after the memory, Satori suddenly laughed. "Yes. The young brat, from the beginning to the end, stood at the forefront of all the soldiers, and his posture was like a guardian behind him. The straight body clearly means that if you want to hurt the person behind him, step on his body first. How can such a person who never forgets his soldier at the most critical moment be a people completely lacking any feeling or sense of justice? His heart is on the side of justice and light. Because of this, do you show mercy?" "Roger." Rayleigh shook his head to say with a smile. Roger's laughter came in the sea breeze. Roger is not at all soft about enemies who are ruthless, cowardly, and cannot get their approval. Because such people are not even qualified to be their opponents. Above the battleship, Dunn was dizzy, resisting the feeling of vomiting, grabbing the boat and slowly standing up. Looking at the Oro Jackson that had left, he shook the head vigorously. The powerful spirit and terrifying impact seemed to shatter all resistance in an instant, making people suddenly lose consciousness. In an instant, only an instant, it was simply too late to react. "House Hoku Haki." Gritting his teeth and spitting out these 5 words between his lips, Dunn knew in his heart that this powerful and unparalleled impact was what he had seen in previous animations. Haki. Just watching anime, I can't understand the terrifying breath and the shock it brings. It's like facing heavenly might in panic. It makes people feel small and can't help but give in. People with weak willpower will lose consciousness and fall into a coma in an instant. Even afterwards, there will be intense vomiting, dizziness, and trembling from the heart. It's like facing the whistled past, the roaring tsunami and typhoon, completely unstoppable. Can it be as powerful as this? Mumbling, Dunn deeply realized that this world is in the peak's powerhouse, and what a landscape is like. After standing for more than 30 breaths, he sat on the deck with a puff, feeling weak and weak, as if he had experienced a battle between life and death. At this moment, the battleship fell into silence, and the crew fell down at random, only a slight breathing came out, proving that they were still alive. Dunn knew that they had to sleep for a while after experiencing the impact of House Hoku. This aura seems to be a little bit the same as what burst out in my body at that time. He was exhausted, but at this time he thought of being in the comm belt, when he was in a crisis of life and death. That shocking imposing manner that he posted. Although the 2 breaths are quite different in quantity, they are somewhat the same in quality. With his eyes flickering, Dunn thought about this question in his mind. He who has personally met House Hoku Haki, naturally understands what such a spirit means. Blah blah blah. At this moment, Den Den Mushi in his arms suddenly rang. Since the last comm belt incident, Kuzan and Jess and the others have forced him to wear this communication tool with them. "Hey! Connect Den Den Mushi," Dunn put out a breath, his voice trembling. "Dunn brat, now you immediately go to the island of Florence to evacuate the civilians. We are going to capture a great pirate there." Garp's voice came from Den Den Mushi in a casual tone. Chapter 54. His eyes were slightly dazzling, and a flash of light flashed in Dunn's mind, reminding him of the behavior that the other party and Kuzan had been discussing secretly during this period of time. Is it the task of capturing Roger? The voice from Den Den Mushi was noticeably paused and somewhat unexpected. "Hey, how did you brat know? Did Kuzan tell you?" Dunn's eyes trembled, black lines gushing out of his forehead, and then roared at Den Den Mushi. "I just fought with him. Also. Why didn't you tell me earlier about this kind of thing?" Garp was astonished. "You fought Roger? The vast sea, the narrow road meets. Dun glanced at the soldiers lying on the deck and put out a breath. The whole army was annihilated, and everyone except me passed out. After Garp listened, instead of worrying, he laughed. Ha 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 ha, it would be better if you didn't die. If you want to come, that guy won't attack you either. Then his voice was frozen again. Then, Major Dun, hurry up and wake them up and prepare for the mission. The next battle, but you also need your Alabasta patrol to assist you. After a few words, Garp hung up Den Den Mushi neatly. Dun cross-legged sat on the deck and took a few deep breaths. The side effects of Hoshoku's impact only slowly dissipated. Then, his eyes became sharp again. Yes, at this moment, my strength is far from the opponent. However, this battle is not over yet. Marine's plan is definitely very thorough. The island of Florence is in the straight direction on the west side of their ship, and Roger Pirates is moved towards the north of the ship. This seems to be acting in a way that defeats one's purpose, but Garp is so sure that he will go to Flenka Island, he must have laid a tight army in front of him. They want to force Roger Pirates to Flenka Island, and then conduct a small-scale capture activity with minimal impact as much as possible. Now, Dun understands why it was just a trifling awards process, but Garp and the others came in person. In addition to the importance of Marine headquarters, this arrest is already in Marine's plan. And his previous encounter with the other party was only present at the right time, an accident. With blinking eyes, Dun slowly stood up, lifted the bucket prepared on the boat, and walked towards the comatose soldier. Undoubtedly, next, will begin his second confrontation with Roger Pirates. And this time, he will no longer face the superior battle strength directly on the other side, but will become one of the many Marines against Roger. The second round, it started. Lifting the bucket, pouring it down to the fore of Cullen, Jess, and Harder in front of him, Dun's fighting intent is high. Half a day later, that is, at dusk on this day, Dun and the others have reached the island of Florence. When they arrived here, they had found the entire island surrounded by 5 or 6 battleships. At this time, Kuzan was standing lazily at the coast and ordered Marine to organize the military and civilians on the island to evacuate from here. Dun! Come here! Seeing Dun, Kuzan shouted. I heard that you had an encounter with Roger, so luck is really good. After getting closer, Kuzan said with a smile. Dun rolled the eyes. Shut up, you, what is my mission? Hey, evacuate the villagers and disguise the entire island. This is our job tonight now. Kuzan pointed to the villagers who walked up to the battleship under the command of Marine, and said in a relaxed tone. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly. In addition, Dun, take a good rest tonight. Tomorrow's battle, we also have to get involved. Dun's mind was frightened. Solemn nodded. Also, try to keep the elite personnel, and for the rest, it is best to let them escort the civilians away temporarily. Glanced at Marine behind Dun, Kuzan said again. Time blinks extremely fast. In this arrest work, the task of Dun and the others is not difficult, but a bit cumbersome. They only have one night, including evacuating the residents of Florence Island and disguising the original environment of the residents of the island. Of course, most Marines are not actors, and their camouflage skills are not very good. However, Marine doesn't need them to look more like it, just a rough look. About 3 or 4 hours later, almost all the villagers on the island have been evacuated. The crescent moon hung in the middle of the sky, sprinkling silver frost on the island of Florence, and the sea shimmering in the reflection. Jess, Cullen, and Jess stayed behind, and the others went to the villagers with the battleship, and temporarily evacuated. His face was slightly positive. Dun stood in front of his eyes solemnly. The straight men shouted. Major, we also want to stay. Yes. The shame of the day, we also want to get it back. Vice Admiral Garp, as well as the elite Marines from other branches, they are all here. This is a rare opportunity. Marines were unwilling. Roger's stare in the day made them impressed and unforgettable. For them as soldiers, this is simply the greatest shame. Obey the order. Dun just spit out 4 words faintly. The Marine was helpless, so he could only drive the battleship away and wait for further orders. At this moment, on the island of Florence, all Marines have been disguised, and the number of residents is about the same as the number of residents before this island. After Dun walked around, he found that these people looked serious, with a faint murderous aura leaking between their eyebrows and eyes, which were obviously experienced elite soldiers. They are all elites transferred from various ministries. I heard that Vice Admiral Garp is responsible for the front-line battlefield. We are only supporting this time. Jace and Cullen whispered in his ear. Dun's jaw is knotted, he heard Kuzan say these at the beginning. Fighting above the sea is not convenient after all, and it is easy for Roger and his team to escape. Marine's army pulled out and blocked Roger and the others in front of them and forced them to this island. So, this small island northwest of Alabasta became the main site of this battle. Behind him, Harder remained silent and followed them quietly. Not long after, Dun saw Kuzan, who was leaning against a gear and looking at the sky in a daze. Dun, tomorrow you are mainly responsible for the location of the south lane of the town, to prevent the rest of Roger pirates from sneaking away. See Dun, Kuzan said. Where are you? I am very close to you, located east of you. I can support you whenever there is any trouble. He glanced at the people behind Dun again. Would you take these few? Sweeping away, there were only 6, not enough to count. Quality but not quantity. Dun indifferently said. Yes, I am the only one on my side. Kuzan said, a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After the two chatted for a while, Dun and the others arrived at the south alley in advance to wait. There are a lot of other officers on the island, Marine, but meeting each other is only a nodded sign, and they don't communicate much. Dun noticed that most of them were school-level officers, and there were even generals on the main road, and he was just an ordinary member of these people at the moment. Marine has already laid a net of heaven and earth, waiting for the arrival of the enemy. Dun cross-legged sits on the ground, his eyes are calm, but his mood cannot be calmed for a long time. No matter how many anime I watch, I still can't understand the tense but passionate emotion of being on the eve of the war and waiting at this moment. Roger Pirates. Tomorrow, we will meet again. Muttered, Dun's eyes became sharp. Chapter 55. In the Alabasta Sea territory when the moon is full. Bang bang bang. The sky-shaking blast sounded into one piece, reflecting the entire night sky as a bright red color. The sea was originally covered with a layer of sparkling silver radiance, but at this brief moment it has turned into a flame. Rayleigh, change direction, they have blocked the road ahead. Roger stood at the bow, his eyes dignified, looking at the indistinctness in front of him. A huge fan-shaped battleship is extremely guarded. Didn't expect Marine will stop us here. There are nearly 100 battleships, right? Rayleigh exclaimed. Behind him, Shanks and Buggy looked tense. Looking at the blockbuster battleship group ahead, their hearts trembled. I just encountered Dun's group of Marine who are desperately fighting, and at this time they encountered the opponent's big team here again. Roger. That's it. On the sea ahead, a dull roar came, followed by the golden light, and suddenly swelled out, and a big Buddha appeared out. Go, that's Sengoku. Roger said again. Amidst the sound of cannons, the earth-shaking blast stirred up strong winds, and set off huge waves on the originally calm sea. As the sea undulated, the atmosphere suddenly became tension. Okay. In response, Rayleigh turned his head and moved quickly. Under the control, Oro Jackson quickly turned around. And Roger, facing the impact of the cannonball at this moment, his eyes suddenly glared. Wang! It is extremely overbearing, and the surging breath spreads. The sea is silent, and the rushing cannonballs buzzed, and the Hong Long Long exploded. Apart from this road, we only have to pass through the island of Florence. Gaban said. Roger nodded, watching the pirate ship and the marine battleship group away from each other. His expression still did not relax. Vaguely, he seemed to feel something. At the same time, watching Roger and his team leave the marine battleship group. Sengoku Admiral, they turned to evacuate. Hearing Marine's report, Sengoku narrowed his eyes and nodded. Is the GARP in place? The Marine branch, which came from nearby reinforcements led by Vice Admiral Garp, has been deployed on the island of Florence. Marine replied. Well, increase the horsepower, let's head to the island of Florence. Sengoku shouted loudly. This time plan was decided by the headquarters for a long time. Roger Pirates has already been well known on the Grand Line. This time he suddenly set off from the starting point again. This inexplicable behavior made Marine puzzled, but also ominous. Premonition. From the moment they got the news from the other side, they cautiously paid attention to the other side's movement, and only then did they decide to initiate an action. There are not many opportunities, you must grasp it. Like Roger, it has become the pirates of the climate. It is extremely difficult to catch and must be extremely careful. Even Garp, who has always been bold and goes his own way, has accepted the deployment of the headquarters at this time. Perform tasks. Battleship dialed quickly, but this time Sengoku and the others used clippers, while the rest of the battleship was left behind and was responsible for interception. Of course, the forces deployed by Marine this time are definitely not just these. On the 5 routes, Marine has prepared a fleet, ready to fight Roger at all times. The time passed quickly, and it was the early morning of the second day in a blink of an eye. South Alley of Florence Island. Dunn suddenly eyes opened, and Cullen next to him immediately stepped forward. My Lord Major. As his eyes condensed, Dunn spoke directly. Get ready. Yes. Cullen said loudly. After that, the 6 people quickly launched the fruit carts that had been prepared last night and placed them in the south lane. And Dunn has changed his outfit, with white and red T-cuts, casual cropped trousers, a baseball cap, black sunglasses, a bulging backpack on his back, and a waist carrying the plain and innocent Wenzeng Mihoteru. While they quickly disguised themselves, the rest of the Marines on the island had already done their work. The owner of a grocery store, a fruit vendor, a bar owner, a restaurant owner, a waiter, and a commoner walking on the street one after another appeared. In the blink of an eye, the originally peaceful island suddenly became lively. In an alley not far from South Alley, Kuzan is wearing a panda goggles, leaning against the wall, wearing casual clothes, snoring, and a lot of nasal blisters are blowing out of his nostrils. This work attitude is really two extremes with Dunn. At about 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, a red pirate ship greeted the coast of Florence. Ah, I haven't slept all night, are those Marines crazy? There are Marines everywhere, this time the Sengoku guys are trying to kill us all. Fortunately, the captain is so powerful that he drove us out of the encirclement. Buggy and the others exhaled heavily while complaining. Let's replenish here first, and we have to rush to the next stop pointed by the pointer as soon as possible. Rayleigh said. Roger glanced at the island in front of him, blinking slightly. But he didn't say anything, just instructed a few people to guard the boat, and then led everyone down. As soon as they entered the island, Buggy and Shanks found nothing unusual. In the lively streets, shouting, bargaining, and arguing were endless, and there were also serious-looking Marines patrolling back and forth. But everyone wore unremarkable, so they didn't notice them. After purchasing some supplies, we will leave immediately. Roger said solemnly. He faintly felt that something was wrong with this island, even if the people in front of him behaved as usual, but the partiality gave him a false feeling. The vegetable seller has tattoos on his arms, but he looks like he bows his waist. Pedestrians walking on the street bend their waists and walk out in a frivolous manner, but their waists are very straight. It gives people a sense of contradiction and strangeness. Roger. Rayleigh also whispered at this time. "Don't act rashly yet." Roger motioned with a blink of his eyes. The latter is nodded. The entire group walked towards the island. Shanks and Buggy, the two trainee crew members, did not find anything. Instead, they ran around enthusiastically, asking the bosses on both sides of the street some questions, and also bought two top interesting straw hat. Unconsciously, Roger's entire group has reached the center of the town. After arriving here, Buggy, who was walking in the front, suddenly opened his mouth, and his expression became unexpected and panicked at the speed that naked eye could see. You. He even said 3 words of you, but didn't finish. And his side Shank's face changed even more. He pulled Buggy back and looked at the straight, gloomy middle-aged man standing in front of him, and he was shocked. Garb. The middle-aged man standing in the street in the center of the town, wearing a marine suit, sturdy and burly, is the hero of the Marines, Vice Admiral Garb. "Roger, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Garb directly ignored Shanks and Buggy, fixed his eyes on Roger, shouted in a deep voice. Chapter 56. Garb. Roger narrowed his eyes slightly and spit out these 2 words. He didn't seem to be surprised at all. He was able to meet each other here. He has fought countless times with this old rival, and he has even become accustomed to every encounter with each other. No matter when, no matter where, he will always have the opportunity to meet each other. The other Rogers didn't care. What made him helpless was that it was indeed troublesome today. "Obediently surrender, Roger." Garp drank loudly, striding forward and walking forward. As he walked around, the Marines standing behind him all drew their swords and prepared for battle with grim faces. "Shanks, Buggy, take Crocus away." Roger's gaze condensed. He drew the long knife from his waist, and suddenly shouted. "Wang!" In an instant, Garp's figure disappeared, and when he appeared again, he had reached the top of Roger's head, clenched his fist suddenly, and then fiercely down smashed. Iron fist. Choke. At the crucial moment, Roger pulled out the long knife around his waist and blocked it with one hand. Overhead. Bang. The dull bang came out loudly, followed by the collapse of the ground under Roger's feet, large patches of sand and gravel splashing, and strong winds blowing in all directions. Garp hits Roger's blade with his fist, his whole body tilted in the air, his eyes sharp to the extreme. "Roger." 2 words were spit out from his mouth, his complexion became fierce, and the strength on his fist was fiercely pressed down again. "Obediently surrender." The roar came out. Wang! The ground collapsed again, and the hollow hole suddenly collapsed again. The cracks spread to the periphery, setting off a rolling ground wave, causing the earth to shake and causing people around all complexion greatly changed. "Feel the huge power from the blade," Roger facial expression grave. "My friend, I haven't seen you for a while, you really are." He gritted his teeth abruptly, and his figure suddenly retreated. "It hasn't changed at all." When the voice came out, Garp's fist suddenly blasted down and fiercely hit the ground. Hong long long. Compared to the lingering power of just now, a more terrifying momentum came out, a large wave of air rolled over, and it instantly moved both sides of the street. The house was scattered directly, and the people around the vendor who were originally complexion greatly changed in an instant and ran away. The ground cracked and cracks spread out several hundred meters. The center of the battle between the two was about a kilometer, and circular pits full of spider cracks appeared. Hiss! Amidst the ground shaking, everyone around me took a breath and was shocked to see the destructive power of this fist. Terrifying. This is hero of the Marines Garp. Buggy trembled, shaking all over. He looked towards the field. The burly figure with a cloak of justice and black hair slowly stood up, clenched fists hanging to his side, his back facing them. That tall figure, stalwart like a mountain, is insurmountable and makes people feel extremely heavy. Roger stepped back and stood in front of everyone behind him. He raised his head to stare at Garp and squeezed the long knife in his hand. In front of it, only Garp stood alone, but the dull, rolling, press-forward, majestic breath of courage and diligence seemed to be able to contend with this group of people. Really? Roger screamed suddenly. Yes. Rayleigh slowly pulled out his long knife, his eyes sharp. And everyone? Roger spoke again. The crew behind them all looked serious, clenching their weapons in their hands, looking at Marine, who was surrounded by them, with weapons out of their hands and wearing all kinds of clothes. We should fight. Tone barely fell. With the sound of tone barely fell, Roger Pirate's expression shook, revealing a brave fighting intent. With a wave of the long knife, Roger's eyes were cold. Action! With a loud roar, Roger rushed out instantly and went straight to Garp on the opposite side. At the same time, the rest of the crew also ran up and dispersed towards all directions. Kill! Behind Garp, around, the Marines on the whole street roared at this moment and rushed forward. The battle started in an instant. Faced with Roger Pirates surrounded by Marine, in such a sudden situation, they only had to fight. They had to break a blood path and escape from this island. Bang 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 bang! In an instant, Garp and Roger collided again. The violent power is booming, and the fierce vigor continues to fly around. The ground begins to collapse rapidly, and the buildings collapse one after another. Garp's fist, Roger's fierce slash, clears everything around. When these two supreme powerhouses of the world fought, there was nothing in their eyes, only each other. Attention all, stay away from these two people. Roger, give it to Vice Admiral Garp. Marine officer shouted loudly. In fact, there is no need for him to give orders at all. These two people are fighting frantically, and no one dares to touch them. At the time of the impact, the remaining power that erupted could blow away the weak Marine directly. Rayleigh strode forward, and 5 or 6 Marines rushed towards him. He sharpened his eyes, and the long knife swung out quickly. Dark King! Rayleigh! Block him! The Marines roared with long knives in their hands and weapons quickly swept out Busos Hoku Haki. Dang! In the next second, when the two sides collided, Rayleigh stopped in his footsteps, and the long knife was in front of him. In front of him, 5 or 6 Marines were in the air and were forcibly blocked. Ha! With a deep breath, Rayleigh suddenly urged. Pang! A powerful force broke out, and 5 or 6 Marines were blown out and rolled into the ruins behind them. But in a blink of an eye, more Marine rushed up. It's really troublesome. Rayleigh's eyes were sharp and he started to run. At the same moment, Shanks and Buggy have also come to Crocus. Crocus, go! You two stinky brat, the action is too slow, you are here now. Crocus cursed. I'm sorry. Shanks said with a smile embarrassingly. Then, 2 people, one left and the right protected Crocus, quickly walked through the chaotic battlefield. Shanks has a serious face, his eyes are constantly scanning, Buggy is shiver coldly. Fortunately, the others in Roger Pirates consciously blocked Marine and cleared the way for the 2 of them. After a while, a road was opened. Let's go to the ship. Shanks said, about to leave. Little demon, what are you thinking about? Now, the ship has already left. Do you think the guys in Sikar are as stupid as you? Crocus scolded. Find a passage, Roger, and the others now need a way to open it to the outside of the island. It was another sentence that made Shanks react quickly. Yes, the main crew members are entangled by Marine. As the fighting time increases and Marine support arrives, this battle will become more and more difficult to fight, and they will also fall into greater encirclement. Now, the most important thing is to find a way to the coast of the island. Yes. After Satori suddenly, Shanks shouted. Flenka Island, South Alley. When the first explosion sounded and the ground vibrated, the complexions of Dun 7 suddenly changed. Come! Looking up, looking towards the center of the town where the dust is fluttering and sawdust fluttering, Dun's heart becomes solemn. At the same time, in a nearby alley, the nasal blisters on Kuzan's nostrils were also broken, making him suddenly awakened. Hey! Chapter 57. Slowly lifting eyes, looking towards the center of the town. When seeing the dust rising in the sky, feeling the violent vibration under his feet, and hearing the sound of fighting, Kuzan's eyes suddenly sharpened. Has it started? The vibration under the feet must be caused by Vice Admiral Garp. It's amazing. With obvious admiration in his eyes, Kuzan was a little excited. The scene of the powerhouse battle is not so easy to see normally. For Marine, Garp is their hero. What is a hero? Carrying out words and deeds with justice, possessing superpowers that can defeat everything, and being able to suppress all evil and the whole audience at any time and place, pulling strongly against a crazy tide, and saving the world. Suffering. This is the hero. Even if they didn't see it with their own eyes, but just standing here, Kuzan could still feel the terrifying battle strength of the two in the town center. The majestic breath rolled over, making the entire island into a faint distortion. The confrontation of House Hoku, the battle of two current kings. Pull yourself together. Kuzan was excited and stared at the alley where he was. Every passage leading to the outside world on the island of Florence is guarded by Marine at this time, and they are very close to each other. Once there is wind and grass, the adjacent idle Marine will immediately it can form support and blockade. On the other side, the expressions of the 7 Dun are already stern. My Lord Major! Cullen gave a deep cry. Keep your job well, don't pay attention to other things. Dun's eyes flashed, and he whispered. Yes. The 4 of Harder also looked at each other, standing beside the fruit stand, looking towards the center of the town. Dun stood in the street, looking towards the place where the battle was most intense, his eyes flashed with deep shock. The rumbling sound is almost endless, continuous into one piece, dense like a series of cannon sounds constantly shaking, and in the cover of smoke and dust, he is faintly from time to time, I can see 2 figures jumping very high, quickly colliding with each other. In the place where they fought, there seemed to be lightning passing by, bursting out extremely strong impact and strong wind. After every collision, the air can be seen to be clearly twisted, forming a whirlwind-like shape. Dun knows that this is the result of the extreme cohesion of the strength of the two. When the strength reaches a certain limit, they are gathered together, and then burst out in an instant. This will happen. But it is precisely because of this that it is able to cause such terrifying movements at this moment. Dun can be sure that at this time, the center of the town may have been completely broken by the collision of the two, even the ground may have been all split up and in pieces. Wang wang wang. In the air, one after another suffocating domineering majesty is permeated at this time, and the expressions of Kulun and the others are obviously not very okay, gritting your teeth and enduring something. Crack. 3 or 4 cracks appeared on the ground, allowing Dun pupil to shrink. The battle between the two has already affected where they are. It's terrifying. He was amazed in his heart, and he finally got a glimpse of the top battle strength of this world so far. With my strength at this time. Comparing in his mind, Dun finally felt bitter and weak. He reluctantly discovered that this gap has reached an insurmountable point. The maximum destructive power he can achieve at the moment is an explosion within 100 meters range, and this explosion range is only an impact. The flame spreads to the strongest point, radiating all around, the farther away from the center, instead, the smaller. And these two people, I am afraid that a single blow can create terrifying destructive power far beyond his limit. I am still too weak. Clenching his fists, Dun has a clear understanding of himself. After getting the fruits of the explosion, his strength has a short-term rapid rise, but this increase is also limited, and it does not mean that he is strong enough to fight the most powerhouse. Under this kind of long-distance viewing of the battle, he has a clear position to himself, which is self-evident for him. Continuing to wait, the shock from the center of the town became more and more huge and intense, and the wind was blowing almost all the time. For about 5 or 6 minutes, Dun's eyes suddenly became sharp with a roar from the inside of the island. "Stop them, Major!" In the opposite direction, the moment the voice fell, 3 figures suddenly appeared, followed by a shirt, blade in hand, ugly complexion. The Marine school-level officer came into view. It is the school-level officer who yells, and the 3 figures are the Shanks and the group. Shanks. Dun's right hand holds the long knife around his waist. "Alert!" Just shouting loudly. Immediately, all 6 people behind him face changed and took their weapons. Had touched both fists, and a layer of pitch-black color covered his arms, making a sonorous sound. "Cross over, you two, as long as you open this path, we are free!" Crocus yelled. Shanks and Buggy, almost left and right, set up Crocus and screamed and ran forward frantically. But soon, when they saw Dun, their footsteps suddenly stopped, and their complexion changed drastically at this moment. "It's that guy! The guy who can fire cannonballs!" Shanks and Buggy have ugly expressions. "Rush over, there is no other way now, don't forget, there are enemies behind you!" Crocus yelled. Hearing this shouted, Shanks and Buggy looked at each other, their expressions became more frantic, and the roar was to charge forward again. "Go away, Marine!" Buggy yelled, but the fear in his body could not be suppressed, his ankles were soft, and his voice was trembling, making it hysterical. Discovering that the 3 familiar people broke into the area under his charge, Dun drew a long knife from his waist. "You have chosen the wrong way!" The indifferent voice was uttered, and his figure suddenly moved, and he ran forward with strides. "Pai li pa la!" The gunpowder star sprang out from the solace of the feet. With 3 explosions, he took 3 steps on his face. Under the powerful impact, Dun was already an instant breakthrough, a distance of 100 meters, came to the front of the 3. "This guy, so fast!" Shank's complexion changed suddenly, he drew his long knife, loosened Crocus's arm, and threw it to Buggy. "Buggy, take Crocus away, I stop him!" With dignity, Shanks rushed towards Dun with his knife. After 3 steps, the 2 are already facing each other, lifted the long knife in their hands, and then fiercely hacked towards each other. Dang! In an instant, the sound of the long knife colliding with the knife sounded. But soon, Shank's complexion changed wildly. A thick fire medicinal smell rushed into his nose, and when he lowered his head, he saw where the long knife was, a large flame surging out, and his reaction was extremely violent. Bang! With a violent explosion, Shanks was hit by the impact fiercely of the explosion and flew out, smashing the house next to him. Dun held the knife, turned around, and pointed the long knife towards Buggy. "You guys, don't even want to leave." Buggy trembled. The Marine colonel who followed, saw this scene and was stunned on the spot. In the narrow south alley, this moment was shocked by Dun alone. Chapter 58. Cough cough cough. The coughing sound suddenly sounded at this moment, and Shanks walked out again under the shattered house. At this time, he has become embarrassed, his clothes are in tatters, and blood is leaking from the corners of his mouth. The swaying body seems to be able to fall down at any time. "Your opponent is me, Marine." Suddenly inhaling, Shanks' eyes suddenly sharpened, and he shouted at Dun. "He is okay." The Major was hit by an explosion, and he was able to stand up. "This brat is extraordinary." Jess and Cullen and the others were slightly surprised. They are all very aware of Dun's fruit, how powerful the offensive ability is. To put it bluntly, that kind of instantaneous explosion can shatter everything in front of you. The sudden violent impact, the spreading high thermal energy, and the mechanical energy produced can smash everything around in an instant. "Major, that brat is very strong, be careful of him." Behind, the shirtless school officer also reminded him at this moment. At this moment, Dun, whose back is facing Shanks, walks towards Buggy, who is shiver coldly, without looking back. Ship Dr. Crocus. And Red Nose. You are arrested. In different voice when it came out, Dun walked up to the two of them a few steps. Rebels, dead end. The cold words made Buggy startled on the spot in terror. In front of his eyes, he had seen the opponent send out a terrifying bomb that could burst out 100 meters of flame. When he encountered it again at this time, he simply couldn't think of any confrontation in his heart. The terrifying formidable power can blow it into powder at will. Tie it yourself. With a move of his hand, Dun threw the rope in front of the two of them. Body trembled, Buggy didn't move, just succumbed like this, it was too shameless. Shanks, that guy, at this moment, but he's still looking at him from the opposite side. Dun's expression turned gloomy when he saw the two of them motionless. As soon as his right hand moved, a marble appeared and then ejected. Shoo! The sharp wind almost wiped Buggy's face, and then hit the ground behind him. Bang! The flames tens of meters high, the violent impact, like a dozen people, one person and one kicked out behind him, it flew directly with Crocus, and turned over a dozen somersaults on the ground in a row. The bloody nose and swollen face fell before it stopped. Tie them up, dare to resist, and kill on the spot. A cold voice came out of his mouth, and Dun slowly turned around. Yes. The four of Harder replied loudly, and then ran quickly in front of Buggy who was shiver coldly, and brutally tied the two directly together. Too bad luck, this brat is devil fruit ability user. Depending on the situation, the development is quite good. Crocus, harp mouth, said unluckily. Buggy is now lowering his head, and has completely lost his voice. He was completely frightened by the explosion that passed him just now. If only a little bit more crooked, he was afraid that he was already bloody. Too terrifying. Shanks, obediently surrender, I can spare your life. Turning around again, facing Dun of Shanks, his voice is extremely cold. Perhaps, the two youngsters in front of him are the future Yonko and Shishibukai, but at this moment, under his hands, they can be arranged at will. Obediently surrender. Shanks took a deep breath. Although the body was bruised all over the body, the rays of light in the eyes were extremely bright at this moment. As pirate, it can't be so easy, just surrender. Suddenly squeezed the long knife in his hand, Shanks moved his whole body, once again run. Dun's gaze sank, and the long knife flicked. There were a few more slashes in the air. Then, the long knife suddenly stopped at the top of his head and fiercely slashed down again. Dang! The two knives collided again, but this time, Shanks was holding the long knife at the moment, his waist suddenly turned, and he squatted halfway. In his posture, he quickly rotated half a circle around Dun's right side, and instantly came to his back. Bang! A flame broke out where Dun's long knife was swung, and the ground was blown into black. But there is no one in front of him. As his eyes condensed, Dun felt the strong wind behind him. It's Shanks. Although he was still young, he was only a trainee on Roger's ship at this time, but during the battle, the opponent was still able to explode well. Strength and combat innate talent. But, it's still not enough. His eyes suddenly became cold, and the smell of flame behind him blinked out again, and the heavenly fire star Pi Li Pala rang into one. Just as Shanks' long knife was swung out, his face suddenly changed when he saw the dense fire star dots. How is this possible? The hot flames pounced like waves, and the violent impact instantly hit him. Bang! At Dun's back, flames tens of meters high surging out again, causing the surrounding temperature to rise a bit, reflecting him it's like God walking out of flames. This brat! Is it Logia? It's a big trouble. The crocus tied up with Buggy is very solemn. Shanks climbed up from the ground, but this time he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood and his face was pale. When the flames dissipated, he saw an unremarkable opening in Dun's back clothes. No, it's not Logia. His clothes are torn. Pupil shrink, Shanks immediately realized something. Logia, the long knife is impossible to hurt the opponent, and it will not cut the opponent's clothes. Since you choose to fight, let's fight. Turning around, Dun looked fierce and stepped on his feet. Bang! The sound of the explosion was just a moment, accompanied by the strong wind, and there was already an extra sound in front of Shanks. Too fast. His face changed drastically, and he hurriedly took a lazy donkey roll and hid to the side. Bang! But after 1,000th of the breath, the explosion sounded again, and the impact lifted his body into the air, rolling more than 10 meters on the ground. Shanks vomited blood, and when he raised his head again, the shiny blade light suddenly stopped in front of him, causing him to tremble. It's over. Panting violently, Shanks looked down at him in front of him, with the cold look of young marine, desperate in his heart. Unexpectedly, it is not the opponent of this marine at all. Too strong. The opponent's speed, strength, and fruit ability, at this time, simply impossible to beat the opponent, and he cannot escape from this person's eyes. With the increase of that weird fruit, the speed and destructive power of this person have reached the limit that can be reached at present, far surpassing him. Tie it. The long knife pointed at Shanks, and Dun spit out coldly. After more than 10 breaths, Shanks, Buggy, and Crocus were all tied together. At the same moment, where Kuzan is. Hey, at this time, why would such a guy appear in front of me? With surprise and dignity, Kuzan's expression became serious and serious. Kazchaka. The cold ice covered it, and in the blink of an eye, the spread enveloped his upper body. Marine, let's make a way. Otherwise, you will die. On the other side, one with glasses and one with short golden hair, a middle-aged man, with a long knife pointing diagonally, opening slightly. Marine, I didn't make way for pirate. Dark King Rayleigh. Kuzan spoke in a deep voice, his eyes burning in the fighting intent, the cells of the whole body are on alert at this brief moment. Chapter 59. To the young Kuzan, Rayleigh today is definitely a big mountain. The long knife pointed diagonally at the ground, Rayleigh stepped slowly, and the huge oppression on his body made people feel numb in the scalp. A powerhouse like you really makes people tremble. Kuzan said softly, his figure slowly leaning forward. Suddenly, the stepped Rayleigh slammed on the ground, speeding up suddenly. Shua! At this moment, the two of them leaped 15 meters apart at the same time. As if an electric light flashed, like a storm, the two were already facing each other in the blink of an eye. Ice Saber. As soon as his right hand stretched out, Kuzan already had a 3'3" blue saber in his hand, and then swung it fiercely forward. Rayleigh's long knife turned, and the blade went straight to Kuzan. Dang! The two knives collided with each other, and their bodies stopped at this brief moment, and then steadily stepped on the ground. The complexion sank, and the two of them took a step back, and the long sword retracted, but soon they moved forward again. Dang! The weapon hit again, bursting into a halo. Frozen! The cold temperature, in this brief moment, was released suddenly, and between the clicks, Rayleigh's long knife was covered with a layer of ice crystals, let his eyes squinted. Marine, there are really many talents. The body of Rayleigh was withdrawn, and the body of Rayleigh's blade shook, and the ice crystals were instantly dispersed. But at this moment, Kuzan took another step forward and the ice saber fiercely waved. Wang! The spread of cold air caused the moisture in the air to condense into ice crystals in an instant, and Rayleigh moved back again. The sudden drop in low temperature at this moment is a great threat to him. Pa-ta! Kuzan stepped on the ground, and his freezing ability was activated again. Cab! In a blink of an eye, the entire roadway was covered with a layer of blue ice. Rayleigh kept retreating, avoiding this moment all freeze attacks. For a few jumps, Rayleigh didn't stop until the ice crystals stopped spreading. Logia frozen fruit. With sharp eyes, Rayleigh squeezed the long knife sharply. Busos Hoku Haki swept out in an instant, wrapping the blade, making it burst into wisps. The weird rune is coming. The next second, he ran quickly with both feet, rushing straight to Kuzan. Ice spear stabbing. Seeing Rayleigh rushing forward, Kuzan took both hands, ice crystals condensed behind his back, 6 ice spears appeared, trembling, and pierced towards Rayleigh fiercely. Go with! Dang 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 dang! Rayleigh's long knife was cut, the air was cut, and the 6 long spears were cut in half in an instant. Ice thorns. Seeing the opponent approaching again, Kuzan's eyes narrowed and he fully activated the ability of the frozen fruit. 2-2-2-2. In the ice-covered roadway, countless spikes suddenly pierced and rushed towards Rayleigh. The youngster now is really full of vitality. Mumbling, the running Rayleigh suddenly increased in speed and turned into a ray of light. Shua! The gusty wind was rushing in, and Kuzan had not been able to react in the future. There was already an extra figure in front of him. The long knife was raised, and it slammed downward. So fast! Kuzan pupil shrink, lifting the ice saber in his hand like a conditioned reflex, greeted the cut long knife. Crack! But the next second, something that shocked his whole body happened. This saber, which was condensed with ice and harder than metal, was cut in half. The tip of Sun Yan's knife reached his forehead almost instantly. The feeling of have one's hair stand on end makes Kuzan's hair stand up, his feet touch the ground and forcibly backward moved 3 meters. Shua! When his body disappeared in place, the long sword was also instantly slashed. The strong wind that brought up even formed a sharp wind blade, which shot at him, cutting out a crack in his robe. Difficult. Frowning, Rayleigh stood with his sword closed, staring at Kuzan. Get out of the way, Marine. Otherwise, if you continue to fight, it won't be such a simple trick. The voice is cold, the long knife is horizontal, and it emits fierce rays of light. Hey! Took a deep breath, Kuzan looked at the half-ice saber in his hand, his heart was extremely solemn. I hate such troublesome things too. But my feet can't move. The chance to fight against a powerful opponent like you, I have to say, it's so attractive to a junior like me. The serious and determined voice made Rayleigh's eyes cold. Then fall down. Said a word, Rayleigh moved faster and faster. When he reached Kuzan 3 meters in front of him, his figure was distorted. It disappeared in a flash. This extremely fast speed made Kuzan immediately startled on the spot. Where? In a trance, Sen Leng's knife point has appeared on his chest, and the sharp point of the knife instantly removed his robe, puncture a hole to let the skin on the chest seep with bleeding beads. But it was also this sharp pain that made Kuzan in this brief moment react. His whole body turned into ice cubes at a very fast speed. Pu! The long knife penetrated Kuzan's body, and Rayleigh stood behind it. Elemental transformation? Very quick response. He sighed in his heart, his figure suddenly moved sideways at the next moment, avoiding the saber swinging down. Kuzan walked out of the ice pile, his whole body exuding white ice mist, his expression was solemn and cold. He lowered his head slightly and saw that his chest was already red. At that moment, as long as he was a little later or the other party was more serious, he would already lie down at this moment. Rayleigh, whose gaze has become gloomy, has decided that this time he wants to completely eliminate the Marine in front of him. His mercy and kindness will only waste time at this time. Marine on the island does not have much battle strength and quantity, but when the opponent's reinforcements arrive, it is very troublesome. It's over. In a low voice, Rayleigh rushed towards Kuzan again. Ice Age. Seeing Rayleigh disappearing in his own eyes again, Kuzan's whole body was full of coldness, and shouting loudly came out. Crazy! In a flash, everything within a 500-meter radius was covered with a layer of light blue, and there were snowflakes in the air, large patches of ice cover up with a very fast speed. In the narrow alley, it was frozen in an instant. Half of Kuzan's body is also covered in ice at this time. The sound of ka bang is constant, and the pressure in the air seems to be compressing in this brief moment. Suddenly, pang! A figure rushed out of the ice, the blade light shining, and went straight to Kuzan. Kuzan's pupil shrank, shocked in his eyes. His strongest trick did not have the slightest impact on the opponent. The long knife pierced the air, and the suspended ice crystals collided with the aura that carried the volume on the blade. They were all cut directly and cleanly. The power of his devil fruit, before this blade, completely it loses any effect. It's over. Kuzan's heart trembled. Faced with this extremely fast knife, he had no way to dodge or parry. But at this moment, shoo! The sharp piercing sound, piercing the air, suddenly rushed. Rayleigh's motion of swinging a long knife gave a sudden pause, then quickly turned, slashing towards the attack on him. Bang! After half a breath, a loud explosion sounded, and the flames swallowed both Rayleigh and Kuzan. Chapter 60. At the entrance of the lane not far from the two, one silhouette stepped forward. His face is cold, right hand lifting, several marble-sized steel balls are buckled between his fingers, and they rustle as they rub against each other. Done! After a breath, two silhouettes jumped out from the center of the flame. Kuzan looked towards the entrance of the lane, angrily shouted, "You brat, do you want to blow me up too? I saved your life, Kuzan." Stride quickly to the side of Kuzan, Dun said solemnly. With a smile on his face, Kuzan stared at Rayleigh on the opposite side, and then spoke. "Such a rude way to save people, you can't tell that it's saving me. But, I take your love." Dun did not respond. He was staring at Rayleigh with a serious face at the moment. As Roger's right hand, Rayleigh, known as the Dark King, is so powerful that he can't predict it at all. It can be said that even if there is a future one of the three admirals around him, he still has no bottom in his heart. "It's you." Rayleigh's eyes narrowed, somewhat surprised. Afterwards, the corner of his mouth issued, "It's a fearless little fellow." The sudden explosion, although all defensive, will undoubtedly beat his attack on precognition. Off. Moreover, the young major in front of him is also a troublesome guy in Rayleigh's heart. As Pirate and Roger pirates, they are not fierce guys. They have their own rules of conduct and clear goals in their hearts. For youngsters who have righteousness in their hearts and regard them as junior, even if they are enemies, they will not easily kill them. Being in a powerful force, but not going to bully the weak, this is the mind of Powerhouse. If Shanks was ridiculed by Mountain Bandit and poured beer, Luffy was pressed on the table by Bellamy, but he would not get angry easily. They have their own bottom line in their hearts, as long as they don't step on the bottom line, no matter how others mock, cracking a joke, they will not do it easily because of trivial matters. And once you step on that thread, you will be greeted by rainstorm, and the tusks of wild beast. "Let's go together," Kuzan said. He knows that at this moment, he is not Rayleigh's opponent at all, and it is difficult even to block the opponent. And this time, although they don't know how the mission will start early, they must delay as much as possible before the support arrives. N. Dun nodded, the steel ball rubbing in the right hand slipped instantly, and one was already buckled at the fingertips. The next second, the two loudly shouted, one left and the other right, and they rushed towards Rayleigh. Ice Saber. 7 bursts of beads. In an instant, the battle began again. Across more than 10 meters, Dun's steel ball ejected continuously, and under the blessing of explosive power, the speed was not inferior to bullets. Rayleigh's expression congeals, with a long knife in his hand, under the flying steel ball bombs, his body flickered left and right, moving forward quickly. After 3 breaths, Kuzan and Rayleigh collided again. The two knives hit each other, and the chill spread along Rayleigh's arm. Staring at each other, Kuzan and Rayleigh confront each other. Bang 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 bang! The sky-shaking rumbling sound, and the high-temperature flames exploded not far behind Rayleigh, and the strong wind brought by the impact brought their clothes bring up. Dun ran with strides, his right fist was clenched, the medicinal smell filled with fire, the fire star was shining, and the prelude to the explosion was brewing. When his eyes condensed, Rayleigh's long knife in his hand shook suddenly. The immense power knocked Kuzan back in an instant. Just as Kuzan backed away, Dun struck with a punch. Rayleigh has sharp eyes and does not despise him at all. Busos Hoku Haki protects himself. Bang! The thunderous tremor resounded, the gale swept out, where Dun's right fist strikes, a large flame turned into a whirlwind around itself, spiraling rise. The impact that rushed out in that instant also came out in an instant grandiose, colliding with Rayleigh's blade, causing his weapon to tremble constantly. When Rayleigh noticed that Dun's melee ability was so strong, his eyes flashed with rays of light, and his right hand shook again, and more powerful force gushed out. Day! Dun took a step back, but his expression changed suddenly at this brief moment, and his mouth let out a loud roar. Under Roger's stare, the shadow of being incapable of fighting, made Dun ashamed to himself. It is difficult to wash away in this life, too. Because of that battle, Dun looked forward to confronting this group of people face to face again. As a human being, why be afraid? Only in one battle, one's own strength will increase. Only with constant failure can we know what we lack and quickly recognize our own path. As for death, that kind of thing is destined by nature, the difference is only when you die. Why be timid? Why be afraid? Blast punch! Wenhu is fierce. With a roar, the center of the collision between his fist and the blade, a thick medicinal smell burst out instantly, and the fire star continued to form. The vague look of the evil tiger quickly filled a place with a radius of 100 meters centered on the two of them. Rayleigh noticed this scene, and his pupils suddenly shrank, flashing a hint of seriousness. He underestimated him. I underestimated the strength of this young marine, and underestimated the opponent's chest. My heart was burning with fearless and brave fighting intent fire. What a nice brat! Mumbling out these words, the long knife in his hand burst out again. Bang! Dun was bombed out. It was also at this moment that a large flame expanded at an extremely fast speed, and a violent explosion suddenly erupted in the air. Bang! The flames covered a range of 100 meters in a blink of an eye, and the violent impact broke everything around, houses, walls, and ground. In this brief the moment is completely shattered by the huge explosion of this destructive power. After 3 breaths, Dun, who is surrounded by flames, is a facial expression grave. He clearly saw that Rayleigh disappeared just before his power exploded. It is impossible to imagine that the other party can escape at the crucial moment. Kanbunchoku Haki. Guessing in his heart, Dun continued to look for Rayleigh. Crack! At this moment, a freezing voice suddenly came out. He turned his head abruptly and saw that on the left side, Kuzan had once again been fighting with Rayleigh. The two of them waved long knives in their hands, constantly colliding and moving, and the ability to freeze the fruit turned everything around them into ice. Dun's eyes were sharp, and when Zhengmihu was pulled out of his waist, and he ran towards the other side. When he came behind Rayleigh, Kuzan's ice saber was just cut in half with a single knife, and his person was also cut out with a knife, and blood splashed in the air. Rayleigh's strength, Kuzan at this moment, can't hold on for a few rounds at all. With a sharp swing of the knife, Dun swung towards Rayleigh. When this blade swung out, Rayleigh still turned his back to him, but when he was about to hit the opponent, he already saw Rayleigh facing him, and the long knife in his hand was already stable. Took the blow. Exceeding the reaction power and speed of ordinary people, this is something Dun can't imagine at this moment. Blast! With a flick of his eyes, Dun spit out a word from his mouth. When Zhengmihu's blade trembled instantly, and the power of the explosion was about to explode in an instant. But Rayleigh's reaction was even faster. With a shake of the knife in his hand, the immense power drove Dunn away. Bang! While in the air, Dunn's explosion just exploded, and he was repelled more than 10 meters by this impact. At this moment, Rayleigh looked serious and stared at Dunn. "That knife. It belongs to that man."